Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the CCT out here. Good morning, good evening, whatever the day may be for you. We are here into the quarterfinals to figure out who is going to be going up further into these playoffs and take away the lion's share of our big prize pool that we've got to give out here at the CCT. But to do that, of course, we're going to have to do some introductions first. My name is Atcher here on the analyst desk, and with me are the lovely, the only Zola and CMD to be bringing you guys on ahead here. How are you feeling, boys, and how are you feeling about the games that are about to take place as well? Let's start with you, Zola.
I'm excited for today's games. I think a lot of the matches that we've seen already have been quite contentious. There's been a fair few upsets, I think you could say. The Eclot bet-click game, that was one that me and Charlie were kind of on the cast for, which we were kind of really excited for. We were quite impressed by Eclot. Obviously, we're seeing them feature in that first game. Big really struggling against Zero Tenacity on that final map. ZT could have quite easily taken it. 500 absolutely smashing Amcal in a game that kind of I hyped up to be maybe one of the closest ones. I feel like we've had some twists and turns already, and I think today is going to be kind of a repeat of that potentially. But look, who knows? I'm excited. Quarterfinals underway.
Didn't even highlight the Passion UA defeat there to GUN5. I mean, obviously that was our last game, last game of last night. I mean, yeah, that was pretty mad. Sure, you had a bit of a rogue shout of GUN5 there. I'm not convinced. I think you just throw your hat in the ring there to get a few plaudits for nothing. But yeah, that was a pretty shocking game. Passion UA just could not get a cook in there. And look, this is the thing. It's although we do have certain teams that are favoured in matchups like this, it feels like these playoff brackets just literally breed these upsets, and some teams can just really hit sort of that form once they get into playoffs that we just sort of haven't seen from some of these teams in a few months. Don't forget, this is like a GUN5 that's playing with a stand-in. This is an Eclot that's got 2 stand-ins as of now. I mean, we've got a lot of sort of ups and downs surprises for us here, and I honestly think now that we're in the quarterfinals, I'm looking at these matches and saying, I mean, who goes on to take the semis? Who goes on to win the whole event now? Yeah. I've got no idea.
Yeah, really exactly. A point that I was trying to make as well, right? Seeing as Passion UA isn't here anymore, I would have loved to take a look at the bracket actually out here, because a lot of the teams we had pinned as favorites, as ex-CCT winners on Amcal as well, right? Now just gone out of the water. So we're going to be taking a look at these 4 best of 3s of the day, and we're going to figure out and narrow it down to see who's going to be jumping into those semis to get a good grasp of how those grand finals are going to look like. But to narrow things down even further, Dynamo Eclot and 500, right? That's what we're starting the day off with. And you've already kind of tied to it, right? We've got 2 standings technically out here for these guys, but it's more like 2 reoccurring players joining back up out here with Dynamo Eclot. It's Krias, who's been here before with the core of Detour, 4Z, and MBQ, and then Spardos, that you guys actually have seen before. This is my first time actually seeing Eclot with Spardos out here together. So if you want to take it away out here a little bit, Zola, walk me through it.
Yeah, look, I think in the game that we saw yesterday against Apogee, it was a really impressive performance from I think from these 2 newer additions. Spardos and Krias have had big moments. MBQ kind of took control of the whole game, which I know he can have those fragging moments. You don't really expect it. I was actually quite unimpressed and uninspired by 4Z. Not to say that he wasn't having a good game. You look at the kills, he was 42 to 38. He had a positive KD. But I feel like there was many moments from 4Z where he had the AWP in hand and he felt a bit timid, he felt a bit nervous, a little bit kind of passive. And I understand that is kind of how he wants to play the AWP, but from what we know of 4Z and the ability that he has, I feel like if he just got stuck in a little bit more, honestly, I feel like we could have seen a 2-0 for Eclot. I think we could have seen more dominant victories on maps like Anubis and Ancient in that game. But I was very impressed with the team. And I think, obviously, a lot of people are going to be saying, oh, they're playing with 2 stand-ins here. But it seems like throughout this whole event, they've played with both Krias and Spardos. They've been very good pieces to this Eclot side, and you just have to look at Spardos' entries on the T side. You realize that this guy, he's not going to be a stand-in for long. He's going to be along this Eclot side surely in a matter of days, weeks, whatever, because not only have they impressed by getting to this quarterfinal spot, but honestly, I think they could take it.
I mean, that is going to be the question, though, isn't it? Are these guys going to be permanent? I think there's a lot of these moves before we're sort of jumping into any sort of break. There's a lot of teams that are sort of having stand-ins or making some sort of moves in terms of roster changes. Is Krias going to come back to this Eclot team? Is that going to be the question? Is Spardos going to be a new addition? And I think that's always an interesting thing, as well as 500. Is this going to be the permanent team after the break? Because this is a team equally who have had some really tough times in these last few months.
They have had some tough times indeed. It's always been up and down though with these Bulgarians. I mean, we know back in the Harn roster, back when everything was just changing around, skate days, 500 have kind of been this same core for a really long time together now. And there's a lot of trust that's been built up. There's a lot of just unspoken rules that they kind of made up along the years. And by now, I guess it's just a question of who's going to come up big time. We know Oxygen can pull through a couple of good games. Rainwaker and Cirque are usually the guys we look towards when we have big plays, big clutches as well. And we forget, Red Star just joined in like a month ago, right? Like, he had his stunt with ITB back in 2024 at the end of it. He played on a couple of different mixes to get back to his to this 500 squad here, like he was back on 2024 as well. So there's been a lot of changes, a lot of just switch ups, and that constant switch coming throughout here for the Bulgarian 500, you can kind of attribute it to something like a Nexus roster, where it's the national roster just kind of coming through and changing out all the upcoming players that are still playing with the same core. So I don't necessarily know how things are going to be working out here for 500, because as we've been saying, things have been looking as amazing. And for Eclot, we do know that now we're going to be jumping into Ancient, well, into Anubis, then Ancient, and then Mirage. The map Veto looking quite, I'd say it's standard from what we were expecting, right? It's starting out quite a little bit in favor of Eclot, I'd say right now, with the Anubis first map pick. But it's not like 500 had too many choices. I guess they could have insta-picked into Inferno. They don't do that, however. They choose to actually start out Anubis Ancient. So we'll see how it turns out. Mirage left as a decider, which both teams won't really enjoy if we get all the way over there. It's a map that they've both been struggling on. But hey, I mean, so far, we know for international rosters as well how good it's been to just introduce a random Lithuanian and he just pops off, right? So
yeah, it definitely does happen, can work. I'm looking at these vetoes and I'm saying, well, on paper, we're seeing Ancient should go the way of Eclot, and Anubis is going to be an interesting one, and Mirage, who knows, right? Because they both look poor on it in the past. You just have to look to recent form, right, for 500. In that previous series against Amcal, in that round of 16 game, they won Anubis 13-3. They won Mirage 13-4. I feel like when you look at it like that, when you forget about kind of the last 3 months and talk about recent form, surely 500 are going to be saying, okay, well, look, Ancient maybe isn't going to go our way. Obviously, it's a map that can be a little bit dictated by individuals, a little bit puggy. Not maybe to the extent of a map like Dust or maybe Mirage, but I feel like you can really make an argument for why 500 are going to actually feel quite comfortable with these vetoes. The big issue is if they feel a little bit, a slow start to Anubis, if they end up losing Anubis, that's when maybe we start asking the question of, look, was this the right choice? Was this the right decision? They might not even get to a third.
I mean, I do think you kind of have to look at it a bit more like that. I'd probably say is like if they do end up going on to lose Anubis, because they have had a lot of difficult times on Ancient. I actually think 500 Anubis is one of their few maps right now that I would like them to pick into, and yeah. I mean, I'm happy to see it now. Look, the losses that they've had in the last 3 months to Paravision 13-10, and then to Wildcard and Game Legion, and I don't think anyone's exactly upset that 500 lost those 2 games. They've taken down some solid teams here. Passion Your Way on Anubis 13-10 at times. I think this is probably the one map I am reasonably confident with 500 on. And because you can obviously look at the stats in the last few months and say, oh, wow, their vetoes look pretty damn horrendous. Kind of the nature of what happens when you're sitting on like around a 30% win rate in the last 3 months. You're not going to have a great looking veto. But I do still think Anubis is still one of the good maps for 500, a decent one to pick into. I think, like you said, as long as they're not slow to start, I'm going to feel reasonably confident for them to start off there. And then I'm probably looking at the other 2 maps to say, who is going to start to take those maps by charge? Who's going to be the players on 500 sort of spearheading something moving forward? Whereas for Eclot, I think, honestly, they've got a good chance on every map. I think they can do something here. It's just going to be how much can they contest with 500. Both of these teams coming into this event, probably as these sort of dark horse rosters, both of which probably could have easily seen drop out in the Swiss stage, to be fair. And yet here they are, still fighting, still battling, and look, one of them is going to make it to semifinals after this.
Yeah, exactly. That is what they're fighting towards, and we can see the difference in how much Forzy has been with the team out here on Eclot against how much Red Star has been. But we've been talking a little bit about that Anubis. We'll have a lot to talk about when it comes down to Ancient and Mirage when we get there as well. I just did want to mention the fact that 500, they feel like that team which the pressure can get mounted up upon them, right? They lost against Paravision because they thought they were a better team. James Kinthorne actually had a pretty good performance in that one. Wildcard Gamer Legion, we all get that, right? right? That was last month. That's okay. But coming into this one, they had a close game up against Sangal when they won it. They had a close game against Passion UA when they won it. So that Amcal win is the only one we can go to Anubis and say confidently, yes, they took it. That was their map. That was their time to shine. And they can work up with that. But it comes down to both teams. I guess the best of three kind of comes down to this map to see who's going to start up first, who's going to have more dynamism, and who's going to be able to keep that momentum up and that pressure from the very beginning to be able to say, okay, we've had a good time on the first map. Now we can keep that going throughout the best of three, because it definitely does feel like 500 our squad, which can get in their feels, which can get hit by a morale loss. They lose like a big round at a 1v3, and then suddenly it all starts falling and crumbling apart. Whereas Eclot, maybe because of the roster changes, maybe because of the stand-ins now coming through right now, there's going to be a bit more leniency coming through for the core. There's going to be a little bit more free play to come through for Spardos, as you've been saying on the entries, right? So Forzy's maybe going to be allowed to play that passive role of the Opera, and we're going to get to see Eclot kind of work together more as a unit and less of individual prowess, just searching and looking for a couple of individual clutches here and there. With that being said, though, I mean, we are still trying to set this up onto the server. Zola, we're taking a look at Eclot and 500, right? First map, we've already talked lengths about it. But when it comes down to individuals, we did actually look on down to Forzy. We've spoken about Red Star a little bit, how he's joined last month. Now, how do you feel about the AWP head-to-head, right? Because the map Veto coming into this one is going to matter quite a little bit. We've spoken about Forzy. How do you feel about Oxygen now?
Look, I think for 500, I actually don't think the AWPing duel is going to have much of a standpoint. I feel like both AWPers play really passively. Obviously, I don't want to say Cirque doesn't have those kind of creative and exciting moments, but I feel like he is going to be playing quite passively as well, just letting the riflers take a lot of space, look to kind of be quite dynamic and kind of a bit more team play. We've seen it on a map like Mirage, where the AWPers no longer playing towards middle, no longer kind of getting aggressive in short. A vast majority of rounds now, they're just playing from CT on A and being a little bit more of a turret, which honestly I don't mind. I feel like with the fact that CS2 seems quite rifle heavy and just I feel like aggression is now being kind of having so much more value. I really don't mind it at all. So actually, I think the AWPing duel today might be, I don't want to say boring, but it might be a little bit less exciting than we've had in the past, especially with the nature of both these AWPers playing quite passively. The player you mentioned in Red Star, what a performance he had in that game against Amcal. I understand everyone's going to have good ratings, everyone's going to have good performances when you only drop 7 maps across a series. He had a 2.01 rating across both, like as a collective in those maps. He went 39 to 10, which is a ridiculous performance out of Red Star. And don't get me wrong, we know that Red Star's a really impressive player. In the games that I've recently watched for 500 and Red Star individually, he has looked quite poor. He's been lacking confidence. He hasn't been kind of that swinging nature that we've known for him on previous teams. So I'm actually really happy that we are going to be seeing kind of I guess a hot and kind of confident Red Star today. Hopefully we will see that. Otherwise, I think it is going to be tough. As you said, we've got a bit of time. Do we want to do predictions, guys? Do we want to kind of, as Charlie said, throw our hats in the ring and see if we can get it right, or should we save that for later?
I mean, Charlie kind of threw it out, so we're gonna throw it to him. All the pressure's coming down to you, Charlie. What do you think? Are we gonna throw our thoughts out there?
Ooh, honestly, I do think it's gonna depend a lot on how Red Star plays. I do actually agree with you there. I think a lot of people question this 500 team when they ended up benching Ships as their top performing player by a decent margin, then bringing in Red Star, and his initial form wasn't great. And then people were like, well, this is a terrible roster move, isn't it? But Red Star has proved that he can keep up to the level of Ships. And I think if Red Star is having a good game, I'm a little confident for 500, but not hugely. I'm actually going to give it to Eclot this game. I think the form that they've gone on, I do still think there are a couple of games where they can just fall very short. But after yesterday, obviously, we got to cover that one, Fred, Beckley, Apogee versus Eclot. They had incredible starts on every single map of that series. And even on maps that they weren't particularly confident on, just because they had such a good start, they were able to kind of outlast Apogee on those maps. So I'm going to say Eclot, I suppose. I believe the fairy tale story of these sort of couple of standings can continue.
Okay. You, Fred? What are you thinking with this one?
See, I hate being on the same side as Charlie, because it means that we're either both wrong or both right, and then what's the point? There's no arguments in the green room. There's no. Yeah, but actually, you're a nice guy, No, you know what? I am going to be doubling down. I'm going to be going Eclot. Honestly, I feel like 500, even if they take map 1, even if they take their selection of Anubis, I feel like Eclot Ancient has looked really, really good. Spardow's entries towards B were just disgusting. We saw it in the pistol round in the other day in that game against Apogee, where he just ran up ramp, found the 2 players. The round was over in about 15 seconds. So I think Ancient is going to be really terrifying, obviously, for 500. And as we've said, they're a team that play off confidence. If they are feeling good, if they are feeling confident, then they can quite comfortably take a series by storm. But as you said, Atro, they lose a 1v3, something like that, or 3v1, then they get that lack of confidence. I think Ancient's going to break any wind that's in their sails, and they will lose on Mirage if it gets there.
Well, let's see if they get any morale into this game, as you lads are jumping straight into Anubis. I'll give my prediction later down the line, where already I'll see who takes the first map away. So you boys have fun. Anubis underway. It's 500's map pick.
Yeah, look, I'm looking forward to this game. I think both these teams have something to prove, and I think both these teams want to kind of silence the critics. I think there's been a lot of negative connotations about 500. I think there's been a lot of questions as to what Dynamo Eclot are doing, but pistol round here. T side for Dynamo Eclot. It is their preferred side here on Anubis, but that is the generic trend of this map.
And already it's a 3v setup with rotations that won't take too long to get there. 40 will find with the Glock and just B-hopping his way out, allowing for the trades to come through quick into E-box. Players have knives out still, but still search. Finds MBQ there, and it's 2-man advantage, and it's just these rotating players left.
Yeah, Cirque's been chipped away out, but the Julie is still surprising and surpassing. Rainwaker finding Daitor, reposition. Now they are aware of Forzy's angle, and Forzy gets found as well. How has this round gone the way of 500? Well, I'll tell you, Charlie, it's Dynamo Eclot not respecting Cirque's Julies. 4 kills found there. There is no need for the T's to swing. They've got the bomb down. They've got it planted for main. All 4 of them could sit in main. There's no smoke. There's no defuse kit. But they think, well, this one's done. It's easy. Let's just go and let's just kill them. This is going to be so simple. And you said MBQ had the drop on them, which he certainly did, but still missed the shots when they had their knives out. But Dynamo Eclot, look, you need to have some respect. You need to show some form of discipline there after you get the bomb down. Otherwise, 500, they'll win retakes like that, especially when it's on a pistol, when anything can happen.
I don't even mind the fighting that they want to do towards D-box, but you can't do it one at a time. It's basically saying, okay, sir, how many 1v1s do you want to take? And they literally did feel like they gave him 4. There was never a sort of 2 players swinging together. If you're not going to do that, don't swing at all. To play cross prize in the bomb site, yeah, that's a really big mistake there from Eclot to make, but they could still bounce back on this force buy and try to rectify that mistake slightly, as they do have the man advantage here. Plenty of Galils. You probably actually could make a good argument that their buy was either on par or slightly better, yeah, than their opponents. Obviously lacking utility in some departments, but you kill these rifles out, you're not going to mind.
This is going to sound so stupid, but my headcanon's thinking Eclot lost the pistol on purpose so then they could win the force and break 500's money. Think about it like that, right? Super smart.
I mean, technically, winning the second round does always kind of feel better than winning the pistol. Just in terms of, yeah, you do end up sort of punishing your opponents a lot more with the economy. You don't get that extra boost that you do from losing the pistol. But
just to clarify,
I think that's ambitious.
I'm in no way saying that they've lost that round on purpose. That's more just a bit of a meme.
Anyway, well, not looking like they're going to win this one now, unless MBQ can have anything to say. Double kill from him towards Canals. Red Star on the MP9 goes down. Out of ammo, didn't want to wait for the reload.
I actually really like that. I feel like sometimes you can get caught in kind of that limbo of whether you want to peek and reload, whether you want to still fight, not allowing that Galil to back away. Cirque will be maneuvering here through middle. He has got a defuse kit and a rifle, and with MBQ being chipped away at, he's on for the ace, but certainly not the easiest of rounds. Positioning for Forzy looks good. He is isolating this fight and giving the opportunity for Cirque. Fighting together, though, and MBQ will get the ace. Look, I guess he made a bit of a mistake in round number 1 with the missed shots on players with knives out, but he makes up for it massively with an ace here in number 2. MBQ. We saw a great performance out from him in that game against Apogee. Honestly, I kind of treat it as a bit of a one-off, but welcome. If this is the MBQ we're going to see throughout the rest of this playoffs, honestly, I'd be worried.
Yeah, sky's the limit at that point. And who knows where this Eclot team could take it, but forced by 500, and you can see how much weaker it is than the weapons that Eclot just brought out. 4 Galils that they had, and now 500 don't even have a single rifle, just the MP9 auction and a few upgraded pistols and armor. And honestly, I'd probably say MBQ was the one player on Eclot I wouldn't blame for losing the pistol round. What, just missed a couple of shots? It happens, but I don't think decision making was exactly the thing that cost him, like probably some of the other players. Not. But still, Eclot are going to find themselves in a pretty decent spot here. We are expecting a half-time win from them on this key side.
This round's not looking so positive. It's a full stack here towards the A-bomb side. There's going to be a rotation through CT as well from Red Start. The bomb is dropped outside A main. If the CTs look to aggress, this could be perfect. Disciplined in their approach now as they are bunkering down the bomb site. Forzy spots one. Forzy completely unnecessary on that peak. They just need to wait for Daito. There is no need for these two Ts to push in. They've got 40 seconds now to work with, and Molly's now been retrieved. Kriaz struggling here. He's now trapped in pillar. Molly landing onto Oxygen's feet. Daito will be in the flanks and can eventually find Oxygen trying to maneuver out, but Daito's double should confirm this round as it's all on Cirque. Full utility here for Daito. What a smoke for the bomb if intentional, but it was obviously for Cirque's angle. He's been chipped down to 4 HP. Again, though, Eclot making some mistakes here. Some first round jitters. It won't cost them in this round as Cirque's quite clearly saving, but Eclot do not look like a polished product today.
Honestly, I don't think they've looked like a polished product any game that we've seen them. But it's kind of the nature of this Eclot side when there are still some chop and change players in this roster. That 4th and 5th spot still not guaranteed in the team. Obviously, they have played with Kriaz before, played with him for about a year before he moved on, and now he's back, at least standing in for now. But even yesterday against Apogee, it did feel like both teams were making a ton of mistakes, and it's kind of just who made less or who capitalized on more. So it was a close affair there, but yeah, both Eclot and Apogee yesterday were making a lot of mistakes. Eclot being one of those teams, I don't think it's going to be a surprise if we see a similar story again with both these sides. A good few mistakes can potentially dictate how this game goes, but every time Eclot have sort of fallen, they've always been able to drag themselves back up on their feet.
Yeah. Obviously, I kind of coined, on the desk that last series from Eclot should just be renamed to mistakes, as it seemed like both teams were they just forgot how to play the basics of CS. The fundamentals were somewhat lacking. There should be this third for Eclot, unless if somehow these 4 USPs and the Deagle can surpass. But there's going to be a crunch here. Daito under pressure. There's a flank from Cirque as well. And it's all a question of how much attention these pistols can take. But not only do they take the attention, they find their kill as well. The bomb's gone down, and Forzy's in a great position here. He can cut off these rotations. Oxygen will be flanking through the back lines. They've got to be aware that Forzy could be here. But already great damage dealt from 500. I don't really know why Spellan and Rainwaker are kind of playing so passive here. You understand how these rifles might want to save, but... Oh, Forzy. Forzy has been spotted. Oxygen's going to find him. There could be one survivor in this round in Kriaz. And honestly, he might go down as well. The steps are going to be heard here. Oxygen could take him down. The CTs have the information. He will survive, though, but what a mismanaged round there again from Eclot.
Oh, it certainly is a costly one. Luckily, money isn't going to be too impacted, at least in this direct next round. But yeah, very costly round. 500 walk away with 4 players surviving. Good few upgraded weapons, bring away 2 AKs and a Galil.
And look at the money.
And a Mac 10 as well, sorry. So only one actual weapon needing to be invested here.
And obviously it means in future rounds, it means that Cirque can get out the AWP earlier. Obviously Cirque 7-1 currently. He's having an incredible performance. Same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined. Oxygen gonna drop the smoke. Sparred House. Just gonna be going for a bit of a spam here in the hopes to connect. Opening kills was something that I was very impressed with Dynamo Eclot the other day. Forzy is on the big green here, though. And with Spellan defending middle alone with a Mac 10, he's calling for a rotation from Cirque now. But will they be prepared for an AWP with the amount of lives lost in the previous 2 rounds for Eclot? They might not account for this. AWP shot finally ringing through, and Spellan now realizing a bit more a reserved playstyle has got to be the one to go for.
Well, smoke and flash in middle. 80 grenade thrown out. There's a little bit of chip damage. Sort of threads the needle in between both CTs here. But Cirque is looking over the smoke. Spotted anything. It does spot Kriaz, but somehow he gets the one up on Cirque there.
Yeah, minute and 20 seconds before the first kill comes through. Smoke thrown there to try and get information on Red Star. Kriaz has got to be very cautious. Red Star is holding for this. And as the smoke fades... Oh, Kriaz, disgusting. And Spardaus finds Spellan in the process. And this is a far better looking round. Although Rainwaker does get a double towards A main. It's a 1 versus 3 now for Oxygen. If Oxygen can save, there will be a reinvestment from 500 in the next. He can obviously drop this Galil to Red Star. The rest can buy. Obviously, Eclot will have a good idea of this, but 4-1 start here from Dynamo Eclot. This is the map selection of 500. And as I mentioned, look, if 500 don't find form here on this CT side or in Anubis overall, and if Dynamo Eclot take it, that's where we're moving to Ancient with not only it being a real kind of difference regarding win rate between these two teams, but obviously, we kind of said 500. For them to take the series, they kind of got to get this first map.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit unfortunate that the player 3 main went down to Rainwaker before the sort of middle players could have spotted him out towards that pillar, because now it's actually shaping up to be a round where 5 survivors do make it out there. I mean, look, 3 is still going to be okay. You're going to slowly build up the economy, but I think that would have been a great round after the mistakes that we saw Eclot make, where 500 walked out of the round with 4 weapons, just free of charge.
Yeah,
I think that could be a really good response just to increase their economy slightly. But look, it's still a round victory. It's still 4-1. Turk on the AWP. Rifles still in play for 500.
Yeah, it looks like Cirque just going to be posting up towards Pillar here. And with Eclot, a majority of the time, they look to kind of play this passive approach and a bit more of a default in these rounds. It's a great way to find maybe a player like MBQ. Timing on the nade for MBQ a little off. Obviously, if he sent it into camera, he would have chipped away so heavily at Rainwaker, but Forzy Zorp is posting towards A main. Doesn't have a flash to send MBQ in, but MBQ will just do that himself. Smoke now towards Deep A main, a Molotov into the cubby. Just a jiggle here from Oxygen. Very limited control here from 500. Yes, Oxygen is jiggling, and I guess you could say he's got control of Connector, but Spellan will rotate in now. It's the right decision. Again, though, it's a very slow played round here, and I think neither team want to give up that opening kill. They know how difficult these rounds can be when disadvantaged. It's a very strong setup here towards A. 2 riflers holding A main. Cirque posting up with the AWP, and obviously Rainwaker, he's in a good position to find this. Oh, I like the idea of that peek, and he's pushing through the smoke. It's going to be a play through B with a flank from Kriaz. This is going to be so tough now for 500 with Forzy finding the first. Red Star got to go nuclear. Pressure now coming his way. Spardaus will find. The problem is rotations are going to be so tough and pretty one-dimensional here from 500 because of the space that Kriaz has got.
And look, Sergen knows it. So he just backs away through middle. He can't push through Temple to support. He's alone with the AWP. It feels very easy just to give that kill up to Spardaus, to Kriaz, whoever. And instead they're just going to back away and try to save, but guys will find one. Kriaz hot on their tail here, wanting to remove these weapons, at least one of them.
I don't know whether we'll see an investment from 500 again, because obviously the loss bonus is at the max.
I think with Spellan and Rainwaker being able to drop and Oxygen being able to buy, it should be a no-brainer, but it depends if these 2 players survive. And they will.
Tough start for Spellan, 0-4. Obviously, we know that Spellan, not the highest of impact in the frag department. It's usually his experience and calling that he gives to this team. Don't get me wrong, there's the odd game here or there where Spellan can absolutely set the world on fire, but sadly, very little spark to his game so far.
I mean, not a great start for 500 in general. This obviously was kicked off with that pistol round victory. There's been a couple of close rounds, but for the most part, Eclot. I mean, it is the T side, so we are expecting it, but they've looked reasonably comfortable here. And I think for a map that, like I said in the pregame as well, I'm pretty confident about the Anubis of 500. Still confident for them, but I think it's really going to depend on how this half ends.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is I think the stats are a little bit skewed when it comes to their favoring, just because of the fact that they had those 13-2 losses to both Gamer Legion and Wildcard. Obviously, some of their victories quite close against Sangal, Passion UA. Spellan, though, taking so much positive space here. The T's surely never to be ready for this. Spellan's got to be disciplined. He's got to find 2 in this position because obviously they're already disadvantaged. But Spellan will be able to get 1, can get the second, and now Forzy's going to feel isolated. He's got the bomb. Daitor tasked with finding Spellan, but Spellan quick to maneuver. The B bomb site can be taken now. Forzy can reposition, but there's going to be a flank from Spellan once again. Daitor got to put this together. Spellan now peeking. Daitor falling. What a round from Spellan. Maybe he just needed some negative words from me.
I mean, this is actually really unfortunate to start with, because MBQ spotted him. He got this information before Spellan even found a single kill, but he was instantly found.
Oh, Spardas accidentally shooting. That could be the downfall of this round. He could have found them both. He could have found both players there, and Spellan's just got a perfect timing to evade Forzy. 1 versus 4 for Forzy. That's so unfortunate.
Never really know how it can happen, though.
Oh, it happens a lot. It happens to me.
We have seen it a few times.
It's low sense.
Recently.
It's low sense, that's what it is. It's when, like, you have to move your mouse, like, physically, or, like, when you flick too far to the left and then you hit your monitor.
Ozzy has just made quite a lot of noise here, so Red Star does have this information of where he is. Dirk's nearby as well, tried to help remove him from the server. Missed shot onto Red Star. I mean, no chance you survive when you can't hit that shot. Still, luckily, 40 can buy, but it would have been a weapon dropped over to MBQ, but now he's just playing with Galil and no utility. I think he's realised his team might need a bit of util, as 40 has none himself, so probably going to sacrifice weaponry for a bit of extra util. But finally, we see 500 break the streak of Eclot with their first full weapon round. And single-handedly, well played, Spellan.
Yeah, huge round from Spellan. As that's sometimes what you need from the in-game leader, to try and take that space, try and be positive. That really can make a big change. Nice find there with the AWP. Man advantage here for Eclot. It seemed like 500, this was their chance to break the money and kind of silence Eclot with the loss of life here. Red Star's going to have to make a huge play. The issue is the remaining players are in middle as well. So as Red Star feels like these players have crossed and he's got the timing, there's 2 more ready and waiting. And now Rainwaker in heaven. Rainwaker can double though, but Forzy finds his ally in the process. So the B-bomb site will be the goal now. Forzy spots him heading towards main. I like the change in positioning here for Rainwaker, but the fact he's on 13 HP, I doubt he's going to give this round a go. I think if he was full health there and he made that double back, he could just push the CT and have a chance at kind of the 1v1 on the bomb site, because that's all Forzy's thinking this is going to be. But sadly, too low health for Rainwaker, won't give this one a go, and Dynamo Eclot will find themselves 6.
Yeah, instantly bounced back there. Great double kill from Rainwaker. Again, just to keep the economy pretty low for Eclot. Honestly, to bring it for a 2-on-2 for a brief moment as well. But as soon as Forzy does find that kill, yeah, you're right. There's no way they're going to head towards A. Even though they know the health will be low on Rainwaker, they've got a free bomb site. No need to give him any extra chances, because he's got a couple of multi-kills this game, to be fair. Rainwaker.
He's been good. He's been pretty consistent as well, which is what you need. Same with Cirque, having moments, but we talk about kind of the lower bounds and the lower limits of rounds on the unfavored side, and with 500 being on that unfavored side, the CT side here, What are we thinking is that lower bound? Is 3 rounds enough? Is that kind of justifiable if they also win the pistol on the T side? Obviously, they won the pistol here on the CT side. So what are we thinking is the kind of the lowest amount of rounds they can get to still have a chance?
I mean, look, 3 is enough, realistically. But like you said, it is conditioned on the pistol. And you never want to basically say, oh, yeah, our first half was so bad that we need to get this in the second half to be able to win.
Yeah, true.
So I am looking at, I want to at least see 4 for 500. I think that'll be an okay spot to be in. This is a map that, like I said, they are pretty good at. Their CT side hasn't been great, but it's never been awful. It's never been completely shut down. So I am hoping that we still do have 4 rounds remaining. So there's 100% the chance that we can see 500 bring themselves back into this, and still with an investment here, they're going to keep Eclot competitive, not going to give them any sort of cheap half buys or ecos to contest with.
No.
Yeah,
obviously,
so it's still a bit up in the air.
Obviously, this is coming from the fact that 500, in a fair few of the rounds that they have lost, they have had players saving.
Yeah, exactly. And I honestly think that's been a little bit of an issue for Eclot, because a lot of the rounds have come closer. Even if on paper they should be a reasonably comfortable win for Eclot, a couple of 500 players have always been able to get double kills towards the end of the round, been able to shut down a couple of players. And in doing so, it means Eclot can't really justify going for a hunt themselves. So it has allowed a lot of saves to come in, like you've said, as well as Eclot's money not really being a great spot. So sort of both things are allowing sort of finances on Eclot to be very tense still.
Like the idea of the boost, but there was no smoke, and with the T's being there, not really much point. Again, in middle, I like how much Eclot are heading to mid here. The Molly nade combination is going to force Cirque back. Forzy holding for this aggression towards A. Red Star seemed as though he caught Spardouse lacking there, but didn't find the pick. The biggest issue now for 500 is look how much contact and competition there is in middle. They are constantly going to be looking here and kind of worried about impending pushes. Great flash there to force Kreyaz off the angle. Spardouse will find Red Star though, so still this 4v4 and Forzy holding for camera. This timing could be dangerous. Dieter gets one. Oh, Oxygen! He's pushing through canals, but Dieter's double. Again, it's a moment where Cirque finds the kill onto MBQ, and they're just going to head towards A.
And once this bomb planted, Forzy can just get posted on this angle, and it's going to be challenging for Cirque and Oxygen to attempt this. They are going to be giving it a go. I do think as soon as we see Oxygen fall, though, that's where Cirque backs away. Oxygen pushed through this smoke. Trade can't come through. Oxygen can double down.
Spardouse is so far away from the action. He's going to be in canals. He's got to shift at some point. And here it comes. This could be incredible. It is the full stick of the bomb, though, from Cirque. A 10-second defuse. Steps now being heard. But there's no chance to deny the defuse. And 500, they are given a gift because Spardouse is just holding the extremity, playing for kind of the picks there on the save. Honestly, I've got to say, the smoke there towards A main is really giving Oxygen a bit of breathing, a bit of space to move. It's unfortunate, but like he should never be getting a double.
Why we're not watching Forzy hold it anyway?
Yeah.
You have, like you said, you've got a Spardouse. He was towards
Temple, yeah.
Yeah, it was towards Temple holding that. So you're reasonably safe from middle. You already have a player holding towards heaven. Where is Forzy going?
Again, it seemed like Dynamo Eclot were pretty confident that the round was already won. And look, I don't mind the odd player looking to kind of take some space before the bomb goes down to hunt, but not when you're in a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, something wasn't missed there, but look, we've said both these teams will make mistakes in this game. It's just sort of the nature of where both rosters are at as of now. But even with a weaker investment like this, we see MBQ with the Tech 9 find the opening kill and get an upgraded weapon. And this is something that Eclot have done well. Yeah, they've never actually been allowed to have 500 set on this first half. Always forced them just to get isolated rounds, not being able to string any together.
Well, it's important that MBQ gets that kill for 2 reasons. Because 1, yes, okay, he's 6 and 7. It's not the end of the world. 5 of his kills came from the second round. He was 5 and 1. He got the ace, remember? So he's having a bit of a are lacking in performance. Oxygen will get one, aware of his position, and Red Stars. Great find from Oxygen. He gets the triple here. Spardas will find the trade. Cirque, bit of an advanced angle, but a simple shot for Cirque, and Spardas now 1 versus 3. Reload coming through, and Spellan can take him down. So 4, as we said, the kind of the lower limit of what they need for success has been achieved. And now, with the money broken for Dynamo Eclot, we could see a pretty simplistic 5th going the way of 500.
Yeah, pretty poor execute there from Eclot. They find the early kill. They take a little bit of time. It just allows 500 to rotate players in. But it's, again, another player who gets a multi-kill that just can't be shut down from Eclot. How is Oxygen able to find 3? Yeah, we need to see a bit more there, in my opinion, from Eclot. And this is where 500 can bring themselves back into the first half. From a 6-3 scoreline, even from a 6-2 scoreline, it feels like we should have seen Eclot at least win the half. Now that's going to be a bit more up in the air. And even then, I even think if they find 7-5, I mean, that'd be a huge response in this game from 500, considering they did feel a little bit dead in the water.
They were completely out of it. They were 5-1 down. Floorsy's Deagle. Shoulder spotted, bomb dropped. No damage has even been dealt here to 500 yet, and that might go unchanged, but body shot connecting on for an Ace's Rainwaker. But he won't achieve it, surely, as Dieter currently towards middle.
Not even going to find a kill, surely. Red Star will find Rainwaker. Big quad kill from him, and the tactical boards in the final round of the half as Eclot, they want to move on to that CT side, at least slightly favoured. Missed the trick here in this game, it feels, to actually take a bit of substantial lead on 500's map selection.
Yeah, obviously this was kind of how things worked in that round of 16 game against Betclic Apogee. We had Eclot looking really good at the start of every single map. It seemed that kind of those first 6-7 rounds on every single map that featured. It was a 3-map series. That obviously all 3 maps are here. It's Anubis, Mirage, Ancient. But in every game, it was what? It was 5-1 in this game currently. It was 6-1 for them on Anubis against Apogee. It was, I want to say, 6-2 or 7-2 in fact on Mirage, and then obviously on Ancient, it was that 9-3 first half. Eclot, when it comes to these first halves, so these kind of first 6-7 rounds, they've looked very dominant.
Towards the opening kill onto Spellan. Obviously, tactical pause called for a reason. And Cirque just been forced back into flames, taking a decent bit of damage. Has to drop a molly of his own as he knows there's going to be a lot of bodies behind this Uto now. Want to fight mid a lot more heavily is the Czech core. Got this initial portion. Odds are going to be holding off for now. They don't have a huge amount of utility to play with. Cirque's got backup in the form of Red Star, and as a good setup towards middle, have to make use of these smokes.
We've got 2 nades as well here. Cirque and Red Star. Timing's going to be everything. Red Star, 1 for 1. Missed shot from Cirque. AK can be retrieved from Spardaus. He has got a smoke here for Temple. Cirque going to be forced back here towards Heaven. MBQ's taking space towards B, though. This could be problematic now for 500 because they have quite heavily gambled towards the A-bomb site. Naded the smoke and Oxygen spots nothing. And MBQ can now get himself into such a good position. The T's honestly could just back away, drop into canals. MBQ's cleared out all this space, but he takes the fight onto Oxygen. He doesn't need to do that. He can just stay tucked towards Plat. There is no way he gets checked. And then obviously Dynamo Eclot can drop into canals. They are going to opt for that, but Rainwaker's taken space now towards A main. He's found Spardaus and dealt so much damage to Daitor. And Oxygen, an unknown entity here, but with Kriaz finding, it gives the chance in this round. Kriaz needs to win this 1 versus 3 though. And Cirque posted up with the AWP. 500, they will secure 6. They level it up. It's a tie going into the second half. But again, how many rounds have we seen that have gone the way of 500? The Dynamo Eclot have just made massive mistakes there. MBQ, you don't need to flank towards middle. Your team's got smokes on Temple. They've got control of camera. They can just back away to canals, back into con, and they've got a free round. But Dynamo Eclot, it just always seems like someone wants to make a hero play. They want to overcomplicate things, and it has cost them countless amount of times here.
Yeah, I wish we actually saw how that engagement went down, whether it was just missed shots from MBQ or what. Because Rainwaker was, sorry, not Rainwaker, Oxygen was throwing utility towards main when MBQ peaked. So it feels like he was like, I'm going to wait. And then hearing all this util being thrown out, it's like, oh, I can just catch someone without their gun out. And somehow Oxygen still found the frag. Yeah, I don't really know how that went down. I do agree, though. It feels like just playing towards Plat was the safer call. You can call your teammates to rotate in. Oxygen's got the choice then. Do I rotate in from sort of more towards the back of the site? Do I give it up and play from Temple? And then even then, it feels like MBQ can just sort of catch him off as he can hear players towards E-box and probably just not ready for the angle so close. Yeah, there was that round. There was the 3 versus 2 push through the smoke from
Oxygen, yeah.
Oxygen again, yeah. There was a lot of these moments like this that I felt like Eclot really have missed the mark a little bit in their first half, where they probably could have really punished 500 significantly more.
Honestly, the round that annoys me the most from Dynamo Eclot was the round where they were against the full eco, Sucks, Kevlar, and Deagle, and somehow 500 were able to come out of that round with 4 save weapons, and obviously 500... because they found 4 kills. It's rounds like that. You're against a full eco. How has it gone so wrong? But MBQ, nice find here towards A main. Takes down Suck.
Slow play pistol here, though. Losing the early kill. Now reevaluating the options. And they are going to head towards B. 2 players through E-box, 2 through A main. It's just being defended right now from Dita. It doesn't want to give this kill back, so probably just can play a bit more passive. Information of his position. 2 players crossing. Bomb being thrown across towards Spellant. And a 5 versus 4 retake. Fozzie's instantly dinged. I love this. He rotates round towards T-spawn instead, rather than backing away through middle. Good catch off the T's, and yeah, Fozzie's going to be in the back line. He just needs his teammates to get a couple of frags on the bomb site, and Rainwaker towards Pillar, still alive, still unscathed.
They're far too slow with this. Eventually, MBQ will find him. Fawzi trying to line it up, realizing that he could get a double. Aware of the positioning here. Spellant, they need to find the diffuser, but there's no time, there's no chance. And what a round from Red Star. He gets the triple in the pistol. But the problem is, yes, Fawzi's on a flank, and yes, he has the opportunity to find plenty of kills. The issue is, the CTs are just sat towards CT, trying to spam away at Rainwaker for what feels like forever. All they needed to do is kind of throw themselves into the bomb site. Obviously, they don't know that there's just 2 players there and 2 outside main, but Eclot, not the easiest of retakes, certainly not, but just the eco here from Dynamo Eclot 500. Not only taking the lead now, but they're on the favored side. They've got a really strong chance now to find things on their map selection.
And this was a 6-2 scoreline. It's now looking like it's going to be 8-6 in the favor of 500. Somehow they're going to be the ones in the lead in a game where, yeah, like I said, 6-2 down. Haven't dropped around since. Winning this one cleanly. It's all on Sparthouse. Just his Desert Eagle towards 8.
The big difference, though, is how in this game is how I feel like in that game, the round of 16 against Apogee were also making plenty of mistakes themselves. Whereas here for 500, it seems as though not only are they capitalizing on the missteps that Eclot are showing, very rarely we're seeing a big problem from 500. That's how they were able to level up 6-6. They were able to, you know, deal with this eco very comfortably. Think about the other kind of instance of this round for Eclot. They lost 4 players, allowed these weapons to be retrieved, yet for 500, they keep 5 alive, and yeah, it's looking difficult. And honestly, the decision for Atro to play Devil's Advocate is probably going to work out quite nicely this series, because Eclot are missing the individuals. We're not really seeing that kind of craziness that we expected from the stand-ins of Sparthouse and Kriaz. Fawzi hasn't been the kind of the most electric of Orbers. He's been consistent, finding the odd pick here or there, and he had that round where he got the triple, but no one's stepping up massively for Eclot, yet we're having Rainwaker 16 and 7, Cirque 13 and 5. A real positive performance from those two.
I mean, I am still looking at this game thinking if Ancient does go the way of 500, which I honestly thought there's a good chance that that is the case. I still think Ancient is, sorry, Anubis go the way of 500. I still think Ancient's going to be a map that Eclot are going to feel pretty comfortable on. And Mirage is a really interesting one if we do get there, because neither team have the greatest win rates, but both teams do actually look to pick it as their pick a decent amount of time. It's sort of both of their sort of second options if their main map gets banned. So Mirage is going to be a really interesting decider between these two, which I do actually think we are going to get to if this one goes the way of 500.
See, it's interesting. See, don't get me wrong, Ancient for Eclot is really good, and obviously from what we've seen from 500, it has been a little bit disappointing. But look, why don't we have a look at some of the teams that they've lost to on Ancient? Yes, okay, it's 1 out of 7 rounds that they've lost. Obviously 500, they're going to sweep this round away as it's just these final 2 players saving. But they lost in a close fashion to Spirit Academy. That went the distance. Close fashion to Ents. Obviously, they got battered by Gamer Legion and Big. But for 500, these are teams that maybe a little bit out of their orbit. I don't want to say that Big and Gamer Legion are teams that, you know, they can't beat. But come on, this is a different weight class between 500 and obviously Gamer Legion. So, look, the Ancient's not great, but I think they could do it on Ancient. We could see a 2-0 here for maybe the team you would least expect.
I would be very impressed if 500 could do that.
I think
Spardos going down beforehand as well. There's just a one weapon being saved. Doesn't really feel like you can go for the full investment anymore. You could have seen Spardos and Detour both drop over, and then maybe just still have MBQ on an MP9 with the rest of the team on M4s. But with it only being the one rifle being brought across, it's just going to have to be the half-540 going to want to bring out this AWP. But double digits could be found, and what a turnaround this has to be for 500. Looked a little bit down and out at times on their own map, but no. Keep on battling. Look, this is an experienced roster. I think that goes without saying. There's a lot of players who have been at some big events, won some big things, and played in the CS scene most impressively for a very, very long time.
Flashbang's not great, but Red Star can find. Oxygen's here as well. Forzy going to be backing up. Honestly, this might sound a bit weird. I actually think it's quite good that both those players didn't save. I think actually the only chance that Eclot have to win this CT side is get Forzy on the AWP. It would have been another instance where weapons are saved. Forzy can't bring out the AWP, but the rest of the team can get rifles and he can get one as well. So I think if Eclot actually want to win this game and want to come back and show signs of strength on the CT side, I think a lot of the work is going to actually have to come from Forzy's AWP. Nice second here from MBQ. Oh, nice find, sorry, from MBQ.
Big kill from Oxygen, though, to draw the rotations. And in fact, they actually rotate thinking it is just this lurk. And just going to be this hit out towards B. MBQ might be able to catch off Rainwaker, but no, he gets the one up on him. And Krios just with the 5-7. Double digits going to be found from 500. And so impressive. 6-2 down. Haven't dropped around since 8 in a row from them.
Yeah, look, it's not quite to the level of what we saw them play against Amcal. But 500, they are looking quite persuasive here. You know, Rainwaker's having a stormer of a game. 19 and 7.
I mean, here's the thing. Look, you're hoping that these guys do step up in map number 2 as well. You know, it feels like there's too many series where you see a few players really go above and beyond in the first map, and then you move over to the second or even the third, and it's the same names. You're just not really seeing it to the same degree. I think if 500 can rely on players like Rainwaker and Zerk, and the fact we haven't even talked about Red Star sort of being that one of the higher performing players on this roster. I mean, I believe he's the top performing player in the last 3 months, and yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, 1.11, I want to say.
But if you can have sort of this core of the team on Ancient as well, I mean, that is where things do get a little bit worrying. There are sometimes games where I do watch Cirque and wish he would be a little bit more advanced with that AWP. Haven't actually seen a huge amount of AWPs in hand for him recently, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like you highlighted, feels like the game's become a lot more rifle dominated. Even if you're a AWPer, you've got to be able to play with a rifle, otherwise there's going to be some big issues.
Well, look, I'm not saying that both these players aren't going to be bringing out the AWP as much. I just feel like they're both really passive AWPers. Not to take
Which honestly does kind of lend itself to a map like Ancient.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not easy to go for early kills. It's not easy to find openers. There are a couple of ways that you can, of course, like there are on every map. But you can get punished and shut down quite a bit from it. So a lot of the time you are a little bit more of just that sort of supportive player, posted up on an angle, getting this information. You might be looking to flash your teammates in if there is an execute. And
damage was taken.
has DC. Yeah, it looks like it can be a bit of a round restart. It might be.
Unless if Spellan took any damage himself.
I mean, type it in chat. Everyone's moving to spawn. It does look like it is going to end up being this round restart. It's a bit unfortunate the Spellan DCs from the server here.
Honestly, we're so used to technical issues. I feel like it was about time, right?
I mean, yeah, like it is just a part of the game that you end up seeing in online CS. I'm afraid. I say online CS, esports in general. It feels even LAN events. Yeah, you've got the same issues.
I feel like the issues you have at LAN as well. I feel like there's probably less tech pauses, but if there is a tech pause, it's a long old one. There's something's gone really wrong. My favorite thing about when you have tech issues on LAN is when you have like the pit crew monitor change kind of thing. I always find
sometimes full PC changes.
Yeah.
Which is pretty mad. So you've got to wait a little while for everyone to get their config and their settings all in place.
Exactly.
But yeah, luckily never anything normally that extreme online. Normally sort of mouse, TeamSpeak, internet, things like that.
My favorite one to spill the water on the keyboard.
Oh, you know it's been a long series when the bathroom breaks are being called. Yeah. And you're like, sort of, well, you can't blame them. We are in 4th overtime now.
Are we thinking 500 take this? They should do, right?
Anubis, look, they haven't shown any signs of slowing down since that initial streak. It feels like some of those mistakes that 500 were able to pounce on and capitalize on that Eclot were making. It feels like that sort of just sparked something within them, as well as sort of just maybe had a little bit of a knocking confidence for Eclot as well. As look, they're certainly not performing to the same level that we were expecting after that initial streak. And I think with the rounds really moving over to 500 or 40 now, it feels like on a map that, like I said, I've seen good things from them. I think this is one of the few maps that, even though they've got like that 33% win rate in the last few months, it is still one of the maps I'm reasonably confident every time I do see them play. It's normally when we move into the other maps that I start to get a little bit worried about what we are going to see from them. But look, sometimes you can win. Look, you can win a game off of individuals. You can win a map quite easily off of just players popping off. So, like I said, I think if you do have these guys stepping up, Oxygen's not had a bad game either. He had a lot of impact for so many of his kills, so many of his rounds being one of this guy. And if you've got these players and sort of Spellan pulling the strings, it does feel like if Eclot don't really have those individuals, like you said, that able to really go toe-to-toe with 500, that's where there's a couple of worrying signs for Ancient. I still think Mirage is going to be a competitive one if we do get there. But I think important thing for Eclot, get a couple of your players warmed up before map number 2 at least. Because it does feel like this is the signs are starting to point towards 500 to take map number 1. I mean, I say the signs. There's a pretty big sign of that 8-round streak from 500.
Yeah, 9 out of the last 10.
Yeah, exactly. And that feels like... But this game initially started really poorly from 500. Look, they win the pistol round. Instantly get force buyed on. Instantly lose that one. Start to see the full buys go in the way of Eclot. And to be honest, those full buys were pretty one-sided. It was kind of a couple of kills towards the end of the round that made sort of the kills look a little bit more evenly split. But it felt like we were just seeing 500 save. But look, that's not necessarily a bad thing. They were just trying to keep they were keeping the economy low on Eclot. They were saving their weapons until eventually they started to find that formula. So they were pretty quickly able to reset the money of Eclot, pretty quickly able to turn things around at the end of that first half, and always seemingly have weapons in play. Barely saw any eco, barely saw any half buys even from 500. Always just about had enough money to get a buyout, and that really helped them in that comeback.
Yeah, just got word it was a PC reset. But Spellan has rejoined, so seemingly he will be back into the action shortly.
And typing in chat, probably making sure everyone's ready before we see that timer tick down. I mean, look, maybe this tech issue, tech pause, whatever you want to call it, honestly, as long as it can give Eclot just a bit of time maybe to settle the nerves, bit of time just to sort of take a breather, look, get out of the action for a moment and just have sort of a few minutes just to breathe, just to think. Moments like this can be a big change in momentum sometimes, and I think it can also just give Eclot a bit of time just to settle in this one. Look, you're in the quarterfinal for a reason. You deserve to be here. Show us why now.
Yeah, look, I think obviously we touched upon it in that round of 16 game. I think already Eclot, this has been a real positive kind of Series 3 for them, right? They got themselves out the Swiss stage, and we kind of mentioned how that could have been a difficulty for them. The victory against Apogee after the events that they've played in, and obviously the kind of positives they've had against some top-tier teams. So I think already Eclot can take positives away from it, but it's the fact that they seemingly do seem to kind of stammer in these series, and they do seem to get the early victories, and maybe it's kind of confidence turning to complacency. I'm not too sure, but expectations for Eclot here are quite low on Anubis, as not only are we struggling to see the individuals stepping up, but it's missed decisions that's also costing them.
Yeah, not quite there with the timer ticking down yet. Solution's not quite found, so maybe it could be a bit more of a pressing issue that we're finding on our hands. I mean, who do you think is the standout player for everyone to keep their eye on at home for Eclot? Look, I mean, Forzy's always going to be up there in terms of individuals, isn't he? But it does feel like it kind of depends on the series in terms of at times. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's always going to have impact with the Zorp, even if he's not the leading man. I think that happened in the series yesterday. But while we're having this time to take down, who else do you think for players to look for at home?
Honestly, I think for Ancient, I think it's going to be Spardaus. On that T side, he just looked absolutely ridiculous yesterday. And I think the kind of the freedom and space that he was able to take on that T side of Ancient really gave Eclot a lot of positives to kind of take away, and it gave them so much advantage, not only in just the kills department, but yes, I'd probably look at Spardaus to be that difference maker. Don't get me wrong, Dieter's lurks can work really nicely on a map like Ancient, where I feel like a lot of teams over-rotate, especially towards the B-bomb site, could capitalize. But yeah, I'd probably go Spardaus.
Let's see if he can even have any impact towards the end of Anubis, because the map's never over until it's over.
No,
always still chances, even though Eclot are on this more difficult side, even though facing down the barrel of what could even be a 9-round streak from 500 if they're successful here.
Very quick execute here. They kind of take control of middle. Forzy's now going to feel a bit isolated. And pressure coming his way. Does well to get one there. MBQ still towards A main. There's a flash here on Red Star. Rainwaker just holding. Gun barrel spotted, and Spardaus can find him. If he had an AK in that position, he doesn't get spotted there. It's the silencer of the barrel that costs him, and now the steps are going to be heard. Red Star gets one. Seemingly not aware of Spardaus, but he will look back for seconds. Kriaz' elevated angle can find two, and it's Red Star in a 1 versus 3. Can't even find the first as Spardaus eliminates. Kriaz has a defuse kit. So round found by Eclot. Important stuff there.
Yeah, got close at times, but It felt like just that brief tech timeout, the brief moment where I think Eclot can just try to weather the storm sort of mentally a bit. Well, they found their successes, and even though it was even for a large portion of that round, Eclot do come out on top, and great double towards Heaven from Kriaz as well. Really did turn that round on its head. As soon as those two players go down, Red Star can't really do anything to delay, like probably the 3v3 that they could have looked to do, just sort of delay a bit for that bomb. But yeah, Red Star needed to find the frags, and just too many, not enough time. Forzy opening kill onto Spellan. This is more like it from Eclot now.
Yeah, Sparthouse just got the flash ready. Smoke now dropped. Really know why he's opted to send that flash there and then. It was no indication from 500 that they were going to push through that smoke. Maybe a bit of pressure for Sparthouse. Molly and nade combination. Rainwaker just tucked away behind. Timing on that nade could be nice. Chipping down now. It is going to be this B play. Sparthouse passive. Forzy on the back of the bomb site with the AWP maneuvers. Forzy gets a second, but Rainwaker finding. It keeps him alive in this round. But Forzy again. Huge find there. Kriaz through the smoke can find Oxygen. And now it's all on Cirque. But what a round from Forzy.
Bomb can be retrieved in the smoke before it fades, but Cirque's waited a while, so the T's are going to know the bomb's still here. That's right, the CT's going to know. And Cirque's position now 100% confirmed. Yeah, great haul from Forzy there. Good rotations as well from Kriaz to be able to support his teammate on that bomb site. But amongst all the chaos, Forzy's AWP does thrive.
Obviously, every time 500 got a kill, it seemed like Forzy was ready to strike back, and whether he's getting a trade, whether he's finding a pick towards B main. Excellent there. And now, 500, they should be able to invest in the next. Rainwaker can drop over an AK. And buy one. Cirque can obviously drop a Galil. Spellan himself can buy. So, won't be any issues here for 500, apart from maybe that Galil. Obviously, Oxygen could invest in that Galil himself. So, 500, they've certainly got an opportunity to invest here.
Scoreline getting closer now, though, and yeah, it does feel like just that slight break has definitely took a bit of the wind out of the sails of 500 here.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But maybe still a bit more action to be had on Ancient, but look, 500, they're still on the favoured side of this map. They've still got weapons out. It'll be if they end up losing this round here, though, that's when we can see Eclot, that's when we should see Eclot level up this game, as Money's not going to be in a good spot. And look, might even be able to get kick off map number 1 with a bit of overtime.
Yeah, potentially. I think 500, they're still in the advantage, but if they lose this round, that's where we start to question Forzy getting really aggressive here. These steps are going to be heard. The intel is that. Bardhouse tucked away here towards Canals. Oxygen taking a timing, but Dieter's got that information. He'll know it's the bomb as well. Forzy rotating in. Oxygen finding Dieter. Missed shot there from Forzy. He has escaped onto, or deeper towards Temple. Utility limited here for 500. They got one more smoke, but MBQ's nade. Excellent. There's still 2 mollies, 3 flashes here. Sparthouse going to send said Molotov now. Bit of a miss molly there. Spellan can still stay tucked in. Oh, but even with that miss, Molly Sparthouse can find him. 2 versus 4 now. As said, there's a lot of utility here. Smoke towards A main. Flashbang coming through, but Cirque elevated can find. The Molotov gonna force it off the angle. Cirque find through the smoke. Red Star as well. And MBQ's now in the disadvantage scenario. Spotted off the bomb, limited time, no chance for the round. How have 500 won that?
I mean, look, we always see the smoke down towards the B main. Always feels like it just allows really easy chances for a player to be spammed through, but it's difficult to get the spams back. Look, all you need to know is look at where that bomb is roughly planted and just spam away and hope. Whereas they've got to know sort of exactly whereabouts you're playing from. It was really tricky there. As Eclot, they did so much work, Sparthouse in particular, initially finding the first player towards Canals, able to get an E-box, wins that trade there onto Spellan as well. And he really felt like the instigator of that round. If he didn't find the kill onto Red Star, I want to say it was, I think we see it safe.
The worst thing about that round as well is they didn't have a smoke going into the retake. It was picked up off the floor. Obviously, they could have smoked the bomb and it would have been a better decision. But as well, if they just don't smoke B main, if they don't have that piece of utility, it would have been a tap of the bomb, it would have been a swing, there would have been trades, it would have been the round going the way of Eclot. It's so unfortunate, but these fine margins, we brought them up yesterday. Certainly going to be talking about them today.
Oh, there really was a lot of them yesterday, and I think today's going to have a number of moments like that as well, but 500, they finally do deny Eclot finding 9, and what should have probably been them finding 10 as well, as it would have broke the finances of 500. Just 2 rounds away now from taking their map selection. Util towards E-box. Spellam might get sent in here. Another flashbang is on Cirque, but they're going to be peeking into Cirque instead. He's peeking with the AWP.
Timing on the nades good. Spelland down to 42 points of health. Triple B setup currently for Eclot. Rainwaker might look to take some space here towards A. Could just cut ties. MBQ aggressing. Rainwaker fine. Red Star takes down Kriaz. It's now a 3 versus 5 within a blink of an eye. Daitor, though, just playing on the edge of the smoke, can find Spelland. Red Star could be found as well, though. Timing looks good, but Oxygen finds and Rainwaker as well. 3 versus 1. Forsey just going to need to save this AWP to give a chance in the next. But the next could be the last. As 500, they've got 4 chances to close out this first map.
It's another multi-kill from Red Star. He's had 7 multi-kills this game so far. He's had so many huge rounds that have really turned the tide. That's another one there. 2 kills from him in total. But it's the initial opener out towards B. Got cracks open that bomb site for the taking. And Forsey just has to save this AWP. And with money in a bit more of an awkward spot with just a 2.9k loss bonus, I don't really think Eclot have any option but just a save, but just half buy. Sorry, they are forced until the end though.
Well, it is the end.
I thought it was 11. That's my mistake. I thought they got 11, but obviously that's a map point.
Yeah. Look, we've all done it. The round wasn't actually over yet.
You know what? I would be very. See, I was playing the long game.
Eco for 13, it's already overtime. Yeah, I like it.
I sort of meant just look, half buy, so you get more money.
For when you've already lost the game.
For when you win the half buy. But look, Eclot, they're not confident in their own ability like I was. So they've gone for the force buy.
Honestly, Charlie, I'll allow it. You spent, what, 7 years playing CSGO? 16? You're used to 16.
10 years now.
So, yeah, you're used to 16. Well, it's been a couple of years of CS2 now.
True, yeah.
So, look, sometimes we make a slip up, right? It's first to 16, yeah?
I do actually still miss MR15, but I'm not going to pretend that's the excuse. Yeah, completely thought that was 11 for 500, but of course, that's them finding 12. I mean, it's still a die now, though, for the CT side. They have to make this work. Not a lot of util. They got 1 flashbang remaining. We're at the minute mark.
This was a 6-2 scoreline for Eclot. It's now 12-8 in favour of 500.
Looks like he's going to end with this finish towards A. Canals getting pressured. Timing could be everything here. Someone Is there anyone having a look here at all? Oxygen is here in the middle and could peek out and take down Sparthouse. Will do so. Oxygen doubles down. Kriaz falls as well. Gets this information that Veto is flanking back through canals as well. But MBQ, they should know that it is MBQ alone here towards A.
Especially with Dieter steps. Oxygen now to get crunched in on. Dieter spamming, but Oxygen finding. There's a slight gap in the smoke. MBQ so low, and a Mac 10 for Cirque. He switched to a Mac 10 from the AWP because he knew that MBQ was low. And 500, they do find themselves such a great finish there. They find that map, that victory, an excellent performance there from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, massive result, exactly what they needed. Completely turn things around on their map selection of Anubis. But, Astro, we've had you get into what's that game. We've had you get into sort of wait by the wayside now. Why don't you sort of bring over to the highlights and break that one down for us and exactly how things fell apart there for Eclot so heavily?
In many ways, boys, thank you so much. It was a great breakdown of what you guys kind of presented upon throughout this entire first map. I'm just going to go a little bit into detail, but there's not really that much more to do because you've already mentioned it was kind of just a game of mistakes coming through from Eclot, right? Time and time again, we're taking a look on down. Let's see if we can actually pop the highlights on here and actually figure out a couple of these rounds because there were a bunch of mistakes coming throughout there for the Eclot side. It was not only Red Star having a huge game, but of course, as we mentioned it time and time again, Rainwaker, what an insane game he's had as well. Opening duels time and time again. He had 5 over 2, winning them a lot of rounds. I think every single time he had an opening duel and managed to win it, he won the round. He had 7 multi-frags coming through the entire map. And there we go. We can actually take a look at a couple of these as well. Starting off at the very beginning, though, I do want to break it down from the pistol rounds, right? We're talking about it. I mean, you guys were talking about it at the very beginning, how Eclot had a huge start, right? It was 500 working their way back up, and they had to come back into this first half. It was 5-1. Dynamo Eclot managed to win out pistol. 500 managed to win out the pistol. They get force bought into. They bring it on back. It's Dynamo Eclot to take 5-1, and then we have a close half, right? 500 are bringing their way back. It's that Sisyphus build that 500 just try to take the toughest path into the win as possible. That kind of phase style of play. But it still does work out. And into the second half as we go, they seem like a completely different team. Mistakes don't get made anymore. It's the pistol rounds to really just work out here for 500 again to get them that bonus, that leg up. And remember at the 10-6 mark here, right after this round, we had a pretty big break. So Eclot were able to actually talk it out a little bit. And with the help of Kriaz, managed to finally bring through another comeback attempt. But it was still not enough. Forzy had some really nice moments. The AWP again, though, we've been talking about it time and time again, too passive to really be a playmaker. So he wasn't enough to bring it back down, and 500 at the end of the day did manage to break it out in a 13-8 fashion. However, this was their own map pick. So jumping into the next game out here, it is going to be Ancient. It is going to be the map pick coming throughout here for Eclot. And as we've talked time and time again, this one should be going the Czech side, right? This one should be easily taken over by Eclot, and we go on over to a third map. However, Mirage is not going to be that straightforward, and I don't even know if we're going to get to Mirage, because as the boys were saying, I chose Devil's Advocate for a reason, and I think while at the very beginning of this best of 3, yeah, sure, I was kind of just going for it just to have some backing for 500 as well. Now I do truly believe that they can still run up with this sort of momentum, and if Eclot don't have a big change, if the Eclot don't start playing a different sort of game, if we don't get to see other people in the server start working really well with Forzy to try to get through this map, then I think this can end the 2-0 out here in the quarterfinals for 500. We're going to figure it out on the server, though. We've got a little bit of a break, and then it's going to be that second map coming right back up for you guys to figure out how the best of 3 is going to go. And we are back at it, ladies and gentlemen, here with the second map ready to go and play. We did see 500 manage to come back from that first half after what we just broke down was a quote-unquote game of mistakes coming through from Eclot. Now, hopefully, the second map of their own map pick shouldn't be as full of them as we have managed to find on the first. Fred, though, onto the first one here, we did get to see you actually look on down towards Eclot here and point out a couple of mistakes coming through for Anubis. Do you think the same could be said about Ancient? We talked about it being a bit more puggy.
Yeah, look, I think the individuals were really lacking for Eclot. We saw some moments from players like Forzy, that B-bomb side defense where he gets the triple, and there was a triple kill that he got on the T side as well. And I think Forzy did show signs of life. The difficulty is Spardaus was really struggling, same with Dita, same with Kriaz, MBQ. I feel like his rating probably a little bit inflated from the fact that he got an ace in the second round to give them that stint of success. So I think when you look at a lot of what Eclot did on that early portion, I was really impressed. It looked really good, and then they just fell off a cliff. And I think for 500, a team that we talk about play with so much confidence, the fact that they are now moving to Ancient, yes, it's not been their best map, and it's been probably one of their worst. In fact, they're going to be moving into it with a lot of confidence. They had the individuals stepping up. They had all the pieces to find a map victory. And honestly, I think they could do it here on Ancient. I'm sure Eclot are going to have to show something else. Whether it's enough is the question.
Okay, well, now it comes down to you, Charlie, though. We take a look on down to this Ancient, and we say, okay, maybe Eclot should take it. It's their own map pick. They've played it way more times than 500 have. And if they can bring this one back, how do we feel then about Mirage? Like, who needs to step up to get us to Mirage? And then once we get there, do you believe Eclot could still grind this way back?
And I technically do see a world where maybe 500 could still take Ancient, to be fair. The teams that they have played on it recently have been pretty top teams, like Ent, Spirit Academy, Passion UA, Ent, Game Legion, Big, and then another game from Ent. Like these are good teams. These teams that I don't think 500 fans will be too disappointed they ended up losing to. So we haven't really got to see them play against a side like Eclot. But I think on Eclot, players that do need to step up. I agree Spardaus and I agree Kriaz. These two guys actually, since sort of coming into this roster again for Kriaz, they have actually been pretty big players despite their sort of roles in the team being stand-ins. I think we've got to see more from Forzy on the AWP. I think that goes without saying. We did get to see that round there on the B-bomb site where he had tons of impact. He found sort of back-to-back opening kills on the 2 rounds that we ended up seeing. Eclot ended up bringing back to make it at least 8 from 6. And Forzy was a pretty instrumental part of both of that. I do think it's challenging for an all-pro Ancient, though, at times. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be easy. But I'm probably going to say 2 of the stand-ins as well as Dita. I want to see this guy getting more action. He's had so many big games recently, so much impact, that I do think he's got to be one of these players that we're looking towards. I mean, I'm looking versus Betclick. He was one of the top players. Yeah. I think you've got to dig deep and dig your heels in if you've got to be able to take down 500 here.
100%, but he's not going to be the only one. As we are jumping into this second map of the best of 3, we've got to figure out the rest of Eclot as well, if they can still stand up, if they can find themselves in the server here a little bit better at least than the first map, because we are jumping immediately into it. Boys, have fun and take it away.
Yeah, look, I think for 500, the last 3 months or so on this map have been pretty dire. Spanning back to the middle of March, that's when they've gone on that kind of hefty loss streak, losing 7 out of their last 8 games here on Ancient. When you look beforehand, kind of back to CCT Season 2 and kind of Series 20 and stuff like that, the Ancient was a lot better. And I know there's been a roster change, and I know there has been those changes, but I do think we need to say that Ancient, it isn't just the fact that 500 are poor on this map. It's the fact that they've had a bad run of form. It's been kind of a real bad patch of games, and I think we do need to take that into account. It's not as though they really struggle on this map overall. It's just been a bad bit of form. So certainly the opportunity here, but nice find from Spardaus. Gives them that leveled up playing field. Bomb can go down now, and Red Star finding MBQ creates some interest in this round. He was the flank towards A main. Bit of a spam. No one on the bomb site, though. And Oxygen backing away. Steps can be heard, realizing that all 3 players now in Donut. No defuse kit, though. Dita gets 1. Spardaus trying to find Red Star. The defuse is going to be tough, and Spardaus insta-kill that. There is this flank still from Oxygen. Rainwaker, Oxygen has got to find a kill soon. We'll take down Forzy and Oxygen. Now Spardaus seems isolated. 3 kills found though from Spardouse, and he's just playing a bit of a running race here. Oxygen having to get the reload in. Round will go the way of Eclot though.
Yeah, Oxygen needed one of those plays on the bomb site to actually be able to find some success towards Donut. Like, he ends up finding 3 kills in that round, but it's all the side players just going down for nothing. It was kicked off by Oxygen finding the opening kill of the round. Cirque getting pressured with the dual Berettas, while in Donut, this time certainly not finding that 4K that he had on the initial pistol. There's a lot of options in that round, it has to be said for 500, but only Oxygen really able to meet up with the task. Second round force, but I don't think this is as much of a surprise as it used to be, as it's certainly seen a lot of investments like this nowadays, and the force coming through from 500, they want to instantly do what Eclot did to them in the first map.
Yeah, a couple Mac 10s in play here. Should come at a cost. What a stack. It's a quad A stack here. Spellan just left defending the B-bomb site alone. MBQ will go down though.
And the rotation's over towards B now. I mean, the smokes are coming over, but the rotation's already started beforehand. In fact, peeking towards middle. I think Prius has been spotted. Goes down for nothing. 5 versus 3. No defuse get again. So can't be a retake where we see 500 take too much time on this one.
Honestly, I'd love to see the 5 SMGs just go from the same point, the same access point, and just swarm. The bomb's already 1/3 tick. They need to hurry things up massively, and Dieter can get a kill. Rainwaker as this lurk force. He's been spotted down towards deep ramp. The CTs need to hurry things along now. Spellan needs to tap the bomb. They need to force a fight. They need to give a reason for the peak. Spellan will get that one. Rainwaker, though, he's got the information on Spardouse's position. Cirque will find. I believe there's enough time for the defuse. So 500. What a bounce back. What a response. But it's those 2 opening kills that make this round possible.
Yeah, as soon as Spellan finds his kill, instantly gets on the bomb. It's just a player in cave, and it's well played there between the 2 remaining players. Got himself crunched at an angle, and there's no way that Spellan can get spammed down unless sort of these 2 players just stop holding the angle, and that's never going to happen. Protect the president there. And like I said, instant force back. Got themselves a couple of upgraded weapons being bought across. Money's looking reasonably decent for them. And interestingly, just an eco from Eclot. The bomb plants really helped them out in that regard to even be able to make this eco possible. Forzy is still going to have a weak 5, but it's going to be the rest of the team that can invest.
Cirque with a triple. Rainwaker rotating in as well. But there was the MP9 on Spellan. No real money advantage in that one, but 5 survivors, no bomb plant either for Eclot. There will be limitations seen, but 500, they bounce back nicely.
I mean, that's the thing, look, going for this eco instead of the force by wall, it is going to mean we've got Galils, everyone was sitting on around 4K, apart from 40, was slightly below. So look, we still got rifles in play, we still got guns that can really contest with 500. But it is definitely an interesting call to make the eco rather than the force. Spellan. That's a good idea of it. 5-7 not quite hitting the mark though.
Do you think Spellan's doing that as a bait? Shoot with a 5-7, then switch to the MP9 in time?
I mean, it could be, yeah. Certainly could have maybe a chance of that, but look, I think they're going to be aware that 500 has probably better weapons than 5-7.
Information gathered for Cirque. He now can look to claim this space in mid. Timing on the nade, just softening ever slightly. Rotations now seen. Red Star is here, same with Oxygen. The bomb site somewhat contained from Eclot, but minimal utility now could be costly. Red Star systematically tapping and peeking. Forzy will get the kill, but Cirque does a lot of damage. MBQ in a great position to find Rainwaker, and it's all on the MP9 of Spellan. A 1 versus 4 now. He's been spotted, but he finds his first. Spardouse aggressing. Spellan could retrieve a rifle now if he chooses to. There's one drop behind him. MBQ on a flank. Spellan seems aware of it. Reload now needed. MBQ tapping. Oh.
Yeah, timing slightly goes against Spellan there, but MBQ just taking the shot at the barrel of the gun. Does give up that information, but Spellan needs to be wary. He is trapped, so this kind of round you may as well go for just because there is no escape. Reaches to the 5-7 after finding Sparthouse. Teammates slightly other round. Spellan will find one, but MBQ just about gets there in time, and it's around that's certainly going to be damaging to the economy of Eclot. It can be a reinvestment again from 500, but nice attempt there from Spellan in the 1 versus 4 to bring it down to the 1v1. Could have been a round where Eclot are going to be more than happy in terms of building up a lot of money, but instead just reduced to 1 player being able to bring over the gun in the next. So again, Galil's being purchased. Whereas it's a perfect buy this time around for 500. Got Cirque on the AWP.
We are going to be seeing middle taken here now from Eclot. See the advantage go the way of 500 here. Oh, Red Star. This could be a perfect bait. Daitel will find the kill, though. No issues there. No funny business going on. Oxygen's in a good position here. He's just smoked off Donut, realizing he's heard these steps towards main. Forzy. If Forzy goes down here, this is the bomb, and this is where the round comes really tough. Oxygen will go clearing, will go finding as well, and now the 2 Ts are going to have to make their way towards A main. We need to see a rotation. I don't love the fact that he's jiggling here while on low HP. Especially with the timings of his jiggles. Oh, but Dieter gives that up as he sends the shots flying. 30 seconds on the clock. They do have enough time to head their way towards B.
Yeah, it's going to be tense though, and Spellan surely going to start to get this realization reasonably soon, especially if Util probably going to be thrown out reasonably soon. But 15 seconds and the T's are going to get there before Spellan even realizes. They're going to play this on the retake. There is the fuse kits in play this time around. Oh, it's a really aggressive stance from the T's.
This could be insane. I don't think they're going to be ready for MBQ, though, but the trades are good. They will find victory here. 500 reclaim the lead. It's a nice attempt, honestly, from the 2 players, especially with them being low. We didn't see an HE grenade on MBQ. If he sent that at the right time, that could have changed the round massively. But 500, they will find victory again. And with the bomb plant, once again, it seems like Eclot could just opt for an eco when most teams would have to force.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It is a great idea from Eclot to look to fight in that way, but you are kind of wishing that one of the CTs went towards middle instead, probably. As 500, they play that round out purely off of fundamentals, basically. It's let's trade. Let's just get the trade on point and you'll win the round. And that's exactly what they ended up doing. Trading was good enough. They won with the man advantage and allowed that bomb to be defused and 500, like you said, to reclaim the lead. MBQ finding Spellan there.
Cirque now under pressure, but he's able to find 2 there with the AWP. Oxygen's rotated in as well. Cirque, okay, maybe needed a bit of a helping hand as Rainwaker will find. Oxygen gets his second in that round, but 500, they do extend the lead once again. 4-2 scoreline here. Obviously, we know that most teams do prefer the T side of Ancient, yet 500 within the last couple months, it has been their CT side that's kind of helped these scorelines look a little bit less drastic.
And I mean, we'll get to see if they can one-up themselves this time around. Cirque's looking pretty hot on this AWP. You got Oxygen and Rainwaker again. All these guys that we said need to have a good first, need to have a good second map that had a good first map, and they're all up here. Great HG grenade there onto Forzy. Another HE grenade actually chipping down at MBQ as well. This is a very aggressive stance from the CTs here at Ramp. Oxygen finds the first. Can just back away, but why back away when you can double up yourself? Fella not actually going for the trade onto 4Z.
Cirque's in a great position, though. Oh, he gets overlooked, but the kill's still found. Sparthouse now aggressing. Red Star, important find here. I don't mind this approach, but with Spallan taking space towards Ramp, this could go quite wrong, in fact, for 500. Cirque. Molly in elbow, and we will see the swing from 4Z through the flames, but 4Z goes down now, and Sparthouse will go into the clutches of Spallan. Fifth now found for 500, and with an eco impending, it could be a sixth. Things are getting a little bit out of hand here for Eclot, we have to say.
I definitely don't think there's too much danger to be had just yet. I mean, we saw what 500 did when Eclot ended up having that 6-2 scoreline. So there's always going to be time for the teams to bring themselves back into it, but it probably needs to be on their next full buy. A tactical pause here probably being used for this round as well as their next investment. That Kree has 0 kills. One of the players that I did say I feel like need to see step up, need to see stand tall in this affair, and right now having a bit of a tricky time. But that being said, no one's exactly setting a world of light for the T's here. Not to the same extent that certain individuals on 500 are, at least. So cool to head towards A with just a bit of presence being made on B. Bomb is here on these A players. Could see player in middle get caught out, but Red Star is able to back away. 1-for-1 trade initially. Red Star will find the kill, and the CZs are happy to give up this bomb plant. Dynamo swinging on the Sir, but a flick gives the 2-man advantage now to the CT side, as Donut and A main is where these players reside. 4Z's making the full wrap around to Donut. No one's coming from middle though, so 4Z's not going to get a free kill there.
Yeah, systematic on this retake here of 500. They've spotted MBQ as well. MBQ goes for the swing. No one quick enough to trade here. MBQ can find another. What is going on? 500. They seem near certain that there's a player towards Big Box. There will be enough time for the defuse, but
I mean, if Spellman went down, if Ozzy was able to get the trade, he was sadly just the one sort of few players that weren't armored, so it was pretty easy for Spellman to find. But Spellman wasn't far off going down. If Ozzy does get the instant headshot, Shirk's 1 HP in a 1v1. Yeah, trading really poor then, considering I praised the trading of that retake a couple of rounds ago. That's a far cry from it, but it's still around a victory, and it's still a successful one, but should have been one that they probably could have kept quite a few bodies alive. 6-2 is the score. Eclot back on the full investment, and out towards mid quickly. Drop down towards ramp. As it looks like the T's are possibly lining up for this B execute. They've got no space out towards A, no space out towards mid. Still time for them to rotate off though, but with a disadvantage, this map starts to get a bit worrying when you don't have that control. Cirque is peeking into 4Z and posted up with the orb. Nice and easy for 4Z, not missing a shot like that. Speller now flanking, but 3 defenders here towards B. Is how successful is this execute gonna be? And when Oxygen's looking the wrong way, it looks pretty damn easy.
Yeah, look, Oxygen's just turning from ramp flashes that never come. Obviously, with that molly towards the right-hand side, it's not as though he can get any assistance. So Seemingly, it will be the third now found for Eclot. Already, we're seeing a bit of a hunt come through from Kriaz. Spellan, surely to go down here. Completely overlooking of Kriaz's angle. Spellan's got full utility and an AK. I understand he might want to take some weaponry away, but players like Rainmaker are going to struggle to invest in the next.
I mean, honestly, it just looked like a bit of misinformation. Oxygen was holding towards ramp, but just not ready for players to just be able to push out of cave. And I feel like maybe the fact that the Molotov was forcing one of the CT's back wasn't relayed over to him. And he assumed his teammates were posted up on that angle because he went down for free. It should not have been the case. There are 3 defenders on the bomb site. And the whole falls apart that easily. When you've got Spellan on the flank, you know it's going to be a hit towards B. You've got to do better than that. But we have to say, necessary round for Eclot to be able to win. Big concern about the scoreline initially, but bringing that one back, if they are able to double up here, you were already highlighted. Money's not in a good spot for 500.
Yeah, look, I think it's a bit of a missed decision. Obviously, it's all conditioned on the fact that Kriaz has already made that kind of run there to the right-hand side. If Kriaz hadn't done that, Red Star could have had Spellan could have had a lot of information, taken plenty of weapons away. He still had a molly, still had an HE grenade that could have been sent towards ramp, and that's where we're praising the play. But
oh, I love this from Spellan. Instantly hits, plays back away from cave, and he takes the time on himself. We'll find one at least.
Yeah, great find there. This round's conditioned on whether Red Star can hold off and find Daitor. Flashbang in Temple. Red Star not quick enough to turn from it. Daitor still here towards Big Box. Bit of a spam coming through from Oxygen. Cirque now posting up. Red Star looks as though he wants to creep on out, being held by MQ. Missed shots here, but Cirque, a great setup there between Cirque and Red Star. They knew that Daitor would kind of be forced to swing and look to get the trade, and disadvantage now are Eclot. Spellan retaking through A main. We'll be able to clear this angle now, and there should be the realization that these finals players are to be towards the bomb site and towards Donut. Oxygen so delayed here on his approach. Finally, steps are made, but Oxygen can find. He's the one with the kit, though. Fawzi out in the open. There's nothing that really can be done. Is there enough time? Oxygen is just saying to his teammate there, why are you defusing? This is such an unnecessary risk. I've got the kit. Yes, the defuse comes through, but
I mean, Sergey Oxygen didn't seem all too confident about it.
Look, if that bomb goes off and they lose the round because of it, it just looks really dumb. But doesn't happen, I guess. No issues there.
I mean, yeah, look, exactly. You do go on to blame Spellan, I believe it was, just for not getting off the bomb. Things do look a bit scary, but look, they managed to go on to win the round. No danger there. I was concerned with no utility on the CT side of Fawzi and Donut, but he peeks out, tries to get a kill before the bomb gets tapped, and instead just gets caught out in the open. Spardas with the opening kill this time for the T's. Best scoreline Eclot can hope for at this first half is a 7-5. Tagged down onto Red Star as well. Fawzi takes down Oxygen. Really good start to this round from the C side.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Great response from Eclot, a necessary one. And with Cirque now on the rifle and Red Star posted up towards ramp, Cirque's got a lot of work to do. But again, it's going to be this execute from Cave that's kind of netted a lot of success here from Eclot. Rainmaker, though, will get one. Fawzi finding, but the spam from Kriaz is excellent. Once they throw that utility down, it seems like 500. And for Cirque, he's thinking, okay, well, I'm just going to back myself into this little cubby. I'm going to try and be overlooked and maybe look for a multi-frag. And it's all because the util's being sent. And straight away, the second that util blooms, Kriaz goes for the spam. Because he's kind of been on the other side of that coin. He's been trapped towards Cubby. He's been trapped towards Cave. Towards the bomb site, sorry, when the execute's coming through. And he knows that most players traditionally will try and get themselves into that Cubby. So a great decision to spam there. Timing is excellent. And that's going to be the 4th found from Eclot. And with the money still pretty poor for 500, Eclot could find this 5th. And honestly, I think for Dynamo Eclot, 4 is the lower limit. We talk about, I feel like 4 on most maps, on most sides, you can still make the victory, but 5 will just sweeten the deal and really give them that strong chance.
An important saved weapon at least to be able to make this buy reasonably competitive, able to drop over an M4 to Oxygen. Obviously, he got his saved rifle himself. And it's going to be 500 discussing how they play this round out. Perhaps maybe looking for an early bit of info. Maybe looking for some early fights towards the B lanes. I think in particular when you've got that 5-7, when you've got that SMG in play, it's not a bad decision to try to make.
Are we confident that 500 take this? Are we thinking their CT side is look good enough, or is the jury still out?
Oh yeah, there's no guarantee to this. They had a good first half. But things can fall apart on the second half more than easily enough. Util out towards mid. Rainwaker will get punished throwing that util. Someone forced to drop the smoke and back away, but back away into the bullets, into his death. And the tactical pause for 500, not quite working out. Oxygen deep towards ramp, looking to get a timer through this smoke, but it is basically all this round is on Oxygen now, and just being able to find one. Easy cleanup from Eclot. And yeah, look, it's not far off being an even half. This is by no means over by any stretch of the imagination. And look, we have seen better things on the T side from Eclot, and we've seen better things on the CT side for 500. So in theory, this is both teams' strongest half of this map. But that being said, Eclot do have a pretty decent CT side, whereas what we have seen in the past, at least from 500, it's been pretty poor on their T side. Look, I still think this one's completely up in the air. I think the stats kind of get thrown out the window when you're in the playoffs, when you're in the quarterfinals. It's more what we see on the server, and I think Eclot did enough to bring themselves back into this one, and there's more than enough chance that both teams can still take map number 2 here.
Yeah, look, Red Star's had a bit of a tough time on their CT side. I feel like we know that Red Star is generally going to have better performances on the T sides. You just have to look at that Anubis performance. Obviously went 6-9 in that first half. 12-5 was the top performer on the T side of Anubis for 500. So I think in this second half, this is where Red Star can be a little bit more convincing, or at least you'd hope. As 500, they are kind of in the lead. They've got an opportunity to close out the series 2-0. I think something we do have to say is this second half is going to be so exciting because both teams are on their weaker sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's still all to play for here. This pistol round and seeing a lot of second round force buys, I think even the winner of this isn't necessarily safe. But a decent bit of util being bought out for 500. 2 smokes all right, and a couple of flashbangs as well. And a hit towards B. Cool right now looks decent as it is being solo defended by Daito.
Oh, shots have come through. Utility raining down. Molotov's going to force the T's kind of to be stuck here in cave. Oxygen not worried about it, realizing, well, it's a team. Well, it's not actually going to do that much damage. The bomb's gone down for 5v5 retake.
Is it a defuse kit? Yeah, and that's something that really cost 500 in their first, in their sort of T side, or their CT side pistol, sorry.
Yeah.
Oxygen, I believe, would have won that 1v1 clutch if he did have a defuse kit, or if there was a kit down, but the CTs have a bit more time to play with. Not an endless amount of it, though. And yeah, good setup, like you said. Crossfires coming through. Spellan and Rainwaker now playing off of one another. And the T's with a dominant pistol. The retake, whether you got kill or not, doesn't matter. The kill was not being found. 500 extend their lead to 8. Seen plenty of these second round force buys. Is this too much of a risk, though, for Eclot to optimate?
Honestly, I think if you go for the eco, you give your opponents 9. It's all conditioned on how confident they actually feel about their CT side. If they don't think their CT side is good enough to kind of come back from a 4-round deficit, then yes. But obviously they've opted for the eco, so it's clear that Dynamo Eclot, however much they will be trailing after the loss of this, they're not bothered by it.
Back towards B. Some aggression down towards Ram. Option hears all of this. Finds one that's taken down by the P250. And obviously we saw finances being a bit of an issue for 500 towards the end of the first half. So look, they lose auction, but everyone else survives. So you can start to grow a bit of cash. So got an easy upgrade to the Galil. He was just playing for this AWP in this third round. So drops that over, and I say playing for the AWP, obviously against it still. Maybe just wanted to keep his money high for when Forzy brings out the AWP.
Yeah, obviously with it being an eco, we know that there's not going to be an AWP in play for Forzy. Kriaz has really got to step up though, 4 and 12. Obviously Kriaz had a tough time on Anubis. 10 kills was all that was seen.
Auction with a lot of space taken here. Spots 2 plays towards Donut. Will find the first and relay the information that Sparthouse is hit as well. Auction doubles up, and what a performance from him here. Now, Eclot has the question, do you go for this round?
Gotta save, surely gotta save.
Brilliant work from Auction catching this time, and I do honestly feel like Ancient is one of those maps where I absolutely love to watch these lurks sort of take initiative and take this time. And Auction instead just spearheads the attack. Spots out 2, has teammates behind him, and knows I'll find Forzy first. And then I think we can at least get the trade on Sparthouse, but he does it all alone.
This is going to be a tough round now. Obviously, Eclot to invest around it. Forzy will be without an AWP once again. And look, if Eclot lose this round, we're looking at a potential 11-5 scoreline. Eclot, this is getting dangerous now. We said and kind of praised their finish to that first half, securing those final 2 rounds and 3 out of 4. To get 5 in total, but what a call here from again, 500. Yeah, great calling. Oxygen again looking to take this early space in Donut. Certainly not done this one quietly, and has not taken down. Red Star, though, great trade there onto Sparthouse. Kriaz is going to push through, but Red Star again. And as I said, Red Star on the T side is a real threat, a real danger. Flashbang coming through. Cirque finally getting off the bomb. Forzy will get one before falling, and now Daitor just behind the smoke. Looks like he's going to take a bit of a gamble. But the second smoke landing. Dieter, 1 versus 2. Taking his time here, but Cirque is holding. It's all going to be about timing for Dieter when he decides to push. Finally gives up the game plan. I think he was quite worried that someone was actually sat in the smoke with him. 11-5 now, and surely just to be an eco from Eclot in the next, or a half buy around this save weapon. Honestly, this is where I think Dieter, what he should do is drop a rifle across to his teammate. Someone like Kriaz could invest in an MP9, maybe even a hero rifle themselves. This has got to be a kind of a hedged bets approach. They've got to have a decent enough buy to win the round, but still enough in the reserve that they can invest. They've opted for the latter, though. They've opted for the investment. And this is where, actually, I think it could spiral out of control.
Yes, disappointing. We haven't really got to see Forzy on the big green autumn watch on the CT side, and if things fall apart here, we might not get to see it in his hands really at all. 500 though, it was a great call in the last to hit towards a empty bomb site. The trading was good enough. Aggression down towards ramp from Forzy. He's got an advanced position, going to be waiting on these mollies, and looks like he does want to catch this diamond, but a second Molotov landing, Forzy is just going to back away.
Flashbang here. Kriaz spamming. Jump has been heard. Oh, spotted there towards the left side is Dieter, and Red Star, as I mentioned again, he's so clinical on this T side. Worried about an impending HE grenade. Great information gathered here now, and 40 forced back once again. Eclot very passive on this CT side so far. The A players are finally going to look to try and take some space. The problem is if 500 decide to go now, it's going to be a 5 versus 2 on the bomb side. All going to be about timing for Forzy. Caught off guard by Cirque and Red Star, and now Kriaz needing to do loads, but he doesn't even find a kill. This is going to be a guaranteed 12th, as these final 2 players have to save.
Yeah, it's actually really unlucky there for Kriaz. You've got a sort of 1 bullet from death, Cirque and 1 bullet from death. Red Star both pushing up together. They did 2 initial plays. We could have easily just seen 1 bullet take them both down, but in fact, it's not going to come through. He doesn't even get to hit a single shot, and 500 find 12. Great performance from them here, and on a map like Ancient, this is what I said, look, they played against some pretty challenging opponents, and sure, their results have been bad. They have been on really poor form as a team, but it does feel like there's kind of slight excuses you can give for them. Look, we want to see them do better in these games regardless, but the fact that they are able to pull a performance like this when it matters most in these quarterfinals, I think that's all you can really say and give credit for. Since hitting playoffs, this 500 team has hit another level. Utility. Out in middle, MBQ is searching for something towards B lanes, but again, it's another fast A call to end it all. 40 call as he tries to press the issue towards the bomb site. Rainmaker finds the kill while blinded, and both Spellin and himself are able to get out of dodge.
Yeah, 3 players towards Donut here from Eclot, but with the amount of utility that's still remaining, they still have 2 smokes to work with. This could just be a repeat of what we saw in the round previous, where Eclot feel locked out of a bomb site. Yes, they've got 3 smokes. Yes, they've got 2 flashes, but the utility's also there for 500. But let's see this retake util come through. The flashes are sent towards Temple. I don't know why they're not sent over, but nice HE grenade. Cirque will find Spardout. Dieter needing to secure this kill, but surely to be taken down. Missed shots from Cirque, but Oxygen in CT finds MBQ. Rainwaker finds Dieter, and it is done. It is over. 13-5 scoreline for 500. Another 2-0. And so far, their playoffs run is somewhat of a fairy tale story for a team that looked so out of it. A team that looked like they were struggling so much for the last couple months has come into this event and shown why they deserve that invited spot. Back-to-back 2-0s now, pretty dominant in both. Atro, thoughts after that one?
I mean, it really felt like I blinked and it went away past my head, really. It coming through in the first half, it was looking a bit close. We were hoping that perhaps we're going to get a game again. And then poof, just 500 running away with the game one more time. And it just came down to the individuals. Like, you can't break it down much more further than that. The duels weren't going the way of Eclot. They were really sloppy with positioning as well, making some choices when perhaps they should have waited and played together. It felt all over the place. It felt chaotic there for Eclot, and it felt just like 500 were really in the zone today, just like they were up against Amcal. And if this is how they keep it up, I'm very much looking towards a 500 resurgence out here into the rankings, right? If they keep that sort of game pressure on, and we get to see this playmaking level at every single one of their best of 3s and not just a one-off playoff match, right? Then yeah, 500, this roster can definitely prove to be a threat. But for now, definitely have enjoyed to see the 2-0 that they have given up out here to get into the semis, as Eclot sadly out of the tournament.
Yeah, I actually think this run could continue as well. I mean, look, they're going to be facing off against NaVi Jr. or Iberian Soul, which, honestly, guys, we're lucky enough to get to cover that one next. So we're actually going to get to see one semi-final already set in stone pretty soon.
Yeah.
I mean, already we've got a miracle run there from Iberian. So, I mean, this team's looking really hot right now, facing off against NaVi Jr. Still, I think we're probably all going to be heading into that game as NaVi Junior as favourites, regardless of what form Iberian Soul are going to be on. But there's always a chance. And although NaVi Junior do seem to be near enough unstoppable, they can occasionally lose to teams like Iberian Soul.
Yes.
So I think there is a chance that whoever goes into that, but I also think 500, if they can play like this today, I think that NaVi Junior game or Iberian Soul game in the semi-finals could be a super competitive one. We can realistically see 500 again make it to a final. It's been a long time since, and for this Bulgarian side who has had dire form, they've been, I think these last couple of series has boosted their win rate up to like 33, 34, 35% now, but they were sitting on like 30%. This team felt like it needed to have some changes, but look, right now, if they can continue this before they do stop into that break, I think this is a perfect way to finish their season before having a bit of time off.
Yeah, I think we do have to say there was 39 rounds of play in total for that series. 2/3 of those rounds going the way of 500, which really just goes to amplify how one-sided this game actually was. It's tough for Eclot, but this is the problem. This is what 500 have done to so many teams in the past, and they probably will do to so many teams in the future. They're a team that play off confidence. When they get that confidence going, they just look absolutely destructive. There's not a single team that could look so kind of, I guess, relaxed and disciplined against them. Oxygen just pushing out of A main on a time and getting the double kill wins the round. There was just so many moments where you could pinpoint, maybe the round was still ongoing, maybe it was still a 4-on-4, but you could pinpoint moments where you just went, well, yeah, the round's already done. 500, they've got 9 pieces of util to hold off for this retake. It was a tough one for Eclot. Obviously, we've said that this is a bit of a fairy tale run for 500, but we've also got to say, like, Eclot have done really well to get themselves to the quarterfinals. A team that most have probably said that they weren't even going to make it out the Swiss stage. I think they've done really, really well. And all conditioned on the fact they were playing with 2 stand-ins. So I don't think it's the end of the world for Eclot. I think they're going to come back for kind of next season and next series with their heads held high.
I think so as well, but again, the important part here is, though, as we look towards the future, is that 500 looked really good in their round of 16, looked even better now up against Eclot, and let's just hope they'll be able to look just as good following up now into the semis, as they do have to match up against one of the two into the following best of 3. NaVi Junior or Iberian Soul. The dream runs could continue, or NaVi Junior could show why they're on a 5-match win streak right now, but we're going to have a lot to talk about that once we get there. Until we do, though, we have ended off the first best of 3 quite early. So you guys can stand back, eat something, and relax, because we should be back in around about 50 to 45 minutes with that second best of 3 of the day. So don't go anywhere. The quarterfinals still coming to the CCT. Hello, everybody. Welcome back on in out here to the second quarterfinals of the day out here for CCT. EU has still got more to give us, and this time around it's NaVi Juniors versus Iberian Soul to go head-to-head to see who is going to meet up the lads that we just got to cast over at 500 into the semis. My name is Acho, and joined with me, of course, is the duo of Fred and Charlie. How are we boys feeling about this game, and how was the break treating you two out here, as we did stand around for a good couple 50 minutes, 45-ish?
Yeah,
like that.
I think this game's going to be good. It kind of allows us to do our I guess, our final bits of kind of questioning as to where this is going to go. Obviously, we had a bit of a chat in the supposed green room of what we expect and how both these teams maybe the chance to we're not too sure. Maybe 3 maps. I think I'm excited for this game for 2 reasons, because NaVi Junior are certainly the team to beat winning last series, and obviously Iberian Soul are on hot form, so I think there's certainly an argument that can be made for both.
I like how you also said that either team could have a chance for a 2-0 as well as 3 maps, so you gave every possible outcome there.
Yeah,
so it's certainly possible. Yeah, certainly we're going to have an outcome today. Good analysis there. But yeah, honestly, this is a really interesting one that I think we've got covered up. I do love that we've already got one of that semi-finals sort of set in stone after this game, which I do think is absolutely great. Well, honestly, sort of leaning on from what you were saying, Fred, I do think this is going to be an interesting one in terms of, I do think there are a number of possibilities as to where this could go. On paper, I do think most of us are coming into this with NaVi Junior as a favourite, but Iberian Soul, they have been on really hot form. But before we dive too much into that, we've got 2 more series after today. We're going to have our semi-finals fully locked in after we watch this series, and we got TNL versus NIP, and then finishing off the day with Big versus GUN5, which I actually think is going to be a really great series.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing NIP maybe try to find themselves into a semi-finals again, maybe find Big there as well, who knows, but yeah, GUN5 and Big is definitely going to be fun. Back to our game at hand, though, we're taking a look down to the NaVi Junior team, and I mean, there's not that much to say, right? These lads have already hit top 30 in the VRS system. They are going to get a lot more invites as of lately, and we've been seeing a bunch more of these guys time and time again, right? It was first out here to CCT and Thunderpick, like we're used to, but they also went to a LAN event just last month, right, when they went to Prague. They didn't do that great in there, but you know what, still, it's nice to have the allure of having all 5 players in the same room. They managed to win Yala as well in the spring department, so they've been winning a couple of tournaments. They've been on a roll. They just won Series 2 of CCT as well, so they're nothing to scoff at. These guys are looking to try to be reoccurring title gainers here.
Yeah, look, in the last, 2 months, they've won 3 events, 3 of these kind of difficult online events with teams, you know, of very high quality. So I think NaVi Junior are going to be coming into every single game that they face with so much confidence, with the ability as well. And honestly, I think when it comes to individual ability, this NaVi Junior team is kind of a perfect example of what high kind of octane fraggers can do for you. Not to say that they are just a team of fraggers and that's all they've got, because the discipline and kind of, I guess, mental maturity for a side that is so young is always very impressive. But I think NaVi Junior, honestly, anyone that's going to face them will fear them because of how kind of aggressive they are on their T sides and how dangerous they look at any moment. So definitely not an easy game for Iberian Soul.
I think it's never going to be win. I don't think it's an easy game for near enough anyone that faces off against NaVi Junior. I mean, these guys are the absolute peak of Tier 2, Tier 1.5 now. 78% win rate in the last 3 months. And the fact that I do think we sort of highlight a lot of their losses does kind of show how good this team is, because it's always a surprise when they lose a game. Look, they lost to 9. Not too long ago. I mean, that was a bit of a shocking result just because of how good we were expecting NaVi Junior to be. They never lose a series like this. But look, they are still a young roster. These mistakes do happen, but the fact how infrequent they are, I think it just shows how talented this team is. Yeah, I'm really impressed by this roster. I think the structure is unbelievable. Every time I watch this team, I think considering the age and the inexperience of some of these guys, I think they do really, really good stuff on the server. And I think, look, you've got to give credit not only to someone like Krebeni, but you've also just got to give credit to Coolio behind the scenes, who's still super young himself as a coach. And it feels like the whole backroom staff that has made this team work and made this team sort of perform at this level. I mean, it's all credit to them, because this team, honestly, if they weren't under the NaVi banner, they probably would be able to get invites to so many other events, look to get qualified to Tier 1 events as well. But obviously, just due to the fact that they are under that NaVi banner, can't get those qualifiers as much in play. As I'd love to see these guys sort of even take on NaVi. I think that would be an interesting game right now.
Yeah, that would be quite fun. See, this is what I was looking towards as well, and I just found that, yeah. So NaVi Junior did take part in PGL Bucharest as well in the close qualifiers, you know. So that's, I guess, kind of the part where I guess the main team is letting these guys try to step up to the plate, and in that instance, didn't really pan out as much as they wished they did. But still, there's going to be those opportunities still incoming here for the NaVi Junior squad, so we're very much looking forward to that. On the other side of the river, though, right, a bit more experience, a bit more veterancy coming up on the server in the form of Alex, right? We got Mopos and Sauso joining up together, Stadodo and NaVi lining up the ranks here. Now, I really don't know what to think about Iberian Soul anymore. One month, they're a team that lose absolutely everything. They don't feel like they can really find their rhythm. They just look like they're very up and down. And then the next month, they just find like an 8-match win streak up against like decent competition. Monty, Cybershock 500, right? They just barely lost to NIP this week, but they've just managed to rebound and take down Leo in another tournament, and now looking to try to go up against NaVi Jr. as well. And don't get me wrong, right? I understand the whole premise of what we've been talking about. NaVi Jr. are really strong, really aggressive. They've won 5 matches in a row as of lately to get into this best of 3. And they've also beaten NIP, who have just managed to take down Iberian Soul. But I will still be going out of my way to say, depending on the map Veto, Iberian Soul have got not just a small chance, quite a decently sized chance of taking this Academy roster down. It's coming in with experience. I think on the opping duel front, I do favor the side of Iberian Soul. That's just my preference coming through out here. When it comes to the rifling, NaVi Jr. 100% will take it. But when it comes down to the opping duel only, I do think Iberian Soul have got a bit of a gap in there.
Yeah, well, they might have a gap. They probably picked the 3 maps which are the hardest for AWPers to work with. Ancient, we talk about the difficulties with searching for entries. Inferno, the T side, a near impossibility to warp on just because of how kind of rushy it seems, and how you'll go from a point of silence on your T side to instantly exploding on a bomb site. And we saw the difficulties that both Cirque and Forzi had on Anubis earlier. So honestly, I feel like these maps aren't tailored so nicely for Iberian Soul. The fact that they're insta-bans Dust is quite fortunate, because that is statistically the best map for NaVi Jr. It is a lot of the time their go-to. Honestly, I think Charlie mentioned it. I don't think vetoes matter. I think this is a game where NaVi Jr. could absolutely just dominate. I think Iberian Soul, yes, Inferno, it is a good pick for them on the basis that NaVi Jr., it is their worst map. But within the same vein, this is still NaVi Jr., right? This is still the team that Makazi could drop 30 kills in a map, and we kind of just say this is a normal performance from him. So I'd be very worried still if I was Iberian Soul. I know they're on better form, but they certainly are the underdogs here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like that we've got a bit of a sort of difference in sort of opinions on views, but honestly, I've been a big fan of Symmetry for a while. He's not necessarily the standout player on this NaVi Jr. side, but I do think sort of on the flip side of things for Iberian Soul, I think Stadodo does have a lot of games where he can be very absent on the AWP and can kind of just be a little bit out of that. I mean, Symmetry, I mean, I kind of do view both these AWPers in a similar thing, but a lot of the time you are just going to see them posted up on an angle and pretty boring gameplay to watch, but that's sort of how the AWPers are developed, especially on certain maps here in the pool. But I think Symmetry is also really versatile with the rifles as well, and I've been a big fan of him personally. He's still just 17 years old. It's pretty crazy that he's playing at this level. But look, Stadodo certainly does have the ability to be able to go above and beyond. I feel like it's just been inconsistency have really plagued not just him, but Iberian Soul, like you were highlighting, where they can just go on a streak where they sort of hit a purple patch and look unbelievable, and then they sort of feel like they go back into a pretty difficult time. But every time I watch this Iberian Soul, it has to be said, NaVi a couple of months ago now did say basically he's ready to step down from this roster as soon as they find a suitable replacement for him. Months have passed. He's still on this roster. I've kept on, every time I watch him, I always try to check for updates if anything has changed in that department. My Spanish isn't great, and he tweets a lot, so it's difficult to always catch everything. So I don't actually know what's going on with his roster. Is this going to be the full 5 now forever, or is WG still going to step back when they can find a suitable replacement? I think in the current form, I think it'd be pretty shocking if we did see anything happen soon. But it's still something that's sort of looming in the background, that it always feels like that always is this possibility that WG at any moment could just disappear from this roster, you know? But on the head-to-head, I think this is a pretty suitable replacement. Southsoul's often the leading man for Iberian Soul, has a lot of impact, and Makazi on the flip side, I think it goes without saying why he's up here. But I do think you're going to need, for Iberian Soul to be able to take down the young guns here of NaVi Jr., they need a lot more than just Southsoul. And I agree with you, Atra. I think Stadodo, this is a game where we need to see the best of his AWP, because he can be a really, really talented player in his own right.
Yeah, He has to definitely be standing out. But again, I was mentioning the map Veto just for Iberian Soul. The only way the map Veto matters in any way is if Iberian Soul manage to somehow get a lead, get a leg up, and start trying to play through these rounds. And as you mentioned, Fred, right, the map Veto definitely not tailored towards their suits or their needs.
Yeah.
So it's really going to turn south, especially seeing that this first map is ancient, right? We barely even talked about it. NaVi Jr. are going to be coming out of the gate swinging. They shouldn't have that many issues. So let's see if I'm right or wrong. Let's see what you guys are going to be thinking. Ancient coming up, and it is NaVi Jr.'s map pick. So take it away, boys.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for this series. I think both teams have got certain reasons as to why they could take it. Obviously, in the last 10 best of threes for both these teams, the victories have come through. 9 out of the last 10 for Iberian Soul, 8 found from NaVi Jr. Obviously, to give a frame of reference, the experience that Iberian Soul in comparison have to NaVi Jr. NaVi Jr. have never once gotten themselves into top 30 on the HLTV rankings. Iberian Soul, they have had 2 years of being in that top 30, fighting against these tougher teams. So Iberian Soul, they are going to be experienced for this young, talented side of NaVi Jr. But with shots like that coming through from Krebeni, and in fact, missed shots from Davy or Salzol, hopefully for Iberian Soul, we don't see more of that, because that was disappointing.
Yeah, and the fact, sorry, I saw the couple of kills, a great double from Makazi, and then the fact is Krebeni who finds it, and this is the worrying thing, Krebeni on paper should sort of be that sort of lowest performing player, but he's not. He's still a super talented individual himself. Also is probably one of the more experienced players on this NaVi Junior side, and I say more experienced, well, just a couple of years of really playing on a couple of different rosters, notably Blink being one of them, but yeah, that's a great double from Krebeni. Make that a triple now as he does find Sedodo. But more importantly, I think it's a bit more of an underwhelming, aggressive push for Ukade there. Because it looks like they had the one up there on Krebeni. It looks like they should have been able to find him. Wasn't the case. And I do think in the pregame, we painted a little bit of a bleak picture for Iberian Soul.
Yeah.
This isn't to say that they can't pull off what would be an upset. This is a team that, like we said, they really have felt like they've hit a purple patch. This is a team that when they came together, when they were formed, we had high expectations for this team, and deservedly so. I mean, look, there's a lot of different players who played together previously. You're also adding different parts from that sort of Iberian scene, I suppose, with Alex having plenty of experience himself. And it felt like finally we get to see another sort of Spanish core come together and show us what they can do, but things haven't been working out for them to the level that we have been expecting. So this is still a talented team, and you look at how they made their way through the Swiss stage, unbeaten, dropping only a single map, now making their way here. Look, it's going to be a tough task, but they are certainly a team that if they can get these players stepping up behind them, this is a team that can pull off something like this.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, look, I think right now, when we see this NaVi Junior team, I think it was Hayes who said he expects maybe NaVi Junior could win, you know, I want to say, was it Hayes? We were talking about how many events, how many of the
I had a bit of a rogue shout how many I think they could win.
Honestly, NaVi Junior are a team that I think we can expect will find plenty of the events in CCT.
But that's the thing, expectations are sort of at least a semi-final, isn't it? And that's sort of minimum now for this, just because of how positive they have been showing. But this actual defense here from the CTs finally looking pretty positive until Symmetry's Galil finds a double, but Alex gets 2 of his own. Iberian Soul on the board nice and early here after losing the pistol and the conversion. But in terms of expectations, it does feel that we all have high expectations for NaVi Junior. We're probably on the flip side of things for Iberian Soul. Expectations a lot of the time is, can they make it to playoffs? Because if they can, that feels like a success already. And after making it to a few playoffs, I think we've got to start to push forward. Look, they made it to playoffs last time around in Series 2, losing to TNL in a 2-1 fashion, which honestly, completely understandable. TNL, great team themselves. Made it to playoffs again, made it to quarterfinals this time. It does feel like slowly but surely we're seeing them go one step further each time. Whether they can go 2 steps this time would be a monster task, but Symmetry's all will find the opening kill onto Alex and give a lot of space here for Demon to try to take. Look at this rotation. Look how many players there are already towards B.
So prepared.
might be prepared, but they can't find the frags as Krebeni and Demon take down the other two B players, and it's all on NaVi and Salsol to try to see if they can save this one. There's not even a point of damage has been dealt. Already the team's on the hunt, though. They wanted to remove these weapons.
Yeah, I like the idea of it as well from NaVi Jr. I think they realised that, look, they want to have a really strong performance on this T side, and in doing so, just deny any chance for weaponry to be kind of brought across.
Makazi will find Salsol, and NaVi's time feels limited. Just losing Demon in the process. Everyone falls, and just like that, money's tough now for the CTs once again. Salsol, the only player who can really bring out the full investment. But NaVi Jr., look, they bite back. This isn't a team that normally just fall flat on a map. Instantly good response from them, and Iberian Soul, luckily for them, finances are good enough where they can just go for an eco. Salsol for the hero rifle. I know you love seeing this a lot.
Yeah, I think the hero rifle is a great way to play it. I think, honestly, Salsol's going to be able to get an investment in the next. Yes, it might be an MP9. Yes, it might be limited, but it gives you such a chance to kind of upset the finances. And with the money of kind of the T's not being perfect, it's a good opportunity for Iberian Soul to kind of have an avenue to bounce back into this.
Sono's USP will find one. You can't expect much more madness than that, really, as the bomb does get planted. Salsol probably will want to keep this M4 in the next, but realistically, they could give this a go if they wanted, but the utility is strong from the T's, just a force. The CT's at bay for now, block any vision, and with Salsol not being able to bring out an M4 in the next, I want to just keep this gun alive. Krebeni misses a couple of shots, does get tagged down for Alex, and NaVi is close enough by to finish off that frag.
Yeah, this is what I'm on about. You know, I know it's not the hero rifle finding the frags, but reducing the finance is so important. And with Demon looking for a bit of a hunt here, this could go a bit wrong. One more casualty, and honestly, NaVi Jr., they've lost more than they've gained in this round. Salsol realizing, well, not really found many frags. We have taken some weaponry away. Let's just make sure I keep this rifle in the next. No limitations for Iberian Soul. NaVi obviously can drop an AWP across as well, which will be really important, especially now with symmetry wielding.
I mean, you've already seen some of the symmetry impact with the AWP. Not so much in this round, but in the round prior, finding the opening kill that allowed Demon to take all of that space. And that kind of feels like that's your job on Ancient, isn't it? It feels difficult to go above and beyond that on this map. But before we highlight that too much,
pace change. I love it.
So quick. Sado will actually find the second player. So Demon's slightly isolated for now. Teammates have rejoined him, and the bomb site is being taken. Mopos in the flames can just about dodge, but Mopos doesn't even need to do anything as the rest of the team feel like they're doing it all. Makazi on this flank finds a double.
How has he found free from that position? And now Symmetry needing to find Mopos. It's tough. They knew Mopos was in cave. There was a tick on the molly. Makazi's so quick to hit to cave. Makazi needs a 1 versus 2, and obviously it would be the ace. Mopos will find him, though. Great round from Mopos.
And a really damaging one from Makazi, though. And this is an interesting spot for NaVi Jr. to be in, and they are going to take the opportunity. Because of the amount of damage that Makazi did end up doing, there's a real good chance that Iberian Soul can be reset off of losing this. And NaVi Jr. want to take that. So they've got 4 AKs out. They've got this Mac 10. You could have easily looked at it and said, safer call is just to go for the ecos. You've got no head armor on Makazi. Bit of util missing in certain players.
I like the Mac 10. Look, I think it could have really worked for NaVi Jr., but it just doesn't. Salsol finding Makazi in middle. Maybe that is the lack of head armor that's cost him in that altercation. NaVi as well here. Already 2 casualties on the side of NaVi Jr. Oh, I love it. Krebeni jumping across and Demon there for the trade. No trade needed.
Yeah, I mean, literally just using the mini-map there to spot out his opponent when he gets the intel. Symmetry is alone here towards middle. Teammates now with him. NaVi, he can at least find one, keeps his man advantage, gets a dink into the second, but Graveni able to get the trade, but only temporarily. Alex rotates in, finds that kill, and the force buy from the T side, from NaVi Jr. to try to punish the finances of Iberian Soul. Not quite working out for them.
No, it does go a bit sour there for NaVi Jr. Obviously, the full buy versus full buy in round number 7, or round number 6, sorry, was the one that's kind of cost NaVi Jr. quite massively. The side players really not doing much there, though, for NaVi Jr. There was, what, 3 players on the bomb side, maybe 4 at one point, and they really struggled to just get one kill. Makazi got the triple there, and even with that, they struggled, but just an eco from NaVi Jr. Expectations are very slim. Symmetry will get one with the Glock. We are going to be seeing some fighting from both NaVi and Mopos. Alex is here, ready and waiting, and as the smoke fades, Alex can find 3.
Weapons in play again, and NaVi Jr. Look, it's a leveled up game so far. They want to really try to punish Iberian Soul, as key side of Ancient is very often where most teams find their success. But interestingly enough, for NaVi Jr., they're so good on both halves, it doesn't really seem to matter where they play. Near enough neck and neck in terms of how often they win rounds on each side of this map. For Iberian Soul, though, it is indeed that T side. They tend to find more promise. Not a huge disparity between both their side in, but look, they're keeping neck and neck with NaVi Jr. right now, and all credit to them after losing the pistol as well.
Look, not many teams could say that on Ancient against NaVi Jr. There's a reason they look to pick this map so much. There's a reason that they've had so much success on it. Just think to that game they played against Marius for 13-0. It was obviously the CT side of which they started there. So, Iberian Soul, obviously if they take this first map, I know we're quite far away from seeing that, but if they do take this first map, maybe we could have a question of a NaVi maybe going to go out here. I feel like not many teams ever have the kind of ability to take the first map or take many against NaVi Jr. You know, you touched upon their incredible win rate recently. What, 72%? 78%.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah, pretty mental stuff from this roster.
I think out of the last 49 maps they've played, they've only lost 11. And only a few of those being series losses. Most just being the odd map that they might drop.
But here they are disadvantaged again. Iberian Soul, one thing we have to give them credit for early doors here on Anubis is they find quite a few opening kills, especially against these full buys of NaVi Jr. So it always feels like they're in a spot where they're fighting from the back foot.
Yeah.
Well timed to Molly, but
McCarthy
is in front. And McCarthy in front of that Molly completely catches up to Dodo.
The trading's actually been really good.
And so much damage dealt to these final 2 players as well. Should be easily softened up. Graveni, I don't think there's a chance he can get this bomb down. Someone's got to take him down, and Mopos is going to be that man.
Zugas, surely to fall to NaVi G. It's been impressive, I've got to say, Iberian Soul.
I mean, since the weapons have been out, isn't it?
Certainly no slouches. Honestly, I look at the bracket, I look at the remaining teams here, and I think there is only 3 teams that I'd be confident that could knock out NaVi Jr., and it is Iberian Soul, NIP, and Big. I think just based on the experience they have and the firepower as well, you know, we've seen a lot of other online teams like your TNLs of the world, maybe teams like Eclot 9, Cybershock. Obviously, we're in the playoff bracket. They're good teams when it comes to online, but maybe not have the experience in these really tough games and the firepower. But we know how experienced and able this Iberian Soul side are. NaVi G finds the harder of the 2 kills, in fact. Mopos will clean things up and find Makazi. Mopos now under pressure, under threat, but finding Demon should give the round here. Zugis. It's got to go huge as Krebeni isolated without a weapon, but Krebeni might just be overlooked for far too long, and Krebeni can find, in fact, 3 HP on Krebeni. Alex's HE grenade will take him down. Stick of the bomb from Alex, I think is the right way to play this round. And Zugis realizes it as well, so he pushes through the smoke. Excellent awareness from Zugis that Alex would just stick that bomb. Leveled up game once again. It's the weaker weapons that do it for NaVi Jr. And now a question for Iberian Soul, whether they should opt to invest or go for the eco. Obviously, we both know what the smarter choice is, but I think Iberian Soul might realize, well, we might need the upper hand. We might need a 7-5 heading into this second half. So let's go for the risky call, and they will go for that. Do you like this decision, or are we a little bit against it?
I mean, I don't really mind it. It depends what the other two players' guns are going to be. Probably MP9s, to be honest. I think it's still going to give themselves a good chance. You got 3 premium weapons in play. Make that 4, as Alex does, in fact, have an M4. So it's just going to be 1 weaker weapon on Salso. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good buy. But we have to say, what a round from Zugis that.
Yeah, excellent stuff.
2 versus 3. Has to get that kill onto the donut player. Able to do so. If he goes down there, I mean, Krebeni, towards big box with a Tech 9, he will be found. He will go down. So it was that 1 kill he found in Donut that really changed the tide to that one. But a fast hit towards A, and if the bomb site is taken cleanly and Alex goes down, rotated in, we could just see a save with these weapons that have been brought into this round as the util rains down.
The bomb's going towards B.
I don't know how I feel about this. As Mopos does, in fact, find the early kill.
It's kind of that moment where you realize, well, actually, our A tech was so good. Why don't we just go towards A? Why do we complicate this? Salzar now gaining that contact. Symmetry switching to the AK. Salzar with an opportunity here. Important find from Symmetry. Sends the molly into middle. Mopos now looking to take some space. Demon's going to be unaccounted for, though. Surely overlooked. Has been spotted by Alex now, in fact. And Alex can find 2 versus 4 now. Symmetry does have an HE grenade that could land onto Alex's position. Flashbang coming over. Alex finds 1. Spadodo gets the 2nd. A real mismanaged round, I've got to say. Don't get me wrong, there was important kills from Iberian Soul, but it was just NaVi Jr. messing about. Opting for a bit of a split approach. It's something you might see on a half buy or an eco. What was the point of it on a full buy?
I mean, that's the thing. Look, with the util that comes down, if we see all the players rotate through CT instantly or Mopos found towards ramp, you look at that and say genius, cool. The issue is, Iberian Soul's response is really strong from Mopos pushing down the ramp and not allowing these players to push through the smoke down at the doors. So NaVi Jr. can be looking at that round and saying, if only we went towards A.
Yeah, and also it was that smoke towards doors that made things so costly because there was 3 players holding for that kind of ramp rotation and progression. It would have been a simple find for NaVi Jr. and they could have accelerated towards B, but it's just that smoke in B doors. Alex with a lot of work to do. Demon will get the trade. Symmetry posting up with the orb, but Demon again, great find here. Krebeni looking to take a timing onto Salzar. We've got Mopos maneuvering through cave. Steps now heard. Demon spotted and found. 2 versus 2, but Krebeni will strike, and now it's all for Mopos, but a nice find from Symmetry. And we do see that 6-6 half. Nice from NaVi Jr. to, I guess, make up for the mistakes of the last. And look, this game has felt even. I don't think we've really seen a disparity in ability from either teams. I don't think we really could say, oh, well, actually, Iberian Soul, they're quite lucky to find 6, or same to be said for NaVi Jr., which obviously just leads to such an exciting second half.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do think NaVi, Iberian Soul probably did, for me, have the slight edge when the weapons are in play. You look at it, they had a pretty rough start to this game, going 4-1 down, and they came off the back of losing the pistol to finally win the first full buy on round number 3, just to get instantly reset in the next round. And that gave NaVi Jr. quite a big buffer early on, but towards the sort of middle and latter parts of that first half, it did feel like Iberian Soul just had the one-up in weaponry. NaVi Jr. maybe trying to overcomplicate a couple of rounds slightly too much. But look, it's a blank slate again. We've said that despite a lot of teams favouring the T side of this map, NaVi Junior, they've been so good at it recently that both sides have been really world class for them.
Yeah.
So I don't exactly think, whereas a lot of teams might be saying, yeah, you probably need to have a slight lead on the T side. I think NaVi Junior are probably the one exception where I don't necessarily feel like that.
Great find from Makazi again with the USB connecting. NaVi might face a similar fate as well. Spamming through the smoke is Symmetry. NaVi has been found by Makazi. He is an absolute menace with this USP. Eventually connects, spots out Stododo. He's on for the A's, but Stododo silences the chances of that. The bomb is dropped in middle though, and that's the biggest issue here.
Got a lot of time to work with. Need to kind of isolate these duels. Symmetry would have been a good player to look to find, as he is on his lonesome, but obviously all in hindsight. Krebeni is going to give him a bit of a duel here. Just gets the information and will back away towards middle where his teammates reside.
Ooh.
Good find from Stododo.
Yeah, excellent
Still
awareness.
reasonably healthy.
I like the approach from the CTs, just playing together. They could split here though. Krebeni tasked with holding towards Donut and maybe a little bit towards Elbow. Symmetry has got to deal with Stododo and Red Room. This is a 1v4, by the way. Symmetry spotted now. Krebeni needing to rotate in. Flashbang comes through, of which Stododo goes in front of, but Symmetry still finds. No issues there. But what a pistol from Makazi. It's just too good.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, in the recent games that I've watched from NaVi Junior, Makazi's actually just been sort of another man in the pack. Not really setting the world alight, but there's other players who can step up in this guy's absence. And look, pretty much all the individuals on this team are very young. There's going to be games, I mean, even for the best in the world, there's games where you're not exactly as sort of making as much noise on the server as you'd like, but this is a team that they've got more than enough players who can just pick up the slack when someone's gone missing in a game or two. But he's definitely not gone missing it. This one, 15-9.
Oh.
Demon through the ramp finds a double and backs away through the smoke. Leaves Symmetry alone, but the flashbangs are excellent, and Demon will be found as well. So 3-on-3, but a lot of damage has been dealt, and Zug is hello pushing through the smoke. A bit of a messy end to this one.
Yeah, the rifle's been retrieved.
Not a defuse kit right now. Stododo in another clutch attempt.
There's still a lot of utility. Honestly, Zugis could just send another smoke here towards the right-hand side. Spam comes through, realizing that he might be on it. Being held. Oh, I actually quite like that from Krebeni. Gets off the bomb, realizing, well, actually, there's enough time for me to help out my teammate. So, NaVi Junior, they will win the pistol and the converted force. Can have a bit of a half-buy here, obviously, from Iberian Soul. They could obviously look to invest once again if they decide, but bit of a risk. Charlie, we always ask this question, right? We always question, at what point are we going to see the kind of the progression to this NaVi main team?
I mean, that's the issue, isn't it? It's because on paper, there's a number of players the main roster feels like they could pick up. And honestly, in terms of some recent form, I'm surprised that they haven't looked at it. I mean, I'm sure internally there's been some discussions between the management. But it's also, I think a lot of people, including myself, just don't want to see this team break up.
Yeah, of course.
But in doing so, it likely mean the team needs to be sold. And, I mean, just the way that these guys are playing and the amount of money players and teams cost, you'll need a lot of cash to be able to bring this team in if you're an org.
Yeah, I don't think there's any organization out there that would have the ability to kind of fully get rid of their current team and bring in this NaVi Junior roster. Obviously, to kind of make a bit of a deeper dive, while these Iberian Soul players are currently getting outmatched, the ratings for Immer, Bit, and JL are very low for the last 3 months. On average, about 1.02. And I think we all know when it comes to riflers on NaVi Junior, it's probably about an average of 1.15. I think NaVi could ever just make a bold play and just promote the whole NaVi Junior team.
Oh, I don't know if they'd be that bold. I don't know if they'd be that bold to do so, but look, I wouldn't hate it.
It'd be hilarious.
Wouldn't. I mean, it'd be quite a statement, wouldn't it?
Do you think they prac against each other? I'd love to see that as a bit of a show match. Just NaVi Junior against NaVi Senior.
That would be, honestly, just get to watch all the academy teams play against their main rosters.
Yeah.
I'd love that. And honestly, I think if I watched NaVi Junior play against NaVi, I think my bets would be on NaVi Junior.
Yeah.
Extended their leads here. Pretty close first half, but start of this second has given them a slight gap over their opponents here. And with that full buy not quite working out for the Spanish core, there's going to be a weak buy with Salso again going for a hero rifle. Been a little quiet this game. The lowest performing player right now on the whole server, and him being in our head-to-head, I think it just does show how important this guy is.
Honestly, I've got to say, I hypothesized it, and now it's got to be true. We must be Alex's lucky charm. I've never not seen him have an impactful game, and I've never not seen him perform so well. So for him to have a 1.05 rating, it always surprises me. I know he's not kind of having the best of games, but he's second fragging, he's 12-9. He shouldn't be there. It should be Salzol, it should be Davy, it should be Stododo. Speaking of Salzol, though, he's got a hero AK in this one. He finds a pick, and then Salzol doubles down. The Tech 9 nearly taking down Symmetry. So much damage has been dealt to these Iberian Soul players, though. So, although they have the man advantage, we've got mollies and nades here for Zugis and Makazi. And that nade chipping Stododo down even further. Symmetry will get another. They both push through this smoke now. Zugis seems aware. He can get the first. No second, though. This spray's pretty poor. Oh, fairly safe defuse here. Mopos is going to push through this, though. He will get the first, and oh, Symmetry! All he needs to do is one bullet connecting, and Mopos finds the frag. He wins the clutch. 1 versus 3 there. Honestly, I've got to say, not only was it so well played from Mopos, it was an embarrassing showing from NaVi Junior.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it must have just been unconfirmed damage. I mean, it's difficult when you're Symmetry there. 1 bullet from Death himself, just sort of spraying through the wall, hoping that something connects. Not far off, but just slightly missing the mark. Great round from Mopos to keep this round close. Keep this game close, sorry. It is the full investment from NaVi Junior. If unsuccessful here, we could have a leveled up game again. And on Ancient, this is exactly what we want, but the call has been perfect from NaVi Junior. Symmetry finds the first, able to get a second, and Krabeni by his side finds one of his own as well. Just going to back away now. There's no need to press the issue all too much. You've got a 5 versus 2. Some of your players can rotate in, retrieve weapons. Demon here with the Deagle in mid. Will find one. Does get taken down, but what a trade it is just for the Deagle.
Yeah, Makazi taken down by Salzol. 1v4 now gone 1v3. There is a flank here, though. Krabeni in a great position, and that's why Symmetry is just holding for the elevation towards Shelf, because Donut's covered. NaVi Junior will extend that lead once again, though. This is the selection from NaVi Junior, so I think expectations were that this should go their way, especially with how kind of prolific they are on Ancient. But Iberian Soul, they certainly have kept themselves in the equation. It's not as though it's a kind of a 13-0 thumping as what we saw against Marius. It's just this kind of structured aggression that we see from NaVi Junior's CT side that catches out so many teams. Obviously, we saw it with that setup between Symmetry and Krabeni towards A main. We talk about how the AWP can feel a little bit too static and too passive on the CT side, but Symmetry's not been shy to go for these early peaks.
I mean, look, I always feel like you do kind of need that aggression on the CT side to be a good Ancient team. A lot of teams do opt against it, though. And sort of just try to play quite disciplined on the bomb side, but you lose a lot. Makazi looks like he's taking a risk here and pushing through the smoke in middle, and it just gives a freebie to Sal. So round's falling apart a little here for the CT side, as MG steps would have been heard. Info being relayed to Demon, but Symmetry tasked with finding the kill. Missed AWP shot, and lucky to not get swung fully there.
Yeah, it goes for the no-scope. 5 survivors there for Iberian Soul. It was just a half buy with Salzo's hero AK. That's 2 rounds now in a row where we see a bit of a hero buy come through from Iberian Soul and a round to be seen with it. And it will be the investment from NaVi Junior, but they don't have the finances to lean back on as they did in the round prior.
I mean, look, the one thing that I think, at a minimum, we wanted to see here from this quarterfinal would have been a competitive game. And I think on paper, you look at the two teams without knowing exactly the form that Iberian Soul are on, you probably could just say, yeah, this could be a blowout. But I'm loving that first map here between these two teams, and it looks like it's going to come right down to the wire between both rosters. As Iberian Soul, yeah, they certainly have come out the gate swinging. This is what we needed to see. I would have been really disappointed if we saw them just fall flat after making a great run to get here. And then you do consider as well, they're moving on to their map selection of Inferno next. Still a lot of intrigue to be had between these two teams, but tactical pause over. And the full investment from NaVi Jr. Pistol upgrades. Alex with the first, but does get tagged down heavily from Kraveni. Mopos as well. Similar story for him. Softened up, but does find his kill. Nuke coming out on top of Davi G there. Stonodo in middle will get the trade, and Makazi tries to push through the smoke and press the issue. Comes out on top. Even playing fields here, and with a low HP Mopos, still tension in this round. Makazi seems to have a good idea of this. The bullet's not far off connecting onto Mopos, but it's Symmetry with this AWP out on A against Salso, and that's the bomb dropping. This was the force by Fred. This was the pistols in this round.
Yeah, it's tough. Missed shot from Symmetry gives Mopos a chance. Obviously, a lifeline, but yeah, look. We've seen Hero Rifles find victory for Iberian Soul. I think it's only fair that we see the pistols work out for NaVi Jr., but Symmetry with a great understanding. Oh, this could go so wrong. Symmetry. Found here by Mopos. Timing goes against him, but Makazi, an unknown entity here towards Big Box. Steps ahead. Makazi could swing, but I think he wants to make sure that Mopos definitely isn't holding. So, NaVi Jr., they will win another. One step closer to finding map victory here.
That's a devastating one for the T's, because a victory there, we've got a 10-10 scoreline, all to play for in those final 4 rounds. But with that being lost, money's in a tight spot for Iberian Soul, and just one mistake really could cost them a chance here at Ancient. They are investing in some weaponry. This isn't necessarily the full investment here, but it does look like it is going to be. They're going for broke. They don't want to give NaVi Jr. map point here. They want to instantly try to bite back.
Are we thinking if NaVi Jr. take this round, they win the game just based on the finances of Iberian?
Yeah, I think it has to be. I think Iberian Soul, this is everything. This round is it all to them. If they fall short here, I think they just missed their chance of taking Ancient. Davi G taking some space towards middle. Symmetry's AWP posted now. Davi G swings, missed shot from the AWP, so no casualties yet on either side. A little bit of damage traded between Makazi and Mopos, but A main has been taken now.
Bit of a spam here. Mopos just hoping to connect.
Mopos has made this noise. Peek onto Demon, but Demon takes the fight onto him instead. Symmetry's nearby, pushes through the flames just in case Demon does get taken down, but softened up himself. Man advantage, NaVi Jr. has 30 seconds on the clock. Where do the T's look to go? It's going to be towards A. Makazi's under pressure, but look at the bomb.
Look at Zugis. Zugis gets a freebie, and now that's the round over. Alex might be able to get a fortunate couple kills, but there's no chance to retrieve the bomb and get it down in time. And now Makazi could take away all this weaponry as he gets the double. Alex, all that remains. It's so tough, but look, it's the space taking from NaVi Jr. that helps so much. just a small factor. We didn't see it come into effect because obviously Demon gets that kill and there's no trade. I absolutely love what Symmetry does there. A lot of people might be saying, oh, why is he standing around in the molly? What's he done that for? It's the idea that one of the teams is going to look to try and trade Demon. Symmetry, he's very selfless and he looks to push into the molly to make sure that if a T is there to trade, he can be the one to get the kill. He can stop that in its tracks, which I actually really like. Obviously, it doesn't come into fruition. It doesn't happen. It's not needed, but it's just these little protocols that are in place here for NaVi Jr. that's given them such an edge against so many teams they've faced in the past. But this is it. Iberian trailing by 4 and trailing by an extra man here. Make it 2 as Demon's aggression towards ramp nets in Mopos. 5 versus 3. Smoke down once again towards B main.
NaVi Jr. feels like they have just outlasted Iberian Soul on Ancient. It was a close game between these two teams, neck and neck really until sort of these last 4 rounds where NaVi Jr. just have been unrelenting. And South on Alex, all that remain.
Krebeni! Wait for the smoke to fade and then you can kill him. At least give him a chance, but Makazi giving no chance to Alex in this one. NaVi Jr. victorious on Ancient, 13-8 the scoreline. And Charlie, we've had Atro patiently waiting in the wings to kind of give his 2 cents on the matter. So Atro, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Thank you, boys. It's been a beauty to hear you guys go about the first game out here into the quarterfinals. And yeah, you already kind of went over the macro-wise of what just happened, so I'll just reiterate really quickly. Close game. First half ends off 7-5 after we get to see Krebeni and Makazi play a real good game of CT side. And that's where they gain their confidence. That's where we get to see Iberian Soul start to match up on a couple of rounds. We do get to see a lot of bounce back happening in the first half, especially back on that T side when we got to see Iberian Soul actually taking a little bit of space, swapping out sides, and not just falling by the wayside. But ever since this, right, it started off with already a telltale sign of what was to come, right? Krebeni managing to find that, Makazi lining them up time and time again. The multi-frags that Makazi has had have just been basically the game factor as to why this map goes the way of NaVi Jr. Not only they picked into it, of course, but you just get to see multi-frag after multi-frag, highlight over highlight, just of Makazi. And I mean, there's nothing to be amazed about that, right? Because the boys were even having to talk, like, if NaVi, the actual NaVi roster up against NaVi Jr., if they would go head-to-head, who would win? Who would take top MVP? I'd say that Makazi would probably take MVP in a best-of-3 like that, because he's just been looking insane. And it hasn't been just him, right? It's been individuals versus unity out here. I feel like Iberian Soul played a very good team game. I feel like they were working together, communicating effectively. We got to see them a lot of the time push 2 on 2 sides, push 2 on 2 mans, not be alone all the time. But it doesn't matter when shots like this are being made, when Makazi's just running you down, when Jugas is there on the clutches all the time if need be, and when, again, they're just spamming everything. And towards the second half, you could already see it in the highlights. There was so much space taken. There was so much momentum. There was just so much confidence exuding out from NaVi Jr. that they didn't really care, right? They let Iberian Soul take, what, 2-3 rounds on the T side, managing to actually equal out their economy. And after that, they were just running them down, utility over utility, sometimes just dry peeking as well. It was the duels being taken and the individuals making good of their advantages, which for NaVi Jr. was their aim, was their individual, was their space taken, and at that point, Iberian Soul were just kind of having to accept it as part of the game. And again, don't get me wrong, the individuals coming out of Iberian Soul as well, decent, just not good enough to get through Krebeni, Makazi, and co. And Alex had a really good game as well, even though he's the IGL, right? Dodo didn't step up as much as we wish he did. Soul, he was there as the head-to-header liner here for Iberian Soul. Didn't step up as much as we wished he did. So there was nobody really to match up against Makazi, and because of that, first map goes the way of NaVi Jr. Second map up is, of course, going to be Inferno, and this, in theory, is going to be the worst map coming through for NaVi Jr. But I will say, with the momentum they currently have, and with the teams they've actually managed to fight on Inferno, even though they haven't played it all that much, they have just managed to beat Sangal last month on it, and that was all that we got to see of well, getting close to this month for NaVi Jr. So they're looking in fresh on a new map that they don't usually play, and Iberian Soul starting things off on an 0-1 certainly not gonna have the morale through the sky, but who knows? Maybe they're gonna go on their own map pick and they're gonna see that things are a bit brighter on the other side. So we'll be jumping into a break and we'll be right back to figure out how this second map is gonna go. And welcome back, everybody. Hope the break was sufficient for everyone. We jump into the second map of this best of 3. The quarterfinals have still got more to give us. And finally, some competition in the line out here as Ancient ends off 13-8. We go Inferno, as it is going to be Iberian Soul's own map pick. We've had our 2 thoughts about it. We know that Iberian Soul are coming into a map which they're comfortable on. A bit of a tough pick out here for NaVi Jr. But Fred, as we jump into the second map, expectations should still reign in on the individuals, right? We take a look on down. If NaVi Jr. can play better, they should be able to take this 2-0, right?
Honestly, I actually think for NaVi Jr., we saw kind of on their T side how they started complicating rounds and kind of throwing little fakes in that didn't really help them and little mistakes like that. I actually think on a map that they might have a little bit less depth on and they might have to play quite kind of systematic CS and be very structured. It means that maybe it will help them more. I know that might sound a bit weird, and I know they're not the best on Inferno. You look at some of the results they've had, usually most games kind of are quite close. It's not as though they've kind of had many blowout victories or losses. Honestly, Makazi, 23-13, he just played really well on Ancient. If we see that on Inferno, I think it's going to be really tough, really difficult for Iberian Soul.
Might be, but you guys have to take it away immediately and see if it happens again. Good luck, have fun.
I mean, Fred, look, it's interesting because Inferno tends to be the map that, look, the win rate's not great for NaVi Jr., but a lot of the series they still win. This tends to be the map that they drop in series.
Yeah, it does.
Do I think this is a guaranteed loss for NaVi Jr.? I mean, look, of course not. It's NaVi Jr., you know? It never feels like there's a guaranteed loss, regardless of what map they play. But it is going to be interesting, this one here. I do think we're going to be looking towards certain names on their roster again, Mikazi being one of them. I think Symmetry could definitely have a tough time here, particularly starting on that T side. It's not very easy exactly to have all this impact with the AWP, but you can't really look for opening kills towards Bananas. Too much Uto coming down. Opening kills towards Brackets are pretty difficult. You can be forced back with a lot of utility, and there's not often a lot of kills to be found. It can be a tough time for an AWP on this one.
Yeah.
But look, Iberian Soul, we need to see players like Salsol step up. Had quite a challenging map number 1.
Quick
But
question.
it's always interesting.
Yeah, what is going on? We've got 2 players towards Banana. They're getting flanked by 4 in middle that they won't know about. And let's see what Symmetry's prepared for. But it now realizes there's going to be this aggression out from short. The bomb's going to go down, but it's going to get overwhelmed. Makazi's going to be such a late flank. Demon now needs to do so much work, but he doubles. And now Alex needs to find this, but Makazi finds the shot. How has this round gone so wrong and so right for NaVi Jr. at the same time?
Planted in an awkward spot. There's a smoke on this bomb. It's a full 10-second stick. Just body blocking as well there at the end. I mean, what a weird pistol round we saw. Great decision from Iberian Soul to flank down towards the middle. Important double from Salsol. I mean, Demon, he's got that name for a reason. As towards middle finds 3 kills, just not ready for Salsol to be in apartments. They probably should have clocked on a little sooner. The fact that they've cleared out all this space towards mid and Brackets, and Salsol, the player who did find those kills, isn't spotted. Probably should have realized that, but look, it's a slight mistake, but a full 10-second stick and the smoke coming down. It's really smart stuff.
Yeah, look, it's their best chance to win that round. We have seen the investment come through, though. There's a few rifles in play as well, because players like Krebeni, like Makazi, they've opted to drop them across, and I've always loved to see a play like this. Makazi's deagle as well. I think we all know how terrifying that can be. The rifles have been spotted now towards short. Makazi is still as this lurk. Question is whether the Dodo is going to be prepared for it. Well, he's going very loud. Demon finds the Dodo. Perfect information gathered. Makazi and Symmetry combine, and it leaves Mopos in a 1 versus 3. What a response from NaVi Jr.
Yeah, not messing around in this one. And Mopos just going to keep this rifle alive. He knows that they're going to be on a force by war in the next. So at least give yourself a rifle and a bit of util to be able to play with, because it's just going to be that 1.4k loss bonus. So times are going to be tough for a number of players. And I doubt there's going to be any chance. Well, Mopos does end up going down. But I was going to say that I doubt there's any chance for this eco like we've seen some teams can opt for. It's not going to be an opportunity for Iberian Soul. The loss bonus is just too poor. There wasn't enough money in the reserve. And with that M4 being removed, the buy is going to look weak.
Yeah, definitely not the start that Iberian Soul want. Yeah, you win the pistol and then lose the force. Obviously, they've got the chance to win this buyback, but Scout, 4 pistols, 3 smokes, 2 flashes. Is it enough? I guess we'll find out.
Read towards B early is using some of that utility Iberian Soul do have, but Alex is holding his smoke similar to NaVi, and in fact they're gonna look to re-aggress up here in Banana. Reclaim this space, and NaVi Jr. being forced back towards A. This is where we can start to see some of these CTs rotate and strengthen up this A bomb site.
Ooh, nice bit of damage dealt from both Demon and Stododo. Acceleration onto the A bomb site. 2 defenders ready and waiting. 1 caught off guard though, completely out in the open is Salzol. We're gonna Kalak come through from the scout of Stododo, the Krebetti trade. What have I just watched? Mopos finds with a 5-7 man advantage now for the CTs. What a way to get the advantage back your way. A Kalak with the scout. It's a rarity with the Orc, with his younger brother, a near impossibility, but Mopos now crunching into the bomb site, retrieve rifles, and Demon in such a difficult clutch, kind of trapped in the corner and now found Iberian Soul. They somehow make it work, but it's all possible because of that Kalak with the scout.
Absolute madness there from Mr. Dodo. And somehow the force buy war is going to continue. I really thought with how weak the buy was from the CTs, there was little to no chance. The hit onto the A bomb site was well timed, just 2 defenders there. And yet still, NaVi Jr. can't find that success. Going to have to be a force back from them, obviously.
Look, when Salzol goes down and he's completely looking the wrong way, I'd already assume, yeah, well, that's the round done. But of course, a Kalak comes through. Just ridiculous.
Look, Yuto comes down. McCarthy is tagged up. 32 points of health, but still finds the opening kill. Goes for the jumping deagle. Ambitious, but allows Krebetti to rotate in and find Mopos. 2 rotations are very quick here from the CT side.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of utility here from NaVi Jr. And obviously they've got the reclaimed rifles. I love it from NaVi though. What a way to get that pick back. Another nade of the smoke now seen. Simply glancing though. NaVi found though, Zugis denying, and Demon now looks as though he wants to go pushing through this smoke. We'll just drop another though. And surely Salzol and Stododo just to save.
And what a way to kick things off on Inferno.
Yeah. Love a force buy for war, don't we? Always creates for such excitement.
I think especially when map 1 was pretty close between 2 teams, we saw just the pistols towards the end of Ancient being a successful round. The force buy with the sort of Deagles, Tech 9s, also 5-7s in armor, and that ended up being a success for NaVi Jr., and that just allowed them to slightly extend the lead and push things over the line towards the end.
Yeah.
But without that round, it was a very, very close game. And I think, yeah, force by wall, perfect way to keep that trend up. Back pause here from Iberian Soul. This is going to be one of the better force by walls that they can bring out. So they want to make sure it is right. They've got a decent amount of util actually alongside this.
Yeah, maybe the tack pause. Maybe we'll see some aggression. Triple B, potentially. Early ESIL thrown here from Stododo. With that top banana or bottom banana smoke being thrown, in fact, seemingly it's going to be this fast play. So much utility landing here onto McCarthy. Into the flames goes Krebetti. A A lot of damage has been dealt to Alex and Mopos, but advantage here are Iberian Soul, but we will see a bit of an acceleration now from NaVi Jr. towards A. Salzo's got to be cautious. Spotted here. We'll drop the Molotov in apartments. Nice HE grenade to soften him up. Molly going to be landing soon, but Salzo has repositioned. And Salzo's having the smoke on that Molotov could change the mind. Mr. Dodo doubles, needing plenty more as Lucas gets the trade. Disadvantage, though, on NaVi Jr. currently, but we know that Alex and Mopos have been chipped away at. There's no defuse kit currently, which might make this retake quite tough. Makazi still very low, but I like the positioning of Zugis, actually. I mean, he might feel a little bit out in the open, but... Ooh, great information now. Zugis, I doubt he gets checked up here by the players from short. Makazi spotted and found, though. Zugis can't double. And the force buy war continues. The buy will be better on the side of NaVi Jr., obviously, than Iberian Soul's recent. Because they get the bomb plant, because players like Zugis, Makazi, Krebeni have got a decent bit of money in play, but honestly, they could opt for the half buy. Tough decision to make, though, especially when we know that these rifles and pistols can work so well for NaVi Jr.
Yeah, I do have to say, I think Makazi's position there is a bit dicey, as you are basically saying to Zugis, you've got to cover all of short, and they can just creep under you, so you've got to basically expose yourself out. I think if Makazi just played sort of tucked behind that box, holding for any long push, if there was a chance we could see that one go the other way. I still think it would have been tough, but I think it just made things even trickier there. Mopos with the early kill. Krebeni not realizing perhaps he's still on the boost, so Mopos doubles up for free. And this could be the end of the force by war that we've had so much damage. Oh, wow.
Zugis lucky to be alive. 1 HP for him. Symmetry on 16. Mopos finds with a smoke grenade. Bit of comedy in round number 6. A great round for Iberian Soul. 5 survivors, and now this is where we can see them go on a bit of a streak. Obviously, it's Iberian Soul's T side, in which they prefer. Look, I think we've got to say, we look at a fair few of these games for Iberian Soul here on Inferno, and look, their most dominant victory being a 13-1 to ZT, 13-4 to Saber, but a lot of the time these games are actually quite close, especially their most recent 3, 2 of which being 13-11 victories, 1 of which being a 13-11 loss. Shots are not connecting here for NaVi. Dodo will fight here. The Glocks are doing quite well to deal this damage.
Should get put in place now, I say. Maybe not. Mopos will find the kill. I mean, look, damaging round from NaVi Jr. They've kept the economy as humble as possible, but it's still going to be in a pretty decent spot for Iberian Soul. But NaVi Jr., first tactical pause from them now, as they need to win this round. Otherwise, it does feel like Iberian Soul will start to slip away with this lead. Let's see what NaVi Jr. have cooked up in this round. Like we said, with money still... Yeah, with money still in a reasonably decent spot for Iberian Soul, even if they do lose.
It's because they had 5 survivors against the full buy. Dodo taking a lot of damage here towards apartments, somehow surviving. And obviously while wielding the AWP, not the biggest of issues while being low. Smoke now at long. There's still this AAA setup. Boosting above it seemingly going to be the goal for Iberian Soul, and they will spot the fact that NaVi Jr. aren't here. Makazi can get taken down. Alex, Mopos gets a triple kill. That should never happen there. Trading really poor from NaVi Jr. And with Symmetry on low HP, Stadodo's HE grenade could in fact find him. Bit of a spam from DaVi. 1 versus 3 now for Symmetry. 31 points of health. He's got to find Salzol soon. But Salzol will do it. Iberian Soul gets 6. But Mopos, what a triple kill there. And Alex does a lot of the damage as well. Mopos is having an incredible game. 14 and 3.
Not slowing up whatsoever. Unrelenting. Bomb plant is going to be nice for NaVi Jr. to have a bit of extra cash, but with it only being the 2.9k loss bonus in that round, they can't fully buy.
Mopos isn't really the player as well, the standout player for Iberian Soul. A lot of the time he's a little bit more kind of middle of the pack, but last 2 series have been good to him. But it looks as though this map of Inferno is exactly what Iberian Soul need from a player like Mopos. 14 kills within 8 rounds. A ridiculous score.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm NaVi Jr. right now, you've got no one who's stepping up the same way that they were on map number 1, and no one who feels like they can really rival Mopos. Go wherever he's not. Because he is looking very scary as things stand. Pretty good half-buy from the T-side as they got these upgraded pistols.
Again, Stadodo going for this early peek towards deep apartments. He's got a rifle on his side. Positioning here for Stadodo. Quite like it, actually, but he's been spotted and now he might feel trapped.
And with that information gained, the CTs are just going to back up. They know they've been spotted.
I feel like Inferno is just a map where you see probably the most half-buy victories on the T side, just on the basis that rotations are so long. Smoke towards middle though, DaVi taken down, surely to be taken down on the Valk. Eventually found, fully blinded team, and Stadodo can get the kill. The D of Zugis trades, but Salzol finding. Yeah, NaVi Jr. don't seem to be anywhere near as potent as what we saw on their T side of Ancient. Look very lifeless. The individuals, as you mentioned, no one really stepping up to the same levels whatsoever. Shots just aren't connecting.
I think that's actually the worst thing as well, is that on paper, this is the side of the map that NaVi Jr. favour. Is their CT side that they have really bleak sort of moments in recent history, but they haven't really been blown out massively before. I mean, they have had some pretty dominant losses, but not to the same extent that we could be seeing here, unless NaVi Jr. can turn things around pretty soon, because right now it feels like this Spanish core is just levels above. Benny will find the first kill this time, and Makazi. This is what we needed from NaVi Jr. A bit of difference there in just these opening kill department. Finally, the entries don't get shut down. Finally, we don't see a massive multi-kill from one of the CTs.
Still though, at worst for Iberian Soul, this half ends 7-5. Which is obviously very positive for them. As you mentioned, this is the preferred side here for NaVi Jr. on Inferno.
I mean, look, I still think they can salvage something here. I still think they can give themselves a chance to Inferno. But I probably am looking at 5 rounds as what I'd like to see to be confident that NaVi Jr. can bring this back. I think 4 is doable, but difficult. Anything less, and I'm probably looking at Iberian Soul being able to walk over the map eventually at some point at least.
Yeah, look. The last victory or one of the more recent victories that NaVi Jr. have had on this map was about 22 days ago. They very rarely play Inferno. Was against Sangal, where they did achieve 5 rounds on the T side. Oh no, 6 rounds on the T side. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Because I think we both know how poor their CT side has been in the past. You know, some games only netting 2 kills, 2 rounds. How has Salzol got a triple there? The trading is... I don't know what to say. How have NaVi Junior turned from kind of this incredible team based on individuals to just missing shots like that?
Yeah, and this is the thing. I do think out of NaVi Junior's map pool, I think Iberian Soul smartly have gone for a map like Inferno. I mean, it is a map that they do like to play a lot, but Nuke is also a map that they tend to pick most of the time. And it feels like a really smart decision to switch things up to Inferno here. As look, out of the 6 maps that NaVi Junior play, Inferno by far is their weakest. It is by far the one that they have looked most sort of susceptible to dropping a map on. So I think it's a really smart call for Iberian Soul not to actually play on their home turf and look to read into NaVi Junior's weaknesses here. Yeah. And it feels like it is going to give them successes. But that being said, Fred, if you don't play a 7-map pool, you do need to make sure you are well versed on these 6 maps. So maybe NaVi Junior might have this as a map that they can highlight and say, yeah, things need to be improved on, because even the basics right now are falling a bit short.
Yeah, I think obviously the issue is Iberian Soul are really good on this map as well. But you know, we talk about the remainder of maps for NaVi Junior. Yes, this is their worst with a 43% win rate. Every other map they've got more than a 60% win rate on. Not many teams in this tier 2 scene have a map pool this strong. Which is kind of the really worrying thing for Iberian Soul if and when we go to a 3rd.
Yeah, and it feels like we're starting to move away from that if.
Yeah, exactly.
Starting to move a little closer to the when. Final round of the first half, though, NaVi Junior have crept their way up brackets without being spotted. Dodo could be in for a rude awakening if he's not careful. Similar with Salzar, actually, as long is being taken. He's got the start to realise this.
The Moto smoke, if anything, is going to catch off Salzar even more. Mopos, though, lucky to be alive, is being flanked by Zugis. Great double from Demon. Makazi finding Salzar. Dodo still towards short confined. A possible round here. Symmetry is just posted on the AWP. Missed shot from Symmetry, but Demon ready and waiting. And it's all on Alex. Symmetry's going towards long with the bomb. Okay, thankfully maneuvers back to short.
1 versus 3 for the leader of this team, leader of the lineup. What a display it would be if he's able to show this. But as things stand, it does feel like it's going to be that 8-4 Symmetry posted now. Missed shot from him here. And the Molotov is just going to delay. All eyes on Alex.
Another flashbang. Alex not going quiet here. Can isolate the... Oh, look, you give it a good go there. Demon will get the quad kill in this round, but look how much damage he does to Demon and Symmetry. It's a nice attempt. Just has to flick off Symmetry, hoping that he's already killed him and then to find Demon. But look, 8 rounds is very positive from Iberian Soul CT side. Pistol round. It's not a requirement, it's not a necessity for NaVi Junior, but without it, a really, really tough time they might have.
And like I said, I do think 4 rounds is doable, just very difficult. Haven't seen particularly any great things on NaVi Junior CT side on this map. As of late, this would be a good time to maybe turn that stigma around. As the way things are looking, we could genuinely be heading to a 3rd here and still anyone's map to be played. And with obviously that 3rd and final being Anubis. I mean, that'd be super interesting to watch both these teams play if we do end up getting there. Up through Banana, Krabeni going for an early kill. Will find Mopos with the P2K. More players towards Banana to find, and these next couple of bodies do have utility. Oh, Krabeni will double up. He wants to find more himself.
The problem is Iberian Soul are kind of offering up 1v1 fights. Krabeni will now look to back away, but Dodo takes him down.
Three players are here towards B, and with the smoke forcing Zoo gets off the angle, and the Molotov forcing McCarthy into a tough position. There is a chance, and the chance is being taken. From a 2-man advantage to a man advantage for Iberian Soul.
I'm starstruck at what we're seeing from NaVi Jr. Maybe starstruck's not the right word. More just shocked. Look, after we see that double kill come through from Krebeni, I don't actually think he needs to fight anymore. Look, I guess you can say, well, he's still got the 1-man advantage for his team, but it just does not look good for NaVi Jr. now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it felt like they needed to win the pistol. They are going to go for a force buy. We had a bit of a force buy war in the first half. Favored Iberian Soul there. We'll see if the force buy can pay off for NaVi Jr. and even bring us into that situation. But yeah, 2-man advantage in the V hole between 3 players after Krebeni goes down was just sadly so weak.
Nice HE there. Will soften up a few players on the side of Iberian Soul. Fair few Mac 10s in play as well.
Pause. Fully blinded here. Krebeni just with the 5-7 behind the smoke. Does a little bit of chip damage to Mopos. We are going to be having a 5-on-5 retake here. Azugas is still towards the A-bomb site. Waiting for a lurk that's never going to come. And just a full save for NaVi Jr. They concede double digits to Iberian Soul here.
Yeah, it's tough, but NaVi Jr., they've not been anywhere near as good as what we saw on Ancient. Symmetry's had a tough time. Plenty of missed shots and... not been the greatest of showing for NaVi Jr., but... whether they can come back and take it on Anubis is the question.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Inferno probably is nearing that point where it is done. And I do think Anubis is where we're going to have this final resting place for one of these two teams. I just think NaVi Jr. having such a poor T side with the pistol and the second round of the second half not working out for them. Things just feel too tough here. So many HE grenades here for Krebeni. Mopos tagged down even more so. There's a smoke to be thrown and another to be retrieved for Krebeni. And through the smoke, Mopos is going to go. It is going to be a full hit through the smoke. The utility's really good here for the T's. The kill's not fully coming through for them yet. Finally do so. The Flames actually taking down Demon. And the man advantage as the bomb gets planted. Symmetry, unarmored scout. And Zugas with this 5-7. No defuse kit.
Yeah, expectations still in this retake so limited, so kind of low because Symmetry is chipped away at, doesn't have armor either, so these Mac 10s are going to kind of munch at that scout. And Zoo, yes, he might be able to drop a smoke on the bomb, but getting the defuse off with the setup Iberian Soul are going for is going to be a near impossible task. And there it is. 11 now for Iberian Soul. Rifles can be retrieved from Dodo. And I think we know where this one is going. So, bit of intrigue, bit of interest. Iberian Soul. I think the one thing that we can talk about is the individuals for them have been excellent.
Yeah, and look, that's one thing that it always feels like normally when you watch NaVi Junior, at the bare minimum, they are going to be able to compete on an individual level. Not so much this game. Look, we always knew Symmetry was going to have a tough time being on the T side initially. It's not easy with the AWP, but even with the rifle, he's not quite been there this game. Makazi from map number 1 to map number 2. Definitely not being on that same level that he was there. And although we've had a couple of nice rounds from players like Demon, it's just kind of been in isolation and nothing all too solid. Opening kill found from the T's. And obviously this could be the final full buy we see out from NaVi Junior.
Yeah, but their full buys haven't been perfect. Near from it. Or far from it. Near from it? What am I on about? I'm losing my mind here just from how NaVi Junior, they've gone from being that kind of crazy team that we expect so much from on Ancient to looking like a team or kind of a performance I've never seen from the Academy side.
Yeah, as things stand, this is going to be the most dominant victory, or the most dominant loss, I should say, on Inferno in a long, long time, longer than 6 months at least. Yeah, it's going to be their most dominant loss on this map since October of last year.
Yeah. It's a long while ago, 7 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a shock. I don't think I've even ever seen NaVi Junior lose a map, regardless of what map it is, this one-sidedly.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, honestly.
Zugis can save this M4. I mean, look, it's going to allow him to drop over another rifle. Someone can retrieve that. It'll be an okay buy for NaVi Junior going into this, what could be this final round. But Iberian, they've done more than enough. I think even if they lose this one, they've got enough chances that they'll be able to bring it over the line and bring us to Anubis. And maybe just this confidence, this belief. Look, a competitive map number 1, a dominant map number 2. Why can't Anubis go the way of Iberian Soul? Why can't they be the ones to take the semi-final spot and surprise everyone here?
Bit of a simple B play here from Iberian Soul. They're just going to set the exec in motion. Makazi's MP9 with a lot of work to do. Symmetry's had a really tough game. Iberian Soul, though, they are going to maneuver back away from B. Just to say, if NaVi Junior do lose this game, this will be the most dominant loss that they've had in over 3 months. On every map.
There you have it.
That's spanning back to a loss they faced against Nexus in Series 19 on Dust 2, losing 13-4.
Did they end up winning that series?
No, they still lost that series, actually. They lost 2-0.
Wondering if it was maybe a bit of foreshadowing them for things to come in this one.
Yeah, potentially.
Got a 3-man A hold. As Krabeni rotates on in, Zugis not far away. He's going to have a heads-up duel against Alex, but Krabeni actually finds just straight up through the smoke. And quickly back towards B. Makazi is going to have this intel.
Yeah, rotation can come through. They're just going to spam their way through, and the missed MP9 shot. Kind of classic game of too many targets, not enough time, and Salzol gets the double. Takes them down on the rotation, and now it's all on the in-game leader, all on Krabeni. 1 versus 3. Worried about a potential flank, but Iberian Soul, they booked themselves that spot to Anubis.
And NaVi Junior just held to 4. Couldn't post anything other than that. Their T side poor, their CT side worse. Iberian Soul, what a response from them after losing Ancient, bring themselves onto Inferno. And like I said, I think they did a masterclass on the Vetos to give themselves this chance in this spot. But we have had Atro waiting on the side, and I'm super curious to hear what he had in terms of why NaVi Junior fell so flat here. Take it away.
I mean, I will say NaVi Junior fell flat because I guess we got to see one map where Makazi does manage to find 20 or so kills in a map where he doesn't manage to find almost any. I mean, sure, it's not all about Makazi, but he's a big spanner in the works out here for NaVi Jr. The fact that he wasn't alive, he wasn't on the server, Sentry as well was nowhere to be seen. There were big mistakes being made out here by NaVi Jr., and I'd love to just get right onto it and talk about it, because the only rounds we did get to see NaVi Jr. actually take were on that T side, where there was a little bit of hope. But it all started from the pistol round, right? Let's talk a little bit about this. It came so weird. We started off the map with a lot of woes, a lot of wows coming through out here from both us, and I feel like from the players as well, right? Is they jump on in to a quad mid fake out for Iberian Soul. You don't get to see that many times. Demon also saves it. Then we have Stadodo lining up time and time again, working out the scout on the collateral. It was individual brilliance coming through from Iberian Soul, and it really just felt like they hit the pedal to the metal. Like, they just went all out, and they didn't give any time for NaVi Jr. to breathe. Sure, there were a couple of moments where the B-bomb side was a little bit open for NaVi, but they figured that out a little bit too late and didn't do enough with it. And even by that point, right, it came 8-3. They made it 8-4. Sure, it worked out. Great. Good for you. But then second half was absolutely tremendous. Like, there was nothing to work with. Stadodo, just so many opening shots. And I feel like that's why I kind of anticipated Mopos and Stadodo to come out on top and start swinging, show what they're made of. And they definitely did on this map. It was a brilliant performance on their own map pick. And indeed, Fred, as he mentioned, right, the Veto tailored towards them, right? That's why they got themselves up to this point in time. That is why the punish pick was here on Inferno, and it worked out just in continuity out here for Iberian Soul ever since the pistol rounds. So now comes in the big question, comes in Anubis, right? A map in which both teams have played before, a map which both teams haven't played enough of, I'd say, but NaVi Jr. have managed to win 3 out of 5, and Iberian Soul have managed to win out 4 out of 7. So we'll see which team manages to take it away, but whichever team does manage to take that decider away is going to be the one that faces up against the lads on over at 500 into the semi-final. So stay tuned for that, but we're going to be right back in around about 10 to 12 minutes to figure out who is going to get that chance at semis. And the decider is upon us. Break is over and we're ready to figure out who is matching up to 500 in those semifinals. The same boys on the mic out here and the same teams ready to duke it out back onto Anubis this time around. We've seen NaVi Jr. be able to clear out on Ancient. We've seen Iberian Soul completely 180 the table and be able to bring them down on their own map pick of Inferno. Namco's in a map win which both teams are going to have not enough experience in, and especially not enough experience in against each other. So Fred, how do you think that this one is going to start out with at the very least?
Yeah, look, I think when you look at recent results and recent fixtures between these two teams, we've only ever seen this game. Well, we've seen this game in the matchup twice. Obviously, NaVi Jr. in fact besting Iberian Soul in both occasions, and they bested them in 2-0 fashion. So at least I guess you could say for Iberian Soul, they've taken this series the distance. In the last instance that they played against each other on Anubis, it was quite some time ago, near 7 months ago. NaVi Jr. obviously they won it. It was 13-11, so it was very close. I do have to say the way in which NaVi Jr. played it wasn't as though the strategies that was costing them so much. It was the lack of trading. It was the individuals that were really, really lacking. And I think if we can see something similar in this final map, we could see Iberian Soul take it. I think it's just what side of NaVi Jr. do we see? Do we see the Ancient or do we see the Inferno? I think Iberian Soul, they've been fairly consistent. It was kind of their strategies that lacked and let them down on Ancient. So I'm excited to see what happens with Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Iberian Soul are on a pretty decent run of form on this map as well. 3 wins on the bounce for them. On the flip side of things, for NaVi Jr., when we have got to watch them play Anubis recently as well, look, they lost to Passion UA, but other than that, it feels like that's a reasonably competitive game anyway. They're also on some pretty decent form. This feels like the perfect map for it to be a decider on between these two. I don't think it could have been a better battleground for this one to finish out on. I'm hoping this is going to be equally as competitive and sort of as map number 1 was, because this could go the distance. This could take a while to decide the victor. And for me right now, after watching Inferno, this series feels very up in the air. I was favoring NaVi Jr. throughout most of it. Now it feels a little bit more even.
It does definitely feel a little bit more even, and now there's actually a real chance for Iberian Soul to take it into the semifinals too, right? Because we came in NaVi Jr. this, NaVi Jr. that. But in reality, we did get to see some real big bounce back coming through, not just from Alex, but from the entirety of Iberian Soul. They were a unit throughout and throughout. Even on map number 1, they actually put up a decent fight. So I'm willing to go out on a whim and say that Iberian Soul, if they're able to have a good start and take away at least the first pistol or the first force buy if they lose the pistol and get a decent grip onto Anubis, I feel like they're going to be able to actually go out swinging and maybe even take the map. But it does come down to who is going to be able to win that knife round as well. And for that to happen, we need to set up the lobby. So right now, boys, we're going to have a lot to talk about once we get in-game. Right now, though, we're going to be jumping into a little bit of a break, setting up the server, and then we're going to be jumping straight into Anubis to figure out how this third map is going to go. Good luck, have fun.
Here it is, the final map of the series, the decider to determine which team gets that spot in the semi-finals, obviously, to face against the victor of that previous series in 500 against, obviously, Eclot. What are we thinking? Expectations? Any predictions? Or is it too soon to tell?
I mean, look, like I said before we jumped into this game, I feel like this one's really up in the air now after what we saw on Inferno. I think how dominant it was from Iberian, so we get a little bit of a knife fight here in the middle. And I actually do think a map like Anubis, the knife round can actually have some impact. You can choose to start on the T side. I feel like maps like a Dust 2, maps like a Mirage don't make a huge amount of difference. But I actually do think here on a map like Anubis, I certainly do think there can be a bit of a change and a bit of impact that it does have. Because look, we are indeed going to see the T side start out. We are going to see NaVi Jr. onto this favoured side of the map, and I think this is going to be important for them. Look, they got absolutely blown out of the water on Inferno. Give themselves some time to get warmed up, play on the favoured side, get some momentum, get players like McCarthy stepping up again. But I certainly don't think it's guaranteed.
I think you just have to see how McCarthy played on Inferno in comparison, obviously, to Ancient. 7 and 13 he went on Inferno. Same amount of deaths as he got on Ancient, but 16 less kills. But here we have it. Yeah, underway.
And hitting towards A is a two-man setup. Salso and Alex to defend. No utility for the defenders. It has to come down to raw aim. 1 for 1 on the dual leads. At least Salso will be able to walk away with something. Player emerging from camera, but it's Alex at the back of the bomb site. Finding success. Does get one. There's a lot of damage. McCarthy and Krabeni are both reasonably tagged up, but it is the advantage for NaVi Jr. as NaVi waits out the smoking camera.
Both one's got to go huge here, but the fact that Krabeni finds him leaves such a tough round, and we can see the smoke landing towards camera. NaVi is going to have to push in front of it. He will get the first. Spots out the second of Demon. McCarthy showing his position as well. NaVi's been given a real opportunity in this round. Dropping into the bomb site now. Needs to find this frag, needs to find it fast. Will be able to get it. McCarthy needs to put the pieces together, but that's the 10-second little tick. That's the indication that McCarthy can give a round like this and can go for a swing, because even if he goes down, the round is won.
Nice attempt from NaVi. He knows he has to sort of instantly stick the bomb, but McCarthy's not going to fall for a trick like that. So pistol round does go the way of NaVi Jr. And no second round investment from Iberian Soul. They want to get the guns out nice and quickly here. NaVi, thanks to a couple of kills, has been able to bring out a Desert Eagle. But other than that, there's not much of an investment here from the CTs whatsoever. And there's that Deagle being taken down from Symmetry pretty early here. It should just be a bit of a stand around where NaVi Jr. just look to make sure they're not pushing into a stack. And try to win this one cleanly. Krabeni does have this Mag 10. It's this three-man setup in mid with a boost behind the door.
Yeah, boost can work out well for this frag, but obviously the round surely confirmed by NaVi Jr. as the bomb is down on the A bomb site.
And just losing the one casualty of Zugas. 4 survivors and weapons in play now for Iberian Soul in this final map here.
Yeah, look, this is going to be a bit of an idea for us on how this third map's going to go. I think for Iberian Soul, if they get absolutely stomped in this round, I guess we can say NaVi Jr. back to that form on Ancient. If it's a bit more competitive, then I guess we can let our imagination run wild as where this one's going. Nice early damage here, though, towards NaVi. HE grenade sent from Demon. Smoke now in house, going to force Alex back and expected Molotov to land as well. Krebeni lining that up. The bomb is making its way towards B though, so surely the intended goal for NaVi Jr. will be there, but they've still got 2 players dotted around close to A main. We've got Krebeni showing some force in middle, and it's going to be this crunch onto the B bomb site, 2 through con, 3 through B main, or at least you'd expect that.
Yeah, no casualty on either side as we're approaching that 1 minute mark. Molotov into E-box. Smoke drop towards B main at the same time.
I like this from Stododo, just silently rotating. It's going to be this molly and E-box, and this is where the CTs will get this indication that it is going to be this play through B. That's why we're seeing slight rotations from Alex, and with Salzol pushing through A main. He's got so much space to work with, but nice finds from Zugis. Obviously, Mopos finds one beforehand. Stododo gets one before getting taken down. Still this 3 versus 3, but Salzol, he is this lurk, pushing through the smoke. Found is Zugis, though. And now, if Alex goes down, this round is surely finished. Mopos gets the double, in fact, but spotted by Demon. An important kill for Demon, an important round for NaVi Jr., but it does come close, it gets exciting. And Mopos still showing that form of what we saw in the last.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing, isn't it? Look, it is the 3-0 start for NaVi Jr., but Mopos single-handedly felt like he turned so many rounds in Iberian Soul's favor. Sure, they're on a weaker side of this map. There's not really necessarily these favorings on a map like Inferno. It can be sort of team-dependent as to what side it is, but if Mopos can have a couple of these moments here again, which he almost did in that round, then Iberian Soul definitely still have a chance. But an impressive round there for NaVi Jr. to best Iberian Soul's first full investment as they move against the half by Makazi's double. Should kill most of the potency of this round.
Yeah, expectations on these half buys aren't that they're going to find victory, but maybe keep things a bit costly. Smoke towards A main should delay Zugis' aggression. The bomb is making its way into A main as well, and Salzol has disengaged, looking to middle. And look, Alex and Salzol, if they can find these 2 players comfortably, this is where we're saying, okay, there's a chance in the round, but Demon doubles, Stododo, all that remains as he progresses through B main. NaVi Jr. 5-4.
Yeah, an expected 4th as well. One that I think after Makazi's double, yeah, there wasn't much of a chance. But still, look, it's a 4-0 start. But plenty left to play for as NaVi Jr. on the favoured side of this map have to make sure they have a favoured looking half. Stododo don't realise how close he is to Makazi and not going to get given the chance to find and retrieve an AK for free. As things stand, 4 survivors are going to walk away into the next round as Stododo starts this push and Makazi spots. Completing the triple from him, NaVi Jr. win the round on eliminations. And back on the weapon, Stododo on this AWP.
Look, I don't think we're at a point where we're saying if Iberian Soul lose this round, the game gets quite tough for them. But eventually we will be saying, Iberian Soul, yes, you can make these rounds close, but you've got to start putting pen to paper. We're not there yet. Obviously, victory in this one will give NaVi Jr. their 5th, and we know this map's T-sided. We know that both teams do prefer this T-side. DaViG has taken so much damage with the utility. Oh, Mopos found by Demon. Makazi's molly spreads to DaViG, and Alex now has the first rotation. B bomb site done and dusted.
With Stododo and Salzol out of the action, not able to have any impact in this one.
Definitely will want to save these weapons to give a stronger chance in the next round. Salzol's been found, yeah, especially with the aggressive nature of NaVi Jr. They never really let you try and save these weapons. They're always on the front foot, always the aggressors. Oh, missed shot from Stododo. There's about 30 seconds that he's going to have to hold off for, but he gets the second. Nice find there. Demon going to be looking for search. Stododo's going to be running out of ammo. That could have been his first problem. Even if he connects a shot onto Demon, Makazi still finds that. Makazi is 9-1.
And look, this is the thing. I think him individually looking at map number 2 of this series and saying, yeah, I'm probably disappointed just in my own individual ability there. from what I did on map number 1 to the turnaround from sort of going from 23 kills on Ancient to 7 on Inferno. I think, yeah, he's coming into this game with a bit of vengeance. Coming in with a point to prove, okay, yeah, you got a map off of us, but that's all I'm willing to allow you to get.
Yeah, exactly.
The CT side calling a tactical timeout as it is going to be this partial buy from them. I always do love sort of gimmicky half buys where maybe you look to get some aggression, maybe a bit of a canals push, something like that. And maybe you're not confident enough to do in your full investments, but let's see what they do show us here. Also, and Alex, once again, both this sort of double setup towards A main, but might not be tested here. Might want to press the issue and look to push through this smoke, but flashbang blind in Salso's going to keep him at bay for now. Quick 3k though from the T's, and it is again Salso and Alex. I was going to say slightly out of this round. They do find a double between them.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. Just a bit of damage, trying to remove the finances and restrict them. Just looking at the money, you've got 2 players around 9k in Symmetry and Makazi. The rest will be sat around that 4-5k mark. And obviously with their finances in this current spot, it just means that even if they lose a round, they're still going to be getting an investment. But 6-0 start now. What a performance. What a change. And look, I think this is a good example of actually how the vetoes really do matter. Honestly, I thought this would be a series where it's not going to be based on vetoes, but Iberian Soul, they won their map pick pretty dominantly. NaVi Jr. do the same. The third is meant to be pretty contested, but we know how good NaVi Jr. can be. Still fine though for Iberian Soul. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the game already. And with a round like this, if it goes their way, they can find their first, denying NaVi Jr. winning the half. We could still see a 6-6.
I mean that's the thing. Look, they are still on this CT side of the map. So NaVi Jr., despite being 6-0 up, they can't take their foot off the gas. Because all Iberian Soul really need is find 3-4 rounds and you can make it work. Anything more is great. If you can find 5, that's brilliant. It is just Krebeni here in this 1 versus 3. Mopos ready for this position. Smoke grenade landing towards Krebeni, but still wanted to push through. Mopos' AWP is posted, but does get found. Krebeni still won't see himself, and timing goes against him.
Honestly, I thought Krebeni had a great idea, great read, and Alex, if he peeked a second earlier or a second later, he might have been forced into an HE grenade, and Krebeni could have got himself into a one-on-one there.
Yeah, I think it's just sort of assuming if the E-Box player is there, might go for the instant swing after the AWP gets found, but the fact that they don't, probably thinking, okay, not going to swing onto me, not going to give me this one-on-one.
Demon. He's had a really good game as well. Him and Makazi both with double-digit kills after 7. It is going to be this aggression through the B-bomb site. NaVi G spotted in the smoke. HE grenades landing on his position. Down to 24 points of health. Attempt to deny the plant here is Mopos. Alex very fast in his retake. Zugis spotted fighting a battle on 2 fronts, of which he comes out victorious. How is Zugis alive here? How has Demon got that first kill? But it's a 1 versus 2 now for Symmetry. This round's so back and forth. We've spoken about how this smoke can be quite costly at times. Symmetry now spamming through. It isn't the stick of the bomb, but Symmetry doesn't know that.
I mean, that's the issue. It's not a bad spot to be in when there's a smoke down towards main, if you have a rifle. But when you've got the AWP and trying to shoot for a smoke to find someone maybe defusing the bomb, things always get really tough there. And sort of just has to desperately sort of just shoot through, and even when the bullets come through, has to assume someone's still on it. But Iberian Soul are able to double up. They do get 2, and money's finally being pushed to its limit now for NaVi Jr. They do have a buy here, but losing 1 more will break them. And that's Iberian Soul's chance to bring this game significantly closer.
Six to 2. NaVi Jr. still in the lead, still feeling fairly comfortable. But it's rounds like that. It seems like NaVi Jr. should be winning that every day of the week. They get the opening kill from Makazi. They have a great idea of where Davigi is. Obviously, they spot him, but the kills are just a little bit difficult to acquire.
This is the pivotal round, though. If Iberian Soul can win this, their money's still being brought down to the wire. Losing this round, NaVi Jr. will be able to find not only 7, but probably 8. Whereas if Iberian Soul win this, they'll probably be able to double up and find 4. So a bit of a 2-for-1. Whoever can go on to take this, and lots of damage through the smoke. The T's are out. 1-for-1 trade initially, but Davigi forced back.
Still a 4-on-4, though. All retaking here. Kind of the same side. No one from Con, no one from main. Oh, the nade and molly combination. Excellent there to find Krabeni. Flashbang not blinding Makazi. And he's the one player you need to take down. He's the one player, if any utils to be sent towards it, would be him. But he gets a double because of the missed flash. Nice damage there onto Symmetry. We know Anubis isn't a big bomb radius, though. Just a dodo. He's had some nice moments when it comes to AWP shots, but they've just been while saving.
Yeah, that's a tricky moment, isn't it? It always feels like they've kind of been on the wrong side of the map on a lot of these occasions. But this is what I was saying, such a pivotal round in terms of the winner of that probably is able to find 2. With Stododo saving, though, Alex being able to buy, Iberian Soul could go for the force buy if they want, and you can see Mopos has fully invested it. It looks like that could be the decision. Seems like that's what they're discussing during this tactical pause right now. Just fully discussing exactly what it is they want to do, and a force buy looks reasonably... I mean, it's a risk.
Yeah. Well, look, I think it is a risk, but for Iberian Soul, if they just look to kind of eco around this AWP, it's what, 8? At best, 8 to 4? Maybe they don't feel confident with just 4. Maybe they realize that the finances for NaVi Jr. with 1 survivor are breakable, so it's a good look in. It's 3 rifles, it's an AWP, it's an MP9. The buy's not bad at all. It's not as though it's 5.7s or anything like that.
Obviously, with the last round, that's confirming NaVi Jr. are going to be winning this half here. And the chance to find so much more. 3 rounds remaining. The B-bomb site's being left reasonably undefended here. Sterodo here in E-Box alone. Davigi's in a deep position. Here in Canals, McCarthy goes down. Mopos is only able to find 1, and Sterodo has to reposition from E-Box. Now got to be paranoid about Temple and Main. But with the Temple push being found, Krabeni going down, makes Sterodo's life a little easier on this bomb site.
Oh, Sterodo. Great double there with the AWP. Nearly finding the 3rd through the smoke.
This time round, Sterodo is on the right bomb site. I think, honestly, if Krabeni didn't back away, if he looked to advance out towards B and help his teammates clear that site, Sterodo is in a really tough spot, but not the play. Davigi makes a lot of noise on this flank, deliberately just forcing Symmetry off this bomb, takes the time in, swings, and Symmetry has to look elsewhere. 2 rounds remaining, and money is completely broken for NaVi Jr. They have to force buy. So it's kind of going to be a double force buy at the end of this one.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one because they don't really have enough to eco. The force, if they win, they kind of break the money on Iberian Soul. Yeah, bit of a weird one. But great nade there. Landed in between all three. I don't know how it's only done a maximum of 17 damage. Alex now under pressure. Great from Alex. He gets the 4K spray down. Zugis left alone. Alex doubles his kills in 1 round.
Zugis will find one, but a 1v4 turns to a 1v5 doesn't feel like it makes things much easier. There's a 2-man flank coming through, and Alex still towards middle has the chance of the ace.
He's got the bomb down as well. Honestly, looking at the positioning here of Iberian Soul, a lot of people might think, oh, why have they split? But it's the idea that Zugis then can't get anywhere. He can't go anywhere. They just need to, you know, sit, wait. If he looks to save, they know he's exactly on the A bomb site, so they can hunt him after time. Iberian Soul find 4. And now it looks as though they could find a 5th.
And that's the issue. Finance at the end of this half have been really difficult for NaVi Jr. Losing 1 round and kind of being at a point at the end of the half where you've got to go for a double force buy of pistol investments. It's not easy. So 7-5 will still be a very respectable score for Iberian Soul. OG with 1,
nice
but
find.
does get taken down. That's a gun that can be upgraded.
Look at Salzo, look at the space he's taking. Zugis hasn't held for this. Makazi dead to right, spots another in middle. We will see a trade surely come through from Zugis. It's another weapon that can be picked up, and now Mopo's out in the open. Okay, things have got a little bit wrong here, but the AWP could find plenty. Has been spotted now, mollied off the angle. A question of where Alex resides, though. Alex is just playing tucked in heaven. Alex could easily find 2 for the price of 1 here. The utility, there's not loads of it. Demon worried about heaven, but Stododo will be rotating into camera. There has been a smoke for his angle, but he finds a pick beforehand. Oh, Alex, that's a tough way to go down. Flashbang through here. Zugis turning from it, and Zugis finding. So 8-4. Pretty fair evaluation of how this game has gone.
Yeah, I would say so. Look, NaVi Jr. had a really good start on this map. 6-0 start. Saw a bit of a resurgence at the end from Iberian Soul, but money just being a bit of a tough spot for NaVi Jr. that it would have felt a little bit harsh if they actually were only able to find 1 round after that initial 6. But Iberian Soul, they definitely did come alive there. Is it enough is still going to be the question. They're moving on to the stronger side of this map. Pistol victory would be great for them to bring this scoreline even closer, but still a lot of work for them to do. Round number 13, the second half of our second quarterfinal here of the final map. One of these 2 teams have to get eliminated. It feels harsh that either of them do. But the way things are looking right now, if NaVi Jr. can kick off and have a good start on the second half, it might be too much for Iberian Soul to be able to come back from.
Slow pistol here from Iberian Soul. Looks as though they want to maneuver their way into the A bomb site. The big issue with that is it's a great setup. Zugis taking contact symmetry. He's not actually playing anti-flash, which I think could cost them quite a bit. Oh, what a find. Symmetry, though. Symmetry can get a triple. Okay. Flashbang comes through. He gets the quad on for the ace. He does all the damage to Mopos. Actually, it wasn't the ace. It was a triple kill as we saw a TK involved. Symmetry. Nice find here. Stadodo's Tech 9 connecting, but McCarthy ready to trade. Oh, David down to 1 HP. Salzo. This has gone a little bit sour. They went for the force. It's not come through. It's going to be a 10-4 scoreline. Very reminiscent, in fact, of what we saw from NaVi Jr. Sorry, from Iberian Soul on Inferno.
Yeah, I was actually asking you how you view this game going. After that pistol round going the way of NaVi Jr. But look, I think with the force buy not being successful, I think we know this is going to be a challenging one now. But sadly, a sneezing fit has forced me to mute my mic and forget to unmute. But all back in the action now as, look, Davi G dropped over an AK to Salso. He is the man so often leading the lines for Iberian. So had a tough map number 1. Didn't have the greatest map number 2 by his standards. Similar signs, sadly, to map number 1 here again. Yeah. Look, NaVi Jr., we expected them coming into the series to be the victors. I think we are slowly getting closer and closer to that. I'm loving the fact that Salso's consistently bringing out this kind of hero AK. But NaVi Jr., finish line in sight. And this kind of round should be a bit of a victory lap. It's just that AK, a couple deagles are in play but unarmored. And the fact that Iberian Soul have gone quite slow here. NaVi Jr. opt for a bit of a bunkered down bomb site approach, which I always like to see on these types of buys. I think when you see players kind of pushing extremities and giving options and opportunities to these deagles, that's when things can go a little bit wrong. But actually, the call here from Iberian Soul to go towards A is perfect. Rotation's going to be really slow, and with Salzo looking to get him finding that first, he's now got 4 players. Preveni needs to connect heavily. Will just get the 1, so weaponry can be retrieved. Mopos, instead of sitting in middle, he goes onto the bomb site, which I don't mind because it means he can take this space. And Alex finding Makazi. How has this round gone so wrong for NaVi Jr.? I mean, Symmetry can find 1 here. Surely nothing more, and he won't do. These are armored players, but it doesn't feel like it the way they're shooting and the way they're just not taking any bullets themselves. No defuse kit on Demon.
Yeah, he's not going quiet either. Stadodo still hidden here. Mopos kind of playing with his food here. Round 1. What a shot there from Stadodo as well.
And that was with Davi G dropping over an AK to Salso, nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a surprise to be sure. And NaVi Jr., where it felt like that should have been a free 11th. And that should have been them sort of one full buy victory away from taking this map in this series. But now Iberian Soul, look, they had a resurgence at the end of the first half. Maybe that can spark something more. Maybe they're able to continue from that. But it's a bit of a force by war later than the force by war should have occurred, as we already have the full investment from NaVi Jr. Got a couple of M4s, got a FAMAS, and a few pistols. We've already seen NaVi Jr. win with the pistols beforehand on a number of occasions this series. Maybe they can do it again with a couple of rifles alongside. Flashbang down middle, Symmetry M4 up close and personal. Finds the first, doubles down and switches to the AK. Can't just back away from this. Feels like he's done his job already in this round. And the success from Iberian Soul could all count for nothing if they're not able to convert this one as well. And from a 2-man disadvantage, it's a tough time. Information gain on the back of the bomb site and the double swing from McCarthy and the pistol of Demon. But it's all on Salso, the man that Iberian Soul so often look towards for the heroics.
Yeah, Salzol, not an easy round to be kind of forced into. His teammates towards middle and B main. Taken down. I think Salzol's individual conquest this round was taking control of E-Box, and he's done that job. That was his initial task. Yeah, sadly his teammates all dying in the process. So 11 now found for Iberians, for NaVi Jr. Puts Iberian Soul in hot water, as all it takes is 2 rounds, and quite rightly, they need another 30 seconds to talk things through.
This could be last chance saloon for what has very much been a fairy tale run, this event for Iberian Soul. Only dropping a single map here until this game against NaVi Junior. Plenty of 2-0s. They took down some big dogs as well and making it into playoffs. And the quarterfinals, for me, is already a success story. But they put themselves in a spot where they could have taken their series, where they could have been the ones to advance over NaVi Junior in the semifinals. And whether that life is still in them is all going to be dependent on, can they win this round? Lots of bodies outside A for Iberian Soul. Perhaps looking to take some space towards A main. Perhaps looking to make their way into canals. The end goal still up in the air. Symmetry. Looking deep towards A main. Might take the initiative to push through. B main, sorry. Might take the initiative and get this information, but is going to be backing up slightly himself as these A players get chipped away slightly by the nade of Zugis, but he falls. Flashbang's good enough for Penny at the back of the bomb site. Mollied out, has to drop the flash to delay and reposition.
Great from Kraveni. He looks to take an advanced angle as well. Not only gaining even more information, but finding a kill in the process. Mopos finding Makazi, though, is going to change up this round as it's going to be a quick decision to head towards B. Mopos is a little bit alone currently. Will drop the Molotov. Goes towards CT. Demon is ready for this, and the tick and the molly kind of forces Mopos to be a little bit more delayed and less aggressive, which I think is the right call. We saw in many rounds where NaVi Junior, they got the bomb down, but looked to kind of hunt too heavily, and it cost them in the past. Iberian Soul not opting for that approach.
Just got to keep hold of these weapons. Like to bring these rifles into the next. Money's okay. But Iberian Soul, I said the importance of this round, how desperate they were to win it. And they have passed the test, denying NaVi Junior finding map and series point, but Mopos just with this Tech 9 is able to find Symmetry and retrieve himself at M4. Will drop this nade onto Demon's position, and the swing starts to come through. Will take him down just before. So the chance of the full investment now with both Symmetry and Demon going down, I was going to say it's surely not going to come through, but they are invested in it.
Still 5 ahead of NaVi Junior, only 2 more to find.
We've seen Iberian Soul take the space towards middle. Being undefended right now from NaVi Junior. Yeah, I'll be honest, I think this is a big risk going for this full investment here. I think surely the safer option is just to keep your money in a decent enough spot. See if you can get an AWP for Symmetry. See if you can get everyone on the M4s. Look, we're at the 1 minute 20 mark, and we've got a single flashbang remaining, which just been juggled across now. So it's going to come down to the gunfights. Iberian Soul definitely have the one-up in terms of their execute. There's not going to be any counter-utility really coming through. Lining up towards B now. Two players on the back of the bomb site as the push starts to come through now. Flashbangs over the top. Demon gets found easily. McCarthy gets nothing on the bomb site.
Great openers here. Really important kills being seen here from Iberian Soul. They deal with the B defenders, and as we said, it's a bit of a risky investment here from NaVi Junior, as they don't have all the pieces, they don't have all the util, but weaponry's certainly seen. But with that lack in utility, Mopos gets a disgusting double kill there, and Kraveni just having to walk away with his tail tucked between his legs.
Yeah, Iberian Soul, they're definitely not out of this one yet. I still not a huge fan of the investment there from NaVi Junior. I mean, look, they had weapons. They had good enough guns to win the round. I just think when you're sitting at 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30 with next to no util remaining, those bomb site executes are just going to feel very easy for Iberian Soul. When there's no utility to make their life difficult, when there's nothing you can throw in response, feels like a bit of a challenge. But it is going to be the eco here now for the CT side. NaVi just going to have to hope Krebeni can pull off some heroics with this 1M4. But when this round likely goes the way of the T's, it's going to be an 11-8 scoreline. And, I mean, quite a far cry from what we were looking at. It's quite a hefty lead for NaVi Jr. and could very quickly be near enough leveled up. Krebeni and Co out towards B main.
Yeah, flashes have been sent. Mopos is getting a lot of information here. That's why his teammates are taking space towards middle and A. They realize they can isolate. Silent on NaVi Jr. now, so Salsa's holding for this, though. Iberian Soul should find 8 here. What a comeback this could be.
100%, we could see NaVi Jr. fall apart here. Just 2 rounds away, and they are a team that is tough to keep quiet for a long period of time. Gets his USP, he does get found. Krebeni just going to look to save this rifle again. His money's not going to be great in the next round, so being able to bring out, keep this M4 in play, maybe drop one over to a player that might be lacking a bit of utility, but towards middle is where the M4 resides and where the M4 will stay.
Actually, it's quite important that Krebeni keeps this M4, because obviously it means he can drop another one over to play like Demon, maybe Symmetry, and then we can see full utility on Krebeni still, and obviously on the player that it's been dropped to. No kit invested by Makazi. Obviously, Krebeni could sell a flash, buy a defuse kit. Makazi could then drop a second flash and buy a defuse kit. Charlie, we've been casting together for quite some time now, and you know my thoughts on these types of calls. Makazi has invested in one now. I still hate the fact that there's 1 defuse kit when there could be 2, but whether it will cost NaVi Jr., I doubt it. I feel like a lot of these rounds, NaVi Jr. have kind of won before the bomb's even gone down, and obviously lost before the bomb's even gone down, because it seems like a lot of these entries for Iberian Soul, they either happen so sweetly and they win the round kind of with such an advantage, or it goes a bit wrong.
Yeah, and it's been NaVi Jr. not doing a great job at holding off on these executes. It's been quite a few rounds in a row now from Iberian Soul, and they are keeping this streak going. They keep belief in their camp, keep their fans believing that they can do it. And right now, the only people who can stop them is NaVi Jr., and they haven't quite figured out a solution to this Iberian Soul offense. Only actually winning 1 full buy versus full buy since being on this CT side have NaVi Jr.
Yeah, the investments have been quite weird throughout this game for both teams. It seems like there's been a lot of hard buys, a lot of weaker investments, and a lot of random investments where maybe it shouldn't be seen. Native the smoke looks good. The Dodo finds as well, and exactly what I'm on about. Iberian Soul, they've won the round before the bombs even needed to be planted.
Yeah, NaVi Jr., I don't know what they need to change. It feels like maybe, I think they might need to look for some aggression somewhere. The issue is they can't really financially afford Symmetry on an AWP.
Yeah.
Makazi will have enough money in the next round, I believe, with just the money he has in the bank. But that's the question. Are we going to see NaVi Jr. even buy this? Are we going to see them just go for a half buy around these weapons? There's a lot of questions to be had, and none of them NaVi Jr. can really give us the answer for. Symmetry is going to go down here. Mopos finds, and Makazi could suffer a similar fate. And it's going to be this 11-9 score. 4 rounds in a row now for Iberian Soul. 5 out of the last 6 going their way. And like I've said, only seen NaVi Jr. win 1 full buy since moving on to this CT side. Could be a bit of a concern for them now. It is just going to be the half buy. We have seen an M4 being bought out by Zugis. I want to say dropped over from Makazi. A chance at a round like this, but I mean, we need to see something different. We need to see something a bit more creative from NaVi, as otherwise I do think Iberian Soldiers is going to keep on piling on these rounds. Momentum's on their side, wins in their sails, and they're not showing us any signs of slowing down. And this is all while Salso is still their bottom performing player. He's not having a good game. Everyone else is sort of having these highlight moments.
Especially as Salzo is the go-to. He is the consistent factor for success here on Iberian Soul. And the fact that Salzo can play against one of the tougher opponents Iberian Soul have faced in a while and have this poor performance, and Iberian Soul still have the look in at winning the whole thing. That's where things get really interesting. Yes, okay, they're still trailing by 2, but this should be an expected victory unless if somehow these pistols can work out nicely. Zugis is in the right position. Demon will get a kill as well. Krebeni can look to take some space. Ooh, okay, they're doubling back towards B. It was just fake steps towards A. There's still this double B setup, but Zugis will make his way towards middle now. But Demon again on the Deagle. Third found, needing a fourth, but still, Demon has done so much work here for NaVi Jr. Krebeni's now pushing through. A flank from Krebeni could win this round, but it's all on what Zugis can do. Krebeni's retrieved the rifle now. Salzo looks as though he's going to be crossing towards canals. If Krebeni can tuck himself in the corner, Salzo might go clearing. The kit is dropped here in con as well. Salzo, it's all going to be about timing. Krebeni peeking in. Now the kit can be picked up. It is all on Mopos. Like he's got a smoke, but where does he use it? Does he
there's nowhere really. He's got to take these gunfights. Got to look for these jewels. He's able to not find the first. In fact, Zugis just about comes out on top there. And this is the issue that I was saying about NaVi Juniors. It feels like they are a team that you really are going to struggle to keep silent for that long a period. And look, they were quiet for a little bit of rounds that finally they post around on the board. It comes out of nowhere. Demon's heroics really win that one. And Krebeni having the patience. The timing goes his way with the kit retrieved. No issues on that retake. 3 opportunities for NaVi Jr. to close out this map and series and eliminate Iberian Soul here at the quarterfinals.
And now Symmetry's on the AWP. He can offer a lot more stability here to this NaVi Jr. CT side. He's going to look for an opening pick here in Canals. Zugis will find Symmetry falling, though. So still a 4 versus 4. Krebeni now could go searching in middle. If he decides to take this timing and push into the back lines, he will have this round dead to rights. Zugis now by his side. It is going to be a play through A. The bomb is on Alex. And it is going to be space taken towards B. Oh, this is going to be so tough now for Iberian Soul. Mopos has just rotated off. And with all this space being taken from NaVi Jr., they're just saying to their 2 teammates in middle, look, guys, we've just cleared out B main. There is no one here. Go for a double stack on A. That does seem what the game plan is. We've seen Demon drop a smoke in con, and it's just going to rotate now towards A. This is going to be devastating. Timing couldn't be better, though. Krebeni had a nade in hand, but with Zugis finding man advantage now for NaVi Jr. Makazi still tucked away behind B main. It is still looking as though it's going to be this play from Iberian Soul towards A. But again, the setup is so good.
We've got a Molotov as well on Zugis. He can throw that out now. It's just going to delay even more time, but Krebeni will actually fall beforehand.
Yeah, I don't love the fact that Makazi just kind of sat outside B main. You understand Iberian Soul could have gone back, but if he pushed through for a flank, this would have been perfect. Oh, nice bit of spam there. Attempt to deny the plant. Makazi pushing through camera. Stododo gets a bad timing, but Mopos finds him. Stododo eventually connecting to Zugis, and now it's Demon. He had a huge round with the Deagle, but I doubt he's going to find much more here. 24 points of health. Stododo posted on the AWP, but Stododo will find. Triple kill in that round for Stododo. And even disadvantage while heading into that round is the positioning of Krebeni that catches out NaVi Jr. and kind of costs them because he's playing towards Pillar. The molly lands, and there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, and that's with Zugis throwing the Molotov himself towards main to delay, allow Demon to rotate in. But with Krebeni falling,
But why is he playing that advanced
Zugis and Demon don't really want to merge out onto the bomb site. So in doing so, they're just forced to play around these smokes. And Stadodo has a big round with the AWP. Had a chance to have an even bigger one here. This is a full investment from NaVi Jr. Losing this one, they'll be with a half bite in the next.
Yeah, this is going to be the type of round where, honestly, I think you take... If you can't find an opening pick, if you can't find any control or any space, in the latter portion of a round, you just go for kind of a full one gamble. But it looks as though they are going to maybe try and take some space outside B once again. Mopos is alone here. Mopos gets the double. Ridiculous. How are we seeing those frags go the way of Mopos? And now, surely this is where the final three players just look to say, but NaVi will find Mopos as well, finding Symmetry. 1 versus 5 for Zugis. Save attempt, surely the game plan, but Salzal can find him, and now the finance is so weak. What do you do here? Do you opt for 2 players to drop rifles across and maybe play Deagles? Demon's round with a Deagle was impressive in the last. I don't think MP9s are going to cut it, though.
It's a really challenging one to make, because look, most of this half, NaVi Jr. have just lost a lot of these gunfights. They haven't just won, even with the rifles in play. Maybe the MP9s can give them a bit more mobility that they might need in a position like this. I mean, I don't know, NaVi Jr., they have sort of crumbled on this CT side. Yeah. And you do have to say, I mean, imagine if they didn't win the pistol. Didn't win that in the conversion.
Yeah, very true.
Only won 2 full buys, both of which in isolation, both of which, I mean, considering the rest of this half, feel a little bit fluky.
And right now, Iberian Soul with the kind of util advantage, the weaponry advantage, a default could be the right play. Return fire on the HE, but Salzal taking very minimal damage. And I said Iberian Soul could just go for a default. They're sending Alex to kind of prod and probe in middle. AAA setup. Iberian Soul, they have opted to head towards A quite frequently here on this T side. MP9s. Zugis does have a Molotov. And this is the setup that I was hoping for. Molly now going to force the T through. The MP9s? No, surely not. Mopos will double once again. Symmetry now to send in the Molly. There is enough time for Iberian Soul to head back towards the B-bomb site. Symmetry within the flames. Flashbang comes over. Symmetry not blinded. We're going to see a rotation come through now, but Alex gets the double in fact. Makazi, 1 versus 3, but he gets the 1v1. He finds the kills. Missed shot from Stadodo. Makazi can back away now. Pistol in hand for Stadodo. And Stadodo goes searching. There's 17 seconds on the clock. P250 in hand. Might be the tap of the bomb from Stadodo, but Makazi quick. Stadodo going to elevate. He can find Makazi now. It's all on timing. He pushes round, steps ahead again, and Makazi finds. Of course, it's Makazi in the clutch. A 1 versus 3 to give NaVi Jr. the semi-finals. And of the weakest investment we've seen from them in a while, they are victorious. But of course, if it's anyone on the NaVi Jr. side, it's going to be Makazi. A ridiculous finish to this game. And honestly, you've got to feel for Iberian Soul. The heavy lifting they did to kind of bring themselves back into that game. They lost the pistol. They were, what, 10-4 down. How is that not gone to overtime?
I have no idea. I mean, it should have. Makazi's just a maniac. That's a Furia bite to end it off as well right there. That shouldn't have been a win. Should not have been a win out here for NaVi Jr. But that is how they get their ticket to the semifinals. And sadly for Iberian Soul, man, they put up a fight. I mean, you have to give it to them. You have to tip your hat. They really tried. They took away their own map pick. They sent it down to 13-8. While that might not sound that much into the first map, it was still a map they had no chance of winning. And then after that, they gave us this almost overtime onto the last map. It was a beauty to watch, and they definitely fixed a lot of mistakes. There was definitely a lot more to be done, and they learned from the previous 2 maps to get into this one. It just came down to the clutching power. It really just came down to how much Makazi was able to do there. And not just him, but also Jugas. If you remember, he had a couple of wild moments too to save his team. And I don't know, just in general, it really felt like NaVi Jr. had that X factor, whereas Iberian Soul were having it as well, just not when it mattered most. GG's, well played, but I guess that just wasn't enough to propel Iberian Soul to semifinals, as NaVi Jr. are now going to be facing up against 500 into our first semifinal already figured out. Fred, how do you think that the next two games are going to go? Or if you have any closing thoughts about this one as well, love to hear them.
Yeah, actually, I want to say Mopo's had a really good game. I think Iberian Soul, they lent upon him a lot in this series while Salzar wasn't fragging. I think obviously it's been an impressive last couple months for Iberian Soul, but this is still NaVi Jr., right? We expected them to take it, and they have. I'm actually gonna save my prediction for the last two games, because I don't want to sound stupid, because there is not a single part of my body that isn't gonna say Guns are gonna win. And I think we all know it's not going to happen. So
honestly, I think there is a chance. Big looked a bit shaky against Zero Tenacity. Look, GUN5 taking down Passion, why not? Why can't it happen now? But I do very much sympathize with Iberian Soul there. As I mean, even that final round is devastating. Look, Mopos with the double, then Alex gets the double, and then it's just a bit of McCarthy magic that really feels like it kills him just at that last sort of chance. But I definitely think we have to say, before we do wrap anything up here, it does feel like it is a success story here still for Iberian Soul, despite getting knocked out of the quarterfinals. Just where this team's been at in recent form. I think quarterfinal performance and a really close affair against NaVi Jr. Map number 1 and 3 all close, and then being able to bully them on map number 2. There's a lot to build on here, and I'm excited to see what they can do for us and what they can show us in future CCTs as NaVi Jr. just about get it over the line.
Yeah, it's sad that they won't have the results to back up what they were showing out here today. And if people are going to look from a top-down view, they're going to say, okay, well, Iberian Soul, they lost in quarterfinals. That's it. That's not all it was. They really did put up a fight, and there is a lot to build up upon. But that's just the good part about the side out here for their coach, for Iberian Soul in general, to just get together, workshop, brainstorm, and get through to the next CCT, because there's still going to be more after this, of course. But with that being said, there's also more best of threes to come out here today. The quarterfinals aren't done. There's still 2 best of threes left to go, and we'll follow Zola's advice here. We won't be giving up our actual instances of what we think is going to happen out here, because who knows? Maybe we're going to curse them, and there's might not be a need. Even though, yes, Big should in theory win. We never know how it's going to turn out. And I say let's just not delay it any further. There's already not going to be a couple of delays because TNL is still playing the game right now. So we're going to be going into a little bit of an extended break, and then once we're back, it's going to be the next matchup, TNL, trying to take down the likes of NIP. So that is also going to be a fun best of 3. Be tuned, find out what's going to happen next up out here in the CCT.
All right, welcome back, folks, to CCT Season 3, Series number 3 in Europe. I am JRT, and we're getting ready to go, of course, with this next matchup, the next level up against NIP. We're going to be going pretty quickly here, guys, but before we do, just quick introductions, of course. We got Teo over and Nexus with us. How are you both doing? Very quickly, because I think we're almost ready to go.
I'm actually prepared for this one. I was hoping to see NIP again, and here we are once more in the quarterfinals.
I'm ready. That's it. I'm good. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. All right, let's check out the rosters immediately here. Let's go to the. They just a crazy matchup up against. Right, 2-1 the series. It looked like they were going to lose it on Dust 2. They were down 11-5, and then they came back and pushed it to overtime, ended up winning that map, and then got the reverse sweep up against NIP, which is crazy. And not up against NIP, up against Fabit, which was pretty crazy. I thought it was going to be a clear-cut series because of how well they played against Fabit previously, but then it wasn't. So, I mean, maybe that brings the doubts into your mind. Regardless, which player would you like to focus on here over?
Obviously, the easy answer is Wrinkle, always. But in my eyes, I've said it before, last time we were here, we saw NIP versus Cybershock. And Siush was a factor that was a big part of that series. And once again here, I think he's going to be the one I look for.
All right, let's see what's going on here with the map Veto. We've got Nuke being picked by NIP, Dust 2 by the next level, and Anubis on the other side. Any surprises here, Nexus?
Not particularly, no. Mirage banned out, same with Inferno as well. That's both teams, one of their good maps gone. But the problem is both teams have every map that is currently good for them. Like, the amount of wins they've gotten there doesn't seem like there's a weak link in either pool. Bar for Dust 2, which is like the only map either team have below 60% win rates on. Like, that's the weakest link either team's gonna have, and we've also got ahead and played it here, so... there's nothing really all too scary about this one for either team, I think. Maybe for TNL, just the fact that you played Nuke, now you go right back into it. It could get a little bit stale, and you may not have the exact preparation ready, right? You might want to play the same way you played against Fafbet, against NIP. That might catch you off guard a little bit first, but that's something we'll have to see in the game itself.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do agree. I think that NIP obviously love to play Nuke, and one thing that NIP are trying to prove right now is that they are a team that's not staying in Tier 2 but moving to Tier 1. And I think that's quite clear by the results as late. They've taken care of some of the tougher competition at Tier 2, being Astrum, Cybershock, and Iberian Soul. So, I mean, those are three very big wins over their last three affairs. And I think that that's important for them to continue moving forward. We're going to look at the head-to-head, though, between, obviously, Wrinkle and Karen. Anything you want to say about this over?
I think it kind of speaks for itself in a way. We've got Wrinkle with quite a few less deaths than Karen, but I think the impact from both sides is shown in that ADR, and it's quite similar in that respect. It depends on the day, it depends how well Wrinkle's gonna come prepared. I think he's always gonna be in a good mood, but questionable whether or not they get surprised, like even Nexus said, right? They've just played Nuke, so maybe they want to run back that same strategy. They might try to see if they can just repeat that kind of shift in momentum and keep it in their favor. But I don't know. I'm honestly thinking Wrinkle should have it here.
All right, well, you guys are going into the game, so get away.
Let's get it. Let's get it right here, right now. For TNL, like 5 minutes of a break for them. Not a whole lot. So, let's see how they do perform against NIP. Like I said, there might be some things that they can't shake off immediately. They just finished out their game against Fabit on Nuke, so one or two things might be now kind of sticking to how they played there versus now. And that's a slight concern that I have.
What kind of a concern do you share?
As in, you play one way versus a team, then you try to play against a different team, they have a different playstyle, what you were doing previously doesn't work, and it's hard to shake off.
Sure. But
that's the concern I have.
That is based on the idea that they have a certain way to play against certain teams, right? I'd say rather than that, they would just play on their own baseline and feel comfortable with that. But speaking of baselines, It's a bomb plant, and there's going to be a heavy riff, especially if NIP are able to win it. It's Ujerks and Aros Dos, the duet from Portugal, that now have to showcase what they're made of as Onyx. Able to get Aros Dos set. Ujerks is effectively in a
done deal. Run at this.
Oh, he prevents the defuse! He prevents the defuse! They don't have a kit! That's madness! Ujerks, how have you done it? And he gets both kills! A 4K for the man. Oh, that is gonna leave you wanting. Oof.
God damn, that's what I was kind of seeing there as well, right? The duel from above was coming on the catwalk, didn't even drop down. All Ujerks have to do was run below and just get toward the site. He recognized that very quickly and just walks away. 4 kills in the round. Victorious and first on the board there for NIP. For TNL, the response, a quick force buy. The hand spotted a shot taken, that'll let him know Flyrex at least has a scout. 100 wells is forced up here, but doesn't matter. Onyx is dead next.
Flyrex, the name that always haunts me. Though NIP might make short work to eliminate them from the tournament, so we won't see it at least until the end of player break. Ujerks, though, meanwhile, keeps on running, keeps on killing. Snappy's already gotten one beforehand, and round should be pretty much done. Although, with Knife now finding Ujerks, a secondary was possible, but Wrinkle is too good. He doesn't let that one go, and Knifey, well, if he could knife somebody, that'd be nice, but at this point, just a save. He doesn't have any util. That Kevlar, perhaps even more valuable than the MP9. Regardless, it's going to be a 2-0 NIP. They've set themselves a nice nest. Great start, T-side.
A wonderful start for the season here. As well, he'll save. Just to kind of touch once more upon that playstyle, right? It's not the fact that they have to perhaps have a different playstyle for every team, but it's the fact they get stuck in what they were doing toward the end of the last game they played, and just try to vibe off that, and then repeat those things they were doing there to now, and just kind of go off it, because the idea or the mental game of it, that was succeeding previously. Let's do it again in between, let's say 10-15 minutes at most. That's the hardest part to shake off.
They played T-side though, right? Didn't they? Or did they finish on CT? I don't recall exactly now. But it would not matter in the end, because NIP doesn't care, and they're continuously pushing towards ramp. A few losses here and there, though everything seems to go exactly as planned. I mean, this is the trade you're looking for, and Knifey again finds himself alone. Once more, a one-man army. Could steal that rifle. I think a Galil was switched out, potentially. Though doesn't even commit to that. Though I see where you're coming from. You know, if they were to stay in the same mental or rather headspace they had during the previous game, they were dominating, they played a very good game. I could see how bringing that same attitude against NIP is definitely going to haunt you. So far, I wouldn't say that's exactly the case, but things are starting to progress in a way where TNL will soon have to show some teeth at least and fight back a little bit. A first or a second round would be very nice. And we do have the AWP out for Flyrax, and the show must go on.
Show must go on. The TNL, the show must begin. And I'd be right toward the A site. Mac hit on Wrinkle, silenced quickly, and Nippy allowed to take 2 with the A1S before his time is up. There's trades coming through, yeah, but only in the form of a singular one that NIP find here. You can try to change things up here. You can go for a faster pace, but hey, hasn't happened. No success immediately. I feel like this as well was a thing we mentioned previously. When we saw NIP Cybershock on Nuke as well, is they try to change up that pace it didn't work the first time, then they just went back to a completely different thing. This is just kind of them testing the waters to see how much they can get away with.
I like that they're doing it this early, not late in the game. Against Cybershock specifically, I remember it was done towards the later stages of each map, and it got me a little bit worried because you can fumble, you can effectively lose that control. Arostos is caught, but it's Wrinkle ready to dance, and I can't say Flyrax is really looking for another kill. Is he... Hold up, Karen? Traded off, never mind. That could have been a double. Turning his attention elsewhere, Ujerks with a double himself instead, as that brings NIP towards the A side pretty much for free. NaVi reports in, they know Flyrax was on ramp, they've got the info, they can go for the bomb plant, and... good luck, you're gonna need it. Oh, the timing.
On side. Does turn correctly, but he doesn't have the shots. And now for the retake itself. He just needs to come through, Shush in a good position, but doesn't have the diffuser. Had to go through the wall, it doesn't find him. Just offset. If it will walk away victorious in this one. The 2-on-2 that will go TNL's way. And they're gonna go back to back now victorious. Let's talk about getting a start going on. They will do so. Not just one, now two. Momentum begins to build up there slowly.
I was already a bit concerned with that A rush, but handling this 2v2 wasn't easy, and well done by TNL. Second round is theirs. As we said, they have to show up something. With the first gun round, that's exactly what happens. And Onyx, good smart positioning. He doesn't let himself be caught immediately. He's still basically ready to fight this head on, but why does he persist? I don't know. I don't have a clear answer in my mind. Why would you stay there? As Karen is already at short, but he dies for needlessly for nothing, and it looks like the round might end for nothing. It's awkward because you see the chess pieces on the board and you know you have to move it, and then unfortunately the pawns just stay in their place, and that's going to be a fourth round for NIP. Started so well though. Onyx avoided all death, like any sort of damage at all, and could have easily fallen back to site. That would have been the right answer in that position, surely.
Enough Flyrax saves the off, depends who's swinging first, because the Ujerks is up close. Flashbang's decent. Not perfect, but they'll still find him.
If you're a fan of NIP, this is wonderful news. If you're a fan of TNL, not so much, unfortunately. Another eco, so we're looking at a 5-2 start most likely, bar ecos win. But next is, come on, let's get this sorted. What the hell happened that last round? Why would Onyx stay there? Was he really thinking a multi-frag is what saves them there in that moment?
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to go through this one at a time. I'm just figuring out how good NIP really is on this map myself. Because we've seen, like, the tendencies, that's kind of what I'm focused on. I don't care about a single round at the moment. Maybe we'll come back to it. It's the way they want to play this as a team now. Last time, this time as well, we see the changes of pace they're trying to make. This time even faster as well. That's what I'm more interested in this one as well. You just picked up 3, by the way, here. Farming ecos. And NIP, seemingly a fairly easy beginning.
I mean, I get you're trying to see the big picture, but surely we have to consider the details, or the devils in the details and all that good jazz, you know, the the oldest trick in the book and all. And I feel like the rounds that you had a chance and you wasted it on top of a very small mistake, and then you count those mistakes, you count how many rounds that was, how many mistakes there were, and it becomes apparent that the big picture is starting to miss a few pieces. And TNL right now, I hope that's not the, kind of the course we're on. But if we had to say, we didn't say, I don't think we said it, right? Who wins, who loses? We didn't give our predictions.
No, we didn't really have that. I don't think there was necessarily a need for that, and, we didn't have the most time either way. But do you want to go ahead and give us your take on who's winning this one?
Yeah, sure. I hope John was here as well to at least give us his own thoughts on the matter. I'll say this as clearly and as easily as I can. Should be an NIP win. No doubt in my mind, for the most part. TNL can be a scary team, but today, unfortunately, I don't see them taking this one away.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I need to add too much to it either. NIP, a clear favorite here, because they are making the climb here to, tier 1, at least getting to that level. Here. It was 1, didn't see that. Second comes in, third as well, TNL. Now we can start talking about these mistakes happening. It's individual duels you're losing at the moment, and that's costing them a lot of space. Onyx. Almost head-chopped off. It doesn't matter. His teammate is down, and he's not even allowed to escape.
Too easy.
Yeah, now it's coming down to a bit more individual power on TNL. You gotta win your 1 versus 1s. They can't let Udrix go 14 kills deep in, 8 rounds you had so far, and most of them just outside walking in. Taking that space away and essentially shutting down any supports TNL might have in their own setups. Because he's dismantling them in these 1 versus 1s, and then you are not allowed to have multiple people challenging NIP when they're making these outside plays themselves. That's when a lot of these plans fall awry very quickly. Onyx, though, 5-7 and hiding in a smoke. I have never heard of a better duo in my life, because that's 1. They get 2. Only the 2.
Hey, it's good enough.
Either way.
Yeah, it could suffice, especially with NaVi down towards long. He's going to be looking to engage as soon as they make noise for the bomb plant, aka start planting. And he's waiting for rotations. There's a player coming down ramp. We've got another one ready to embed himself through lobby, hopefully running fast, because NaVi's going to need to get some support in. And instead of going through ramp, he went down through vents instead, through A. Okay, it changes it a little bit at least. Flyrax is coming in late, and for some reason, Karen takes a straight fight. It's snappy to take him off, and that's going to be NaVi and Flyrax in the retake without much time left and much of a hope in the reservoir. Yeah, that's pretty easy. NIP, well done.
I was gonna ask, what was Flyrax doing there while Snappy's just running around to the site and facing towards double doors towards control? As soon as he walked out of ramp, he just got a headshot as well, so I don't think that really mattered. But they gave Snappy so much space to work with there, and just have those duels. Again, 1 versus 1s, but you've got 3 players setting up for that retake. It's kind of diabolical.
Yeah, I don't know why, why they don't have the communication, or rather at least the coordination to work together in a moment like that, as Dowie is blinded, but a double. No, excuse me, that's a 1-for-1 here. Flyrax and NaVi. Trades are happening. It's a 3-on-3. Snappy walks out of hut and steals Onyx like it's nothing. Almost 0 damage on him as well. 7, in fact. Wait, what? Serious, brother, what's happening? I said he's definitely a factor that NIP will need in this series, and well, right now, that's not what they need. Bit of a mistake that causes them to play a 2v2. No kit again. TNL This is going to be tough. Single flash into the smoke. But Snappy doesn't care. They blinded themselves and then they died. It's poetic.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough one at this point. When you're looking at 8-2, Snappy, second highest, 13 kill. He's now had 2 big rounds back-to-back there. And Ujrex, who continues to be a problem. You don't even need the rest, right? You mentioned that, Shush, and for good reason. He has been that second man in this team. There's so much experience under his belt playing in these...
Oh, he saw him.
Somewhat more supportive roles, you could argue, but it's just a different dynamic of, like, the previous heroic they had.
Go.
There's so much coherence he can bring to a team and just stability to act as a glue, and then when you let him off those roles, he can understand and help everybody else perform in those roles, and still be the best he can be individually himself. NaVi there doesn't see Snappy's head, gets caught, and he's not the only one.
Oh, Karen.
Around, well, Karen, you can deal damage, maybe get a kill, it doesn't matter. It's done. This first half is looking like 9, maybe even 10 at this point.
Let's not speak of the day before the night, as they say, but yeah, should be a done deal soon enough as Arosnosa closes it. And the art here is making this a 10-2 halftime, and punishing TNL for making small mistakes, but big enough to change the outcome of the whole game. And you can't tell me that's not true. That small little mistake. Onyx dying needlessly, not having support. No rotations happening in that first gun round. And since then, everything's gone to shit. 9-2, looking like 10-2. NIP. In style.
Racked over by Shush. I don't even know what happened there, but he's walking out of the smoke towards A, and yet again, it's just headshot bonanza.
Bruh, come on.
You know, before we went live, we said, what, you know, there's a world where this could go any goddamn way. You could have NIP 2-0. It could go 3 maps. You could be having TNL officially warmed up from their previous series and shooting back harder than NIP's expecting. One of those we can say definitely not at the moment.
It's crazy. It's absolutely absurd how good NIP is playing right now. And
it is a sick first half.
It's just the best. And if this continues, we're looking towards that second map with open eyes, because TNL is certainly going to have to show us something.
Alright, I mean, hey, 10-2. We are chilling on the NIP side. For TNL, chilling but in a different way. And, yeah, in terms of entertaining a comeback, no, not really. When Ujrex and Snappy are dropping 17 and 15 for the first half, and it's, it is tough. So NaVi as well. He was relaxing for a second there. But let's let this T side run rampant, because that's what they want to do here as well. They've opened up one, trade back, and Flyrax, second one for him, but everybody else, not named Flyrax and Karen, now even Flyrax, has taken an L, a massive one at that. What the hell?
What? What? How? Hello? Is anybody here? Are we even watching Counter-Strike anymore? Are we certain this hasn't become, what's the new game, Valorant, where you can auto-aim and have people see through smoke and stuff? And actually, I don't know if you can see through smoke, but...
There is an ability for that, I think.
Yeah,
but what I'm laughing at right now, I don't know. I've got tears in my eyes at this point.
Oh, this is mad. This is absolutely mad.
Alright, how many more can we farm for you, jerks? Only one. Little Spotty will flop, Snappy will not. Round done. Full commitment towards ramp, 2 kills, round is done. This is a very quick opening. Hot damn, I guess. I don't know, man. What do you say about this?
There's very little to say besides NIP. I think the thoughts that JRT shared with us before the game, and I think he's possibly, well, I would assume he's gonna bring it up definitely, is that, you know, NIP, this is the NIP that we've been waiting for a long time. It's the team that's gonna bring us the glory of the old days back, and I'll let him expand on that later, as right now NIP is looking to close this out. I mean, TNL, they don't have an answer. Nuke clearly isn't their map against NIP, at least. And it feels like either they're exhausted or they just kind of couldn't care less for Nuke, but that somehow seems doubtful. Duster is up next, and it's happening whether we like it or not. Look at where Sush has made it. Oh. My dude, like, how do you get to this position? And yeah, I think that says it all. You know what's scary? When Wrinkle is on 10 kills and then it's Snappy on 18. That's scary. That's where I'd be worried if I'm TNL.
Hello. Goodbye.
Oh, he sees both. Easy. Easy. 20 kills, bro.
Going into the smoke. And there you go. A very, very dominating first map, and one that apparently means NIP is going to try to put us back on schedule. So, JRT, what do you got here, man? What happened?
Wow, yeah, that was a match of Counter-Strike, that's for sure, where NIP were absolutely in control. Just unbelievable stuff. And I kind of want to pick up where Teo was talking about what I was mentioning earlier on in the pre-show. I don't even know if we got a chance to really talk about it that much, but didn't. I feel like NIP is a team that is kind of flirting with tier 1 right now, and they're on the cusp of making it back there. They've got the pieces, they've got the players. I think they made some very good roster changes. Sure, you no longer have a Swedish core anymore. You moved away from that. It's an international team. Some people maybe not happy about that, but at the same time, I feel like more and more teams, if not all the teams, are becoming international teams, which makes sense, right? Because usually we only have the same country playing on an entire squad when it's like the Olympics or something. Like, that's what you see in major sports anyway. Otherwise, they're just trying to get the best talent possible and bring them all together. And I think you're seeing that trend slowly move through tier 1. And obviously NIP going to be no exceptions, assuming they can make it back to that point. This is a benchmark match in my mind, because honestly, NIP, let's check out the replays as well quickly. I mean, it's just a highlight reel coming through from NIP, but NIP have been beating those tier 2 teams that are considered to be at or near the top of tier 2, and now is their chance to really explode outwards and find a win in CCT. I think their biggest barrier to that will be NaVi Jr. And NaVi Jr. had some very similar performances, very one-sided performances in their favor. So I think that that if we get that test, I kind of hope we do, it'll be really interesting to see how those two teams fare off against each other. That said, they still have to deal with TNL here. That first map, you saw what? TNL got 2 rounds, round number 4, round number 5. And what happens in round number 5 is you see the smoke diffusal comes through and you're like, wow, okay, TNL got 2 rounds in a row. But in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, you get that round, but you just barely squeaked it by. You had the smoke diffusal come through, and if you're in the wrong spot, that spam, you know, if it's in the other direction coming through from the NIP, then obviously you lose the round and it would have been a 4th. So my point is, that's not a round you can build confidence off of. You need a follow-up, and they had none. NIP, as you guys saw the highlight reel there for them, it was Ujerks and Snappy putting on a show. Ujerks 17 frags and Snappy at 15. But my point is, in round number 6, it's just a phenomenal approach by NIP towards ramp, right? Like, you see them come through and get just instant frags, like instantly take control. Not only that, they follow up into the B site quickly, and then they get the Molotovs thrown into double doors and trap one player. Like, there's nothing they could do. I don't remember which player it was, but they were just stuck between 2 Molotovs and absolutely dead to rights. And then the bullets come through and finish them off. After that, I mean, it was just a nice pacey play coming through from NIP. Nothing too complex, I would say. They didn't really go for many fakes. It was pretty straightforward. They went for slower paced plays mixed in with the fast paced blitzes, and then finished it off with 2 blitzes in towards, I'd say, the A site that really sealed the deal, especially you know, in round number 12. You know, they went for that A blitz. There was a brawl in round number 10 when they went for it, and it was a bit of a messy retake from TNL. I think this kind of, how do I want to say emphasize this, but it just shows what was happening, like the difference in play between the two squads. And you saw TNL throw a flashbang, go ahead of it, lose one, and then the second player who goes out doesn't time it right and gets flashed by his own flashbang. So, I mean, that was the way this entire map went for TNL. Yeah, and then NIP, what I wanted to say again is just they're a team that I expect to see coming out with these types of wins if they want to compete at tier 1 or make it to the tier 1 level. So we'll see if it continues. Dust 2, as I've said before, I think this was a similar situation when NaVi Jr. were playing a couple days ago. Going on to Dust 2, when you're the team that's popping off and getting headshots and really dominating in terms of the mechanical skill, usually going on to Dust 2 is going to be a benefit for you. But we'll see if that's the case, because it could be a recovery from TNL. Keep it locked here on CCT, guys, and you'll find out soon what's going to happen there.
Hey, we're back.
We're back,
Unfortunately,
yeah.
no JRC this time. We were baiting a little bit, you know. We'll see him at the end of the map at least. We'll
That's
hear
fair.
his thoughts. But
That's
for now,
fair.
we go straight to Dust 2. NIP, they only lost 2 rounds on the first map. Warning sign for sure. And TNL, they need to go up 2, 3, maybe about 5 levels. If they want to match what NIP were doing. Well, Ujers and Snappy were doing, let's put it that way. And so far, hey, both of them dead. But here comes the problems. If not those two, you still have to worry about Wrinkle, Shush, and even Aras Dose. Problems keep on persisting. Bowman needs to be picked up as well here. They're taking at least one of his swans here. That does help the T side a little bit. But not for long. Last man first to CT, Karen, only about a few seconds to live. Ay caramba.
Yeah, and we see a pretty straightforward push through short. TNL kind of want to keep this quick and easy. I believe they left one guy at long, if I saw correctly, as the lurk that immediately kind of got caught as soon as the guys engaged on short. And afterwards, the duels never really found their way back to TNL. Yeah, as you said it, as we've been kind of pointing it out, Wrinkle is definitely the start of the team. There's no doubt there. It's also, you know, the fact that the rest of the team can play as well as they've already shown. And when that happens, you're in trouble. You jerks, Aras Dos, they're taking mid. This will be a pretty easy cleanup. It's an eco, so still losing 2 players is considered a pretty big loss. They could potentially pick up a FAMAS that's dropped on short. I don't know if they'll have the will to, but there it goes. Full buy. TNL, they didn't force. We don't see the classic.
I mean, we respect that at least. They know they gotta make sure NIP's economy does not get any sort of early bomb, so forcing, then losing, and going to a full eco, that's when initially you'll let that CT side build up money. Instead, rifles in this one, making sure you also maximize your own odds with the gun rounds. I love it, however, this call for Snappy. He is just going at it. He is unrelentless. Like, last map as well, he was just up there, what, 20 kills, 21 at the end of it. Already he's showing a little bit of that confidence from there to now. TNL, all 5 in towards mid, but making that play up short as well. With sighted defense, needs to stand for Maros Doze. And that's exactly what he's done.
And he's done
enough. Gets them the advantage and dips out.
You don't even need to re-engage here. It's a 4v2. You retake together. You don't lose bodies unnecessarily. U-Jerks is pushing. Dobby eats a nade and or Davi. And Snappy pushes through the smoke. I'm surprised. He will die. Karen might get a second. No, U-Jerks denies it. And it's Huge to find the final nail here. A 3-0 start. They'll pick up AKs. Arm themselves to the teeth. And I'm a little bit... worried there for a second, maybe 2, when you see Snappy push through the smoke like that. But they had everything in timing. There was no mistake in the play, and it gets them a very good round here. That not only keeps 3 players alive, but puts TNL down again. Forces them to a half-buy. You know, maybe a Galil. We see one, maybe a Scout, potentially even. But... great start. NIP on dust, as always. Perhaps as always is not the right word here, though. We've seen some mistakes in the recent past on this map in particular.
Again, TNL into mid, this time slightly different. They're actually going through the doors, and they've spotted Aros Doze. Stuck in a corner with nothing but Tech 9 headed his way, and Flyer Axe making use of that weapon he gains. Figures around. This one's done. Wrinkle, not even he will survive. It is flawless out of TNL with nothing but pistols here. All the weapons bar the AWP will be collected into their own hands as well. And, hey, a round we're not expecting, but one of the probably very many and very... well, very many we're gonna get in this one. Just starting out. Gets TNL the round. NIP, gotta be a bit more careful of that mid pop. They were not ready for the speed that TNL came out with here.
I mean, they weren't ready at all. I don't even know. I'm at lost for words how the hell they didn't hold that together. But yeah, Tech-9s, they can be quite an issue, especially when you let them get close and there's multiple numbers of them. And yeah, right now, trouble. NIP, this force buy, it feels like it's a mistake, but you don't really have a choice. Loss bonus is at 1.4, so you've got nothing. And feels this feels like a bit of a gutting moment for them, especially given that their wings are clipped immediately. Good nade though. Nades like these, support like that, gives you an opportunity to win the round. Double up on short with the MP9s. Nexus, I've seen this before. I could say I'm willing to see it again for NIP, potentially. Aros-Dos, what is happening? He walks on too short. Nobody helps him through double doors, and he's down. There's a principle we always live by. When you play A defense, you either hold short or long, not both. And at this point... Oh.
Oh. Snappy on the scout. I mean, rare, but hey, you got to see a headshot out of him. That's all, however.
It's a bit of a sad all. Not sure why, it was worth it here. If you had Snappy on short, just spotting long, you had the two MP9s on short together, hoping to take control towards middle, I think that would be a plan that could work. Certainly that's what was seemingly set up. The decision then to stray towards long and be in the middle of it all just feels like the wrong one in the end. TNL, well done. I mean, they recognize it, they clean it up, and that's going to be another round for them, forcing a full eco now for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Oh, jerks, I don't think you live long enough to tell the tale. Not a start that you would love to see for NIP, but then we remember that last they played this map, at least in recent times, was possibly a week ago, 14th of June, which was basically, what, 8 days now ago? Well, 7, a week exactly. But, and before that, we saw them against NaVi Junior in Season 2 Series, I believe 2, where they lost it. They lost that series and were eliminated, I believe, at the end, but in any case, Flyrax finds Snappy, full eco that doesn't really bear any weight to it.
Now again, TNL is the same spread we've seen for them a little bit already. Or a variation of it. It's just taking mid control here on Dust 2. We'll see decided that's why most of the defaults kind of send them. I love Wrinkle and the Zeus. I don't love that he chases that so quickly, but they haven't dropped the bomb here. It's something that the team side will have to recover, and now I think they've done so as well. Udrix left alone, 19 HP. Here is being hunted.
Should be enough.
Even with 1 HP, Flyer still gets them.
Yeah. Snappy's got $3,000. They don't have a kit. They don't have an op. They're missing 2 incendiaries. Definitely missing a lot of flashbangs. I wonder what the call is.
Yeah, it was an early push towards long from NaVi that does not go his way at all. Now, part immediately for NIP is a success and advantage they're going to work with to leave Snappy there as well. As we saw, I think, what, round 2 or 3? Already made a push behind him, so it's not going to be strange to see it again if he wants to, but... Happy just holding for it. His teammates, they patch up to the A defense instead, and you've got a very basic setup here as well. Problem I see, no smoke for Shush. If a molly comes his way, he's essentially left for dead. Flyrax is gonna toss one over. I don't think that's perfect. It will still let him live, and Snappy supports from long. More utility goes out to pepper him down to the 16 and then dead. And Snappy has to hold. We're looking at that rotation as well. Adastos is close, able to assist a bait and switch. And the bomb to go down. Jumping shot, a boost. Nothing too scary, surely, but Flyrax is only thinking about the one being jumped up here. Where's that second? Doesn't even know. Never sees him until it's all too late. This one does get secured by NIP here. But I think that's very well played for Shush there. Despite just not having any say in the matter of living there. Molly goes nade as well. He plays time for about, what, a solid 7 seconds. Forces him a bit more util out of TNL as well as finding that kill. Then Snappy finds a second. That kind of stops that push initially. Does force the last few to kind of walk themselves in later, allowing those rotations to have come closer as well. It's a good defense coming out of NIP there in a very awkward situation, especially when that first man goes down to the defense.
Hughes held his nerves. He kept himself steady, and yeah, they get the round. Good job. Without the op, even like I said, with a limited amount of utility, they put an end to TNL shenanigans through short. It's a bit of a tough push through short if you're not fully committed. We saw them enter a bit spaced out and didn't really give themselves a chance for many refrags. TNL, they've got another buy though, and they've still got a decent bank. This is nothing to be shied away from, and we can see right here, they're going to be looking at a bit of a default now towards long. I'm sure that's not a challenge really. And yeah, towards B instead. 3 players grouping, a 4th one incoming. This is a full send. Flyrax, he's going to go in, but he's not checking the corner. Why does nobody check this corner? This is not the first time. Yesterday we had a few moments, I believe it was C10, that were able to lose the game against Big because they didn't check the corner. Or it was vice versa. It doesn't matter. Big still won, but point is, TNL, how do you go B and not check a basic corner? That's a massive mistake. And yes, we can say they are tired. They might even be exhausted per se. This is their 3rd series of the day. I don't think we really mentioned that to a degree, but it has been a long day for them already. Though it could also be, you know, you're warmed up. There weren't many breaks, sure, but you've been playing for the whole game. If perhaps they had at least an hour to chill, to kind of reset their minds a bit, I'm sure they would have played a lot better. Unfortunately, no time.
Sometimes you have that chance, sometimes you don't. On a hectic schedule. That's what separates some of these teams. Some couldn't handle the grind, some can. TNL, they're on that grind right now. So I will forever have respect just for the fact that they are grinding as much as they are. It's not just them, it's a lot of teams at the same level. Doing the exact same thing, grinding game in, game out. What chance become better to become that much more competitive in these circuits as well. And right now, we've seen them crack over the B site.
Yet to crack open a cold one. It's a 2-on-3 retake. It's not going to be an easy one, especially Flyrax decides to hunt them in the back, and they don't seem to have much of a notion of that happening, and I think it's about to end. This retake is over. Flyrax gets 1 for 3. The second as well. The reaction is too slow. He gets all 3. Flyrax, an ace to get the round for TNL. And what a steal. What a mistake on NIP's side to allow this slip through their fingers. A 3 versus 2 that Flyrax is able to make a 1v3 easy. I'm not sure how NIP allowed that to happen. The reaction was just not there. How did they not react to him getting the kill on mid?
That is a good question, but in the end, it still lets them have a round. Something that felt like it was already too A little too late there, almost. Hello, however, Onyx, he pulled to the next round. He's holding W. So his teammate taking ace. Now he wants to be part of that same sort of action. Not all 5, but all 3 A defenders gone to just him. Doesn't even take a long time. Just walks in, one flash, and the job is done. You know, they are fighting here tooth and nail for the second map.
They chose to play it. They need to win it, or they are eliminated. Round of 8, quarterfinals, effectively here. TNL, they've come a far way, and this is where the toughest competition waits. NIP certainly amongst the best teams invited into the playoffs. We can't say the same for every team invited, but...
You want to name some names?
No. I'm not going to go that far. There's no point, but...
Ooh.
Well, look. Let's give them a chance. We'll see them later today. We'll see how they do. It's a game that we are going to be watching. I am particularly interested in how it's going to go for Big. But if it's going to go as half as good as yesterday, then we might have a decent game on our hands. That comeback, huh? If only would have gone all the way. But in any case, 5-5, TNL. They certainly made a bit of a return to form. This first half is going to be ending one way or another in a decent position for them. 5 rounds T-side, we'll say it's okay, acceptable. 6 would be obviously optimal. 7 is perfect. And that's still doable. Pushing top mid, though, is Ujerks trying to prevent that. Siush with a double. They don't even care. It's a single rifle that finds 2, and Siush, he's done enough. With Ujerks now on long, already waiting behind the enemy lines. Another push by Wrinkle, even without Kevlar. Drops the C4, catches NaVi, and TNL, the dreams collapse in front of their eyes. A full eco victory coming out for the side of NIP with a single, actually 2 saved rifles. Wow, that is a fantastic find, and I think that shatters the whole illusion of a comeback now.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. NIP at least will guarantee themselves this 6. And a chance as well to go the entire half now. Left it TNL with lacking in some utility, and some already been used out as well here. Nothing towards long. That should give NIP an alarm bell. Snappy is not rotating. There's none of that happening immediately. So, a gap in the defense at the moment. Arasdos alone. We'll see the util call his teammates this side of the map. First one through the smoke. Second is Onyx to take him down, and here the rotation comes through. Now, problem is, it's being so slow overall. Ujerks is left alone. He's fighting, having found it the first. That's already a decent haul, yes, but that was not set up to win here. They were playing for the retake. 1 down, 2 to go. Wrinkle and Snappy, both still far away. Wrinkle's well tucked himself into CT. It's all on Snappy here to find the openings to make this one work. He sees him, but he can't nail the shot. And Onyx, he'll complete a 4K here. 2 massive rounds for him. Both toward the end of the half when TNL need them. 6-6 at halftime is what we get. And one hell of a start to map number 2. Much better. Infinitely better than what we had on Nuke. That was just demolishing a thrashing that came through from NIP. And when we headed into the series as well, we kind of mentioned how to speedrun it somewhat, but this is, in essence, both teams' worst map, statistically speaking.
Yeah.
Right, you could make an argument that NIP are just slightly worse on Anubis. They haven't played it as much, or, you know, it's kind of on that same level. We just don't know. But on paper, this is a map where both teams can be punished on, or at least neither shine excessively on, right? You could have had Ancient in this series for all that. TNL could have wanted if they wanted to choose that as well. That was not something they wanted. Like, that's been one of their best maps. 23 games played, and then 20 wins. That is ridiculous. They chose to go to Dust 2 instead. Maybe adding a bit of a curveball there. Maybe NIP were expecting Ancient. They got Dust 2 instead. Right, if this is your third game of the day, you don't want to do all too much preparation. You say, you know, let's just throw a curveball in there, go Dust 2, they're not expecting it. That could work, I can see it. But I could also see the T side disappear.
Oh, we just saw that. Yeah, exactly. The T side just absolutely goes wild into the sky. Flyrax, look at him. He is so excited. He's stretching himself out. He's getting the adrenaline pumping. I think right now the energy must be so high for TNL winning the pistol. We saw him almost jump out of that chair. Love it. And this is exactly what potentially gives you a chance at a comeback. Now you just have to cement the opportunity. NIP, forced by long push. They will not evade anyone. They're looking for a straight fight, and the damage is insane. Flyrax takes a straight fight and loses it. And a mistake from NaVi, gets himself exposed and loses majority of his HP. Lucky Karen is there, gets one. Crossing onto site still. There's a Galil in play and Deagles. Not a lot of util, but neither do the CTs have a lot to offer. Good nade prevents the bomb plant. That's what you're looking for. Wrinkle with a kill, though. It's back to a 3-on-3.
Onyx is the threat in this one. The alligator hiding in the smoke. As soon as Wrinkle shows himself, it doesn't even matter if he shows himself or not. His left is snappy, and he's busy reloading. On long at an XM1014 is what'll get him. Way more close than I thought was going to be there. And TNL, they had the manpower, they had the position there, but a couple of shots that still dwindled their manpower, left it to one. It's more than acceptable on an IP side. But here's my question. If you take it to this level, yeah, you leave it to just one man, you get that bomb down, surely you force bind. That's what NIP as well have chosen. The problem is they only have one AK, and that's kind of where I do worry a little bit, right? And I'm not surely the only one. You're gonna have head armor on these CT players. Galil's not as effective, but NIP are going for a big gamble on this one.
I mean, they're rushing long again. They knew they got it in last time. They'll do it again. Flyrax is down, so is NaVi. Round is done. You're saving at this point. If you're CT-sided, yeah, you lose Onyx too. Now they know there's a second player in CT left, and there's a third guy, or rather last guy, coming from long. Already spotted, already tagged. Suge gets him twice with the scout, I think. Once a wallbang, and perhaps both even. I'm not even sure, actually. And yeah, this is not going to work out. Well done, NIP. You said yourself, they force buy, they know economy is low, they know they can break them. And what I was about to say earlier as well, TNL's retake, 3 players in the previous round came in from CT, all 3. If Wrinkle doesn't offer himself up that easily, all of a sudden, I think NIP win the round. Guarantee. And there's that word again. But I think Wrinkle exposing himself on short on the retake actually gave them the chance to win the round. It still comes down to a 1v1. That's how close it was. But I think we never would have seen that intercession if it wasn't for the mistake. And it's the little things. Again, it's the little things that make the difference in every single one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. A better question for everybody is, the hell is TNL gonna do?
That is a good question. They've been hit by a massive rock.
Meteor? An asteroid?
Maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see. No, we won't. That's a lie. We won't see what kind of rock it was. The ninjas. I was
about to say, yeah.
We don't know what they were doing. It's probably a rock. That's what we can say, but... We're going to way up short here as well, NIP. This is pretty much the basic stuff that everybody's doing on this map. We saw it from TNL a bunch toward the start of the FD side as well. Take mid control, take show control. Now you have this map control. And it's not only TNL, they're the ones who have to respond to everything that's going to be shown here. They are not really well equipped to do that, so... Into the site. As long as you don't lose too many on this initial entry, all should be good. Now, he's got one, but there was a quick trade nonetheless, and that's NIP. They've turned things around. And into B, just one here, waiting, back spotted, and Onyx is dead.
Dust 2, it's a map where you save. 2, I don't know.
Many times.
I feel like it is a big problem that needs to be solved sooner rather than later. Precisely after tomorrow's major, the grand finals. Once we see them end, I really hope Valve will announce in the day after the update.
The first second after map 3 or whatever ends of the major, Valve update the game, say Dust 2 gone forever, we deleted the files, goodbye.
Honestly, think about this. Could it be a 3-0 tomorrow? Like...
No, it's a best of 3. No, you can't have that.
Oh, wait. Oh my god, I forgot.
Yeah, Valve,
Holy
on
hell.
top of having best of 1s at the major, they also do a best of 3 for the final.
I was so excited for tomorrow because I'm going to be working it in the afternoon, obviously in Slovenian, but holy, it's... Well, I completely forgot. It's a best of 3. Yeah, disgusting. In any case, CCT's better. Let's watch this. It's better. It's funnier. It's got real gamers that are sweating hard, and right now Wrinkle's sweating fly racks. This eco shouldn't do much as it's another save already. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to Dust 2. Unfortunately, it's not as fun as the movie. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind because it's too easy and it's another eco and it's another save.
If anybody has seen Theo's marbles, please let us know. We've been looking for them for the better part of a... half a decade? No, wait.
Wow.
3 years? Wait. I forgot. Wait, I did this already as well. I forgot. When did we... 2021? I don't know, man.
Been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
Well, we're back to reality. It's 9-8. TNL's comeback, or rather success, is now threatened heavily, as well as a chance to even go into the semis. TNL need to win this one right here, or NIP go up to 11, and we're looking at a potential 2-0 within the next 15 minutes, I'd wager. And if we take a look at the individuals, I mean, TNL is doing pretty well. NaVi's kind of sleeping behind a little bit, but the job that he plays is a much more vital one within the comms. And TNL right now on the CT side should be technically a little bit easier to a degree. Against NIP, though, nothing seems easy. Nor it is. Oh, are they going to go short here? Try to really circumvent 2 players again, because one is in deep CT, so if they get the entry, okay, never mind. Flyrax jumps down, he takes a nade. Pushing out mid. And Siush gets the entry for free. We don't see it, unfortunately, but it gives them a way in for free, potentially. Towards B, all of a sudden. He caught that second player.
Opening as well for Flyrax, something for the CT side of the workout. Now, You talk
Check
about
the
this corner.
check the
Somebody's gonna check
corner.
this. Shush will check it. He's still dead. Apparently, it doesn't matter if you check it or not, but the B side now falls to you jerks. You got Karen, quick in the rotation, smoke the double doors, you'll swing right into it as the smoke blooms. You jerks will get the first. Flyrax, they know where he was. And add on top to the equation, he had an AWP, so, do the math with me here, at least tell me what the answer is. AWP, 1 versus 3, and a far from sight. The answer to that is,
I don't know, you should ask James. I think he's gonna have
the
it
guy.
for
That's
you.
the expert right there.
Yeah,
you're
that's.
right. Yeah,
I think we need
that's
to
the
call
guy.
in an expert. Do we have a phone call here? Do we have that available?
Can we phone a friend?
Can we
real
phone
quick?
a friend? I mean, James, maybe not my friend. I met him at the HLTV Awards, I think, but that's about
He's like
it.
a friend of a friend. You know, somebody knows him.
It's like somebody knows him. Yeah. Can we call him, please? And
If anybody has his number, do let us know because we forget what this thing is called.
Yeah, something with
It's a Dust 2 special,
something.
nonetheless. Investing into the next round of the AWP at least, and he can drop one more if he wants to. Now the question is though, or the problem in this one is that nobody really has a lot of money on
What
their
are
CT
you gonna
side, so
drop?
you just have to pretty
You
much
know.
save around the AWP, which is kind of crazy. You've got a loss bonus, that's one thing, but Flyrax doesn't even drop a pistol, nothing. Is... I think that professional business calls it a bit of a dick move. Not even a 5-7 awarded to any one of his teammates. He's got 4,200, man, and loss bonus is looking real hot as well. He's got the money. He just doesn't want to.
He just doesn't want to share, man. Doesn't want to share the supplies. It's going to be a bit of a push towards mid, perhaps. NaVi thinking like he could embed himself into lower. Maybe get lucky. Though we see counter utilities heavy, and it's consistently flying in. NFP already get the entry as well. Aras boosted onto that box, is able to get one, but the refrag from Dowie is kind of crazy with the MP9 at range. You jerks, though, the spray down, and it's looking like it's going to be another easy round for NIP. Flyrax on B. He went in solo thinking that his team would hold, that they would survive a little bit longer. Oh, well. I guess that doesn't happen. And I mean, to be fair, they tried the the mid crunch. Just nothing kind of went their way, and U-Jerks was allowed to pull a hat trick.
I mean, right back into Nuke at that point. Yeah, he was given so much space to work with on the T side of Nuke that it was absolutely ridiculous. Entered the map with 18 kills, and I think like 15 of those... sorry, 17 of those came on the T side. 150 ADR he had on the T side. That is absolutely ridiculous. Only needed one on the CT side, and that's it.
What's a good theme song for a loss? Or a win? I don't know. You know,
Mad
play it
World,
here
Gary
at the end.
Jules.
Oh no, that hits
Fit
hard.
for every occasion.
Gears of War time. Oh man. Oh, that's the real OG right there.
Donnie
Mad
Darko.
World. Oh.
I don't know if it's in Gears of War, but Donnie Darko.
Oh, yeah, it is in Donnie Darko, but I remember a lot of Gears of War movies, or like fan-made movies with that soundtrack. Because Gears of War was hard back then, yeah.
Yeah, I had a, actually, do remind me about the Gears of War at the end of this round, because it feels like NIP is going to go in fairly quickly here. I got
no
something
doubt.
that I could not get off my mind, and I figured out what it was recently about Gears of War. So,
Okay.
we'll see what we get. For now, the gear is W towards A. Nope, this is B. I lied. You jerks. First one, him being found it, or found out, and a shush wrinkle they lad on top. Sorry, got a little bit crazy here. You know, the world is mad and so all that. NIP, though, they've got 12 here. Ken and NIP, they're off to save.
Oh, this is sick. Knife it, Karen. I mean, they'll try. Surely they have to. They can't let 12 happen, though. On the other hand, you know, they gotta save. So, I mean, if it would have been the same result no matter where they would have gone. And unfortunately for Karen and Knifey, they might. Oh, wait. What? Okay, Knifey given 2 for free there. And I mean, he's missed the timing on the defuse. He doesn't have a kit even. That's gonna be all there is. Knifey gets a 3rd, 4th even. Wow. I mean, great.
Alright, so... okay, I do remember this. Now, you know... Okay, so if you're a Gears of War guy, you're also a 90s kid, as people call it, yeah?
Yeah.
You probably, So, recently, there was a trailer for, like, a new Gears of War, I think, a remaster, I don't remember what it was. Whatever it was. There was something that I couldn't get off my mind. It was the main character. He looked so familiar. And I'm not talking about just the game or whatever else. It looked like a singer. And for a long time, I was trying to wonder who it was. Then it hit me. Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit. He looks exactly like Fred Durst from the early 2000s.
Yeah, the main guy. Yeah, he's got that bandana. Yeah. I could see that.
I could not stop laughing when I figured it out because it took me like 10 minutes to research. Like, who was it? Who was it?
Wow, you really dedicated. Wow. Okay. I mean, that's a great pull actually. It kind of works. Yeah. Well, for NIP,
exactly
it also works that they might be listening to Limp Bizkit right now because there's a few bangers on their albums. And right now, well, bangers are happening all across the map. Trades 1-for-1. TNL concerned about short. They know it's been broken before. But it's going to be another B take. NIP, they're consistent with the B aggression. And this is not the first time we're seeing it. NaVi Jr. were super aggressive towards B consistently as well.
There we go. The play coming through. The all or nothing. Gotta check the site. Shush clears caught. Nobody there. One on site. Second spotted.
Is it Joe Ever?
Snappy to recover the site itself here with Wrinkle to assist from afar. Head whack-a-mole. You're playing it. Flyrax is giving it. But Snappy, he's the one dealing the shots here. From a 2-1-4 down to 2-1 both sides. The timing from the window that might matter the most. And walking through, jumping into the AWP. You talk about this, man. Wrinkle wasn't a factor in Dust 2 because he was not needed. Here he's got 22 to himself, 22 to his name, and the game coming to an end.
That was fantastic. A 2 versus 4 at the end. It goes beautifully for NIP. I thought they might fumble it. Another B hit is always difficult to pull off, especially when you've got a lot of firepower on the other side. They held pretty deep as well. One backside, one under window, really kind of being in a fortress setup. But I feel like that was just a class quality case by NIP.
Yeah, no, guys. It was honestly fantastic for NIP. I thought that they had some struggles in the first half, but the biggest difference for me is when you look at why NIP are winning rounds versus why TNL were winning their rounds. TNL, it required individual efforts almost every single time in the gun rounds, right? You had Onyx with a 3K going into long one time, then a 4K afterwards. Flyrax, I think it was Flyrax with the ace. There was an ace in the mix there somewhere. Yeah, it was him. And that's what gave them the rounds. But then when you look towards the NIP side, everyone's doing a great job as a unit on that T side. Fantastic approaches into the B side. They abused it. They realized it was a weakness and they went back there again and again and again. And I think you guys were talking about it. It just like they found one player on the B site multiple times, and you think, okay, TNL, they have to make the adjustment, right? They have to send someone there to help out. And they do. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyway, because NIP are just too strong on their hits. And I think, you know, you guys, we criticized Jerks and Arizdos a little bit in the previous series that we cast them, saying like, these are the two potential weaknesses. But Jerks looked great on both maps. And I mean, to his credit, they are two of his best maps, right?
Absolutely banging. I mean, I think they've really set themselves up for a great team. NIP finally building something that might last for a while. And Arizdos and Udirks, doubting them in the past, but they've really stuck well with the team, seemingly.
Yeah, I've got a slightly different opinion on this. And it feels, like, at this point, it's very unjust to say it, but it feels like one of them needs to be replaced. And I don't know who at this point, for NIP to be a really solid, like a top 10 team, maybe. But at this point, there is no one to really point at to say, take this guy out and add this guy in. Like, there is no easy answer at this point. But the building blocks are there, right? If they can still activate one of them, or both of them, sure, go ahead, do that. But it feels almost like it is that 5% that you would need from another player to add to that sort of position or whatever that would make them a true contender, in my eyes.
We'll see. I mean, I think you can give them a little more time to cook if they can potentially pull it off. For sure. And I think what's going to really matter is how they perform here as they move forward in these playoffs. You know, if they can get to that grand final, if they can beat a team like NaVi Jr., if that ends up being the matchup in the grand final, if that all comes to fruition, then we'll be saying, okay, you know, how did Ujurks and Arosdos service themselves, you know, throughout this entire playoffs? Were they good enough? Are they the pieces that need to move forward? I think they can be. I saw them with Saw, and I thought they were really, really solid. Two of the better pieces that got picked up here. So it's hard to say. And Saul was that team, right? They were on the cusp. They were coming up and we're like, oh, they're going to make it. And then nosedive and roster changes and explosion, implosion, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, my point is that these two guys have been here before and they've been on that cusp of really piercing through to tier 1. We'll see if it happens. I think we're going to take a bit of an extended break here, guys, as you know, NIP move on. Unfortunately for DNL, they're eliminated. It was their 3rd series of the day, so maybe fatigue caught up with them. You guys were talking about it. It's possible. Either way, NIP proved to be the better team, and we will head into another interesting match between Big and GUN5, but again, it's going to be about an hour break before we get there, guys, so stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Alright, we're back with some more CCT Season 3, Series 3 playoff action, guys. I am JRT, joined by Over and Nexus, and this time we've got Big up against GUN5. And let's jump right into the roster of GUN5, right? Because they had to have a change to it, I think a week or so ago, with Ziello being picked up by Paravision, and they added, I believe it was Texi, but Texi's not going to be playing. Instead, it's going to be Blue-White in his place. So yeah, it's still some roster fluctuations happening on the GUN5 roster, but how are you feeling about it, Over?
Oh, I mean, they've not really disappointed too much. They've been pretty steady on the rise slowly and surely for the last few months. I kind of like what I'm seeing. Lately, they've been stepping up massively. Texi not playing. I don't know how that's going to impact them. He was pretty vital in all the recent games they'd played. So hopefully we'll get an answer for what's happening there. Blue-White, well... That's definitely a step down when it comes to Texi in comparison.
No, I do agree. I think that I think Texi is a great young talent, and it was a nice swap, honestly, between Ziello and Texi. I would argue even maybe an upgrade on the GUN5 side, having picked him up from formerly being on Rush B. But, you know, they still got some really nice pieces here. I think Fine Shine is one that deserves to be highlighted, Nexus.
Yeah, he is really damn good on this roster. It took him a month or so to really, month or two, maybe even a little bit more, to really step into the role here in GUN5. He's on Hotu. He was pretty good, but he has not really been amazing, hasn't really blown anyone out of the water just yet, in my eyes. I think he still needs a bit more to stabilize or become as good as he wants to be, but he is still, either way, a massive part of GUN5 and often a leading part of this team.
All right, well, let's switch gear. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. That's I was just gonna say, but when you compare him to the other side, right, from yesterday, Hype drops like 40 kills to end their insane bonanza of triple overtime. I'm not fully sure about the Hype stocks either, but if he can perform like he did yesterday, like an entire 3-map series where he was pretty much the best in, or the most consistent player throughout, I mean, he's gonna have a competition.
No, yeah, I do agree. I think Hype, I watched that actually, the tail end of the overtime. They was playing that a couple days ago against Z10, and that was something else. Some of the clutches he was pulling off there over. I think he's a very critical piece to this big roster that's upgraded him from the academy roster to the main squad. They've had, you know, a couple of changes, picking up QB as well from Fnatic. The only problem is, I don't know, what is the identity right now for Big, Over?
Yeah, that's a fair question that I don't think they themselves really know to answer, especially given the elements that they have. I think we well kind of explained and put out the facts yesterday, how this is a team that on paper should absolutely be smashing anybody and everybody they come across and should be gunning for the top tier. But somehow it's not working out. Somehow it's still just Topson for the most part, a lot of times carrying solo, and then you have, you know, inserts from individuals here and there. But the one individual personally for me that I am a little bit worried about is Crimbo, and I mentioned it yesterday and I'm gonna say it again today. I want to see more out of him. He's effectively gone under the radar for a long time now.
No, I do agree with you. I think he was struggling in that match against Z10 as well. In regulation, I think only had something like 7 frags, but then overtime he was a star for Big. So yeah, I think it's to your point, right? They need more consistency from him. They need him to be coming out on a regular basis in order for this Big squad to find success. Because right now, where they're hovering, at least, you know, according to the eye test, in my opinion, it's tier 2, maybe even leaning into tier 3 in terms of their performances, right? Like they haven't really been that great. Anyway, let's look at the map, Veto. We can talk more about that in a little bit. Ancient being picked by GUN5, Inferno for Big, and Mirage the Decider. What do you think about this Nexus?
I think it's an interesting one for sure. Right from yesterday, we did see a little bit of a different sort of Veto, so it's nice to see Big now being put into a different sort of outcome, almost as it were, right? Ancient, it's stable enough that everybody's gonna really know how to play it, right? The thing is what we kind of mentioned yesterday, and it's going to as well be part of some of the numbers game here for Big, maybe. some of the games they've played, even on Ancient, right, including Heroic, 3D Max, Mouse, Astralis, right, like, these are really, like, a step or two above, like, the competition they have here. So you can't always fully trust that, so it should mean that if they're good enough to go against some of these best teams in the world, not exactly beat them, I don't think they won any of those games, but at least go up against them, they should be ready to prepare for most of what GUN5 also in that same regard to throw at them. I don't think it's going to pose as many problems, but it certainly isn't really doing them any favors. They haven't had many results even outside of those games, right? Like, you look at any of the games they've had here, like Paravision, that's, I think, the only good win they've had in recent times. Like, maybe you could argue for BC game, but I'll say that's as well a little bit difficult. I don't know. That's like in a qualifier, and they were looking okay. Then they had issues. I don't know. Like, it's just a weird situation right now, I think, for Big overall. But I don't know. I really don't know where I sit.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I think you had some thoughts over, and I think you wanted to get them when we were talking about where you see Big right now in terms of like tier level. So why don't you go with that and build off of that with the map pool as well?
Ooh, well, like we said, we've already kind of set up the stage for them. It seems that they're leaning more towards that tier 2 bottom of it almost at times. Certainly with the results that have been non-existent here at the CCT especially. And I'm not saying that's the definitive case, but something has to give, whether it's a change to the map pool, whether it's a change to the roster, whatever it will be, however they proceed. I think this layer break will be well used by them if they'll just take time off of Counter-Strike, just not really think about the game and just let yourself rest for a while, because I'm sure they grinded hard, and we can see that as much as they play, it's still not giving them enough.
No, I do agree. And I think that if you look at the recent results, you guys have already kind of highlighted it for Big. This is not a sure thing. Anything but. You look at their ranking, you'll think, if you see that, like, oh yeah, Big should get this. No. I feel like GUN5 are absolutely going to be neck and neck with them throughout this entire series, and it's hard to call a winner. I feel like this is probably going to be a 3-map affair between these two squads. You see the head-to-head between Fineshine and JDC. I don't know if that's necessarily going to give you any more insight into this match, but I guess you can say, top-rated players are hovering around the same rating, 1.07 versus 1.10, but honestly, I am not impressed with what I've seen from Big lately. Let's put it that way. I think that GUN5 have shown a lot, and overall, if you look at the results for GUN5, yes, it's been up and down, but it's the same for Big. They just lost a BC game earlier today, and yes, GUN5 just had a grueling BO3, 24 rounds on every single map. It's really hard to say how this one's going to go over.
I want to add on top of that, as we said, right, maybe changing the veto. I think Big is certainly suffering from exhaustion when it comes to the whole, pool of maps they play. I think it's time to, like I said, wait after the major, see what maps will be added or removed afterwards, then focus on what's coming new, as a new kind of playground for them. I think that's what they're missing, and going up against young cats like GUN5, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough.
I've got a bit of a question I'm going to pose here. JRT, North American representation here. What are your thoughts on a little-known team called M80?
Why are you asking?
Just go with me. What are your thoughts on it? Because they have 2 Germans, and I see a slight issue with Big, potentially leadership, and maybe a little bit of the opening department.
Sorry.
Like, with the way they've gone, so much talent has gone through. There's about one AWPer they haven't tried, and his name is Slacks. They've tried Sin in the roster. They kind of fumbled that one. Like, I'm starting to kind of see, like, there needs to be a bigger change. I don't want it, because I like it, maybe, but, like, I'm saying.
Look, M80 have had their struggles lately, let's be frank. Their performance at the major was lacking, to say the least, and I think even they themselves said that in interviews. They didn't perform the way they wanted to. It wasn't the lead-in they wanted to the major. So, yeah, I just feel like those pieces are still cooking on M80. I think there's still something there that can be built off of. They might see changes. I think that's also something to keep on the radar. But I said this before, I kind of hinted at it. I don't know if it's necessary to always have German players or Canadian players or, Swedish players or whatever it is, right, on one roster. I feel like they could explore international players as well and go beyond just the German, recycling German talent, so to speak, like going through all the same talent over and over again. Yeah.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please.
No, it's fine.
I wanted to say basically Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
it's like watching Eternal Fire all over again.
Basically Bulgaria.
Yeah, basically Bulgarian old rosters,
yeah.
I
apparently, I did hear, I did hear apparently like an excerpt from somewhere. Now, I can't verify this for the life of me because I never actually looked at the source, but there was like a talk that somebody on Biggs were like, yeah, if the worst comes to it, they will go international, but they really just want to stick with the German roots and just 5-player Germany. Like, at that point, you're kind of limiting yourself at that same time as well. The results haven't been there for like 5 years.
There's this point to be made. Slacks as a German, right? I had the pleasure of playing with him actually for a while back in the day.
Back in 1994 when he was the MVP.
Of course. And what I found interesting was that instead of going to Big, he went to M80 because I'm sure that the offer was possibly presented to him, or maybe there were some talks in the background, but. I think it tells of a deeper rooted problem that Nexus kind of brought to light a little bit, at least. Maybe that there has to be a core change to the whole roster in order to accommodate changes as a whole. Then obviously the other argument is, given that they are a German organization, given that they are kind of thriving on the local regional market, I think they don't really care so much for an international roster, and I would agree with you both here saying that an international roster would possibly propel them to that top level. But at the end of the day, if they don't see themselves having that goal in mind, who are we to fault them for it?
No, and I mean, if they can make it work, more power to them. I have no problem with that if they want to stick to it. It's just that right now, we're not seeing the results we expect from this Big roster. And we should be coming into this based upon, the history of Big and the teams they put together, saying, this is Big. There's no question. They should be winning this one. But we're not. And I feel like it's very much GUN5 who could be the ones moving forward here in these playoffs. And I think it's to GUN5's credit as well that they've been so resilient and able to kind of grow themselves in the ranking. I think if you look at overall their stats, it's not necessarily been fantastic for them ranking wise, but they're hovering around the same spot. They're trying to get into that top 50, and I feel like if they keep playing well, if the roster can stabilize, we don't know what's going to happen with Blue White, or if Texi is going to be rejoining this roster. It's very strange seeing those two kind of being swapped. Did you have a point, Nexus, you wanted to mention?
Yes, actually, yeah, that's the thing. They started playing this tournament. Texi was playing for Rush B, so there's the conflict. Cannot play for two teams at once. A last stand-in.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense, actually, considering that was the circumstances. So yeah, Texi will be back. That is also the case on Liquipedia if you check it. He's the player that's officially been added to the roster, so I think with him there, they'll be even more interesting than they are right now with Blue White.
I mean, I don't think there's really a good comparison we can even draw right now. Blue White's been, on Aurora Youngbloods 2 years ago, similar to some other players at the time that have since then moved on to very much greener pastures. But also on the other side, Blue White, he's kind of just been in a bit of a not stale position necessarily, but just not really rising as fast as his counterparts, I think. And in this case, the skill level will be a bit different.
Yeah, no question.
Quite a bit.
No question at all. We're still waiting to see what's happening in the server here, guys. I did want to check on the results of the previous BO3, though, that they just played right up against Nexus. And seeing that Texi there, he had 50 frags, right? He was in third by only 3 frags. The top 2 were S-Dame and Fineshine at 53 apiece. So you see that Texi's obviously a big piece, or a bigger piece, right, of this roster that can make a pretty significant difference. Even though they lose that series, it could have gone either way easily between Nexus, and I would consider Nexus to be one of the teams that are in the top of tier 2 right now. So to see GUN5 exchanging blows there, and when we're talking about Big being towards the lower part of tier 2, then yeah, I mean, you guys can see where we're going with this. Although still with that star power that Big had built up, with you know, the history that some of these players have, there's still that, I think, more than 50% possibility that they could come out and take this one. Is just going to be very, very tough indeed. It looks like we are not ready yet to go, guys, so we will be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll head right into map number 1. Keep it locked here on CCT.
Alright. Hey, we're back. It took us a minute to maybe 3 or 5, I'm not entirely too sure, but hey, we are still here, and we're now officially ready to go. My name is Nexus, I'm still joined by Overseer, the JRT. He'll be coming back between the maps, toward the end of the series as well. But for now, we've got us two, Big, and GUN5.
It's our first map, it's going to be Ancient, and we're looking at a potential Ancient Inferno duet here. If it goes a very quick way. Yesterday we saw Big in a bit of a pickle. Today we see them again, hopefully out of that pickle. QB with a double, JDC with another, and it seems like they'll be doubling down here. Selter, last man, does not even get a kill. It is a clean round, and Big will start strong. That is a perfect opener.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Big, we have reservations, little belief. Yesterday's game, I mean, it looks good, yes. But it feels like an outlier more than anything.
Sure. Given the recent
when
results.
You add on top as well, last map goes double overtime, and Z10 they were missing their IGL.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, individually, yeah, like, in terms of what we need from Big, you need Crimbo. He's been slipping off in these last few years, slowly. You need a JDC, who is Mr. Consistent. And you need, well, I mean, new addition of QB to perform well and currently under test. That does not go well. And you need Hype, because yesterday, he showed us a wonderful game and reasons to kind of believe in Big. So, in my eyes, Hyped, keeping up a little bit of that form from yesterday, because all 3 maps, he was great. JDC, he can step up as well, keep that same form. Consistent, maybe even go above and beyond, because he's shown that he can. And then you add one more to that. Maybe it's QB, maybe it's Crimbo, because I don't really see Thompson being that man anymore.
Wow. Burning
he
Thompson,
really just, he's not him, I'm sorry to say. At this point, his job is to rope everyone together, to make sure they have a good plan and everybody can follow that.
So technically a cowboy.
Close enough.
But yes, the numbers don't lie. Dobson certainly has had a steep change from what we'd used to see. And unfortunately, the days of gold and the days of old are possibly not coming back ever. Crimbo, though, he's looking to close out this round easily. This is an eco, of course, so GUN5 can't present much of an issue to them.
And take me back to, what, 2016-17... NRG Tabson, well, that was a different thing. That was a guy who was kicking ass. That's also when he had a Gold B still to call things for him.
Yeah, different times. Like I said, different times. Golden times.
Way
even.
different, yeah. Since then, in Big, 8 years and some months. 3,092 days. That is... Oh my god. 2/3 of his entire career in Big. Total of 4,653 days in HLTV games. God damn.
Yeah, it's been a while.
2012. That is. He's been playing longer than some of the Spirit Academy players that have now been alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy. I mean, he has the talent to at least know what he's doing, but it is rough to see at times how poorly Big is performed. But you gotta change things. Hyped can try to do so. Missed the first shot, no time to fall back. He was fully committed to the fight. Unfortunately for him, one and done may not be good enough. The A side does get swarmed, but look at how slow GUN5 are being here as well. They're not even committing to it.
GUN5 playing
Taking
smart.
about
They
20
don't want
seconds to plant the bomb here.
Yeah, they don't want to get burned. They don't want to get naded. I like the idea here. Once you get control of the site, just calm down, get yourself situated, and set up an after plan that works. Fine shine. Nobody's checking A main, though. He needs to turn around soon enough and start checking his flank, because otherwise he is dead. And Thompson, he's got timing. He will hit him, but if he had been a bit sooner, his timing would have possibly enabled the retake to actually succeed. It's a 3-on-3. And all three in donut. GUN5, how do they defend is the better question at this point now. Spraying through the smoke, it's wild.
Oh.
It doesn't work. The defuse comes through. Big take it. And it is going to be a 4-0. Damn. That was a close call.
Wonderful coverage there for Crimbo as well. Gives his team exactly what they needed. A 4-0 start for Big. That bomb plant, lost bonus, you add those together, it means another buy is still coming up for GUN5, yes, but a solid start now for Big, right? When you talk about this map as well, A site, you often just walk in, you have a smoke down at maybe one player you're going to find on the side if you're on the T side. So retakes are going to be a big part of it. It's good to see Big succeed early on when it comes to those. But what else? To deny it ever getting to those retakes as well is going to be a talent in itself. Here as well, Dime is good to hold mouse one. You saw the flash just barely from mid. JDC was ready. Not that ready. Famous flash on 4v5.
Did they crash out towards B here? Play.
Oh.
Dobson, he needs to evade. He does.
I gotta preface this by saying this is a joke. But I feel like I'm gonna crash out if Big win a CCT here. In the form they have been.
Anything but a win. Yeah.
Intrigued. Yeah. Oh,
We'd
what?
expect anything but a win. Lucky.
Yeah, what else? I was wondering, yeah, Hype just in the corner there. I don't know what's happening there. But Blue-White, he slipped in. Nope, not anymore. Still finds the first one. Hype somewhere on the site. And he's on the kill feed. Again, 3 kills. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him yesterday and now today as well to start things off.
I think everybody can be thankful that Hyped is here. For Big, at least. 8-1, as you said. As yesterday, today seems to be delivering another great performance. With the AWP in his hands, mid is usually locked down. Possibly switching now between A and B consistently. I mean, that's what you'd expect.
Yeah, just keep your CT side dynamic. Right, we've already seen him toward the A side and B. So he's more than ready to just go wherever they need him. If I'm not mistaken, he actually started mid that last round as well. But they at least are letting him roam free, letting him set up his own plays to a degree. But not always the one to initiate, so versatility as well. A well-appreciated quality in an AWPer. But let's see, how does it continue? Now you're going up against a fair few pistols in the mix. Fair few as in 2.
Let's see how they do.
Damage, same as last round as well, goes towards K with the CT side. It is very good early util for Big there. Now twice in a row, they've softened up GUN5's approach.
Fine shine. Able to get one, but...
That's his teammate.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Thompson's there to not only laugh at him, but take his life. Lackey dies due to team kills. A Dame, hello. Nice entry. Important one as well. They need another for free. They'll get it. Dame hooks up 2 kills. And a third. Let's go. On for 3. In for a penny, in for a pound. Come on, Sadame, send it. You know you want to. Oh. And he does. There we go. Insane.
Yubi still waits on the side. They got a hard to clear him. It's not that easy. He's dying hunting. Now an ace required and 1 more to go. The fact that he's not tapping that bomb, surely he's going to send Hyped some alarm bells immediately. I do like that.
Oh, he missed Hyped.
The question for the aggressive play, but Stime, he's got 30 seconds. He can just walk away and into A if he wants to. He's not seeing this rotation, means that Hype's probably already gone past him or approached differently. The mind games begin. From checkers to chess now, 15 seconds on the clock, and Stime back with the side.
Hype is going to stay in
still
cave.
remain.
Or rather in Gepard.
That molly's all it takes. Just a question if Hype knows the HP disadvantage there, or the top of the bomb as well.
He's going to walk him.
Or not.
He's going to walk him.
And in for it!
Oh!
It's time to turn! The ace will not be denied. 6 HP.
That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. GUN5. They get the round thanks to Hype absolutely bonkering that one. I don't know why he didn't let him plant. Just walk into him, right? Shoot him when he's planting. Oh, man. Well, that will do it. Rounds like these are rounds where you make a comeback on, and losing 5-0 and bringing it back like such, I think, is qualifying for a potential comeback. Let's see, GUN5, 4 in a row, maybe. Maybe not. But regardless, we got to see something. That was physically
entire round
painful.
as well, like you say. It just changes if Hype holds shift the entire time. As soon as he lets go, that was unfortunately the end. 2 shots needed, 1 connected. GUN5, their journey might begin. And it's not just 1 round, by the way, that Big have now lost, because look at the disadvantage they roll up into this round with. MP9s, yeah, sure, the GOAT gun of the game, absolutely, no doubt about it. And the 5-7, great at close range, but not on even footing. Not in terms of the entire preparation for the round. Here you've got Tabson, first and the second. I don't even know how he sees him. But he is making up for that disadvantage very quickly. Now, there's 2 weapons that can be picked up in mid. Grimbo already has that M4 back. Big. Disrupting GUN5's initial plans here. But it's not safe just yet. This is a bit of a interesting game as well. We're looking at a Snime all the way back in T-spawn, flanking the flank of Karimbo in a main. It's the timing of that will matter the most. When Karimbo decides to take the shot, apparently immediately is his answer. Wineshine holds for it. Just buying time for Snime to clear it up close as well, but now Karimbo's time is up. Both players know to be in a main.
Again, being caught up now. It's down to Thompson to stay alive. He knows the offer is going to be the first peak. Thompson goes wide. Loses the duel, and it's Hype that now has to play another round in a 1v2. Another clutch that he has to perform in. And honestly, it's not impossible.
It's
low
doable.
HP.
5-7. As soon as one of them taps the bomb, the swing comes through in a 1v1 essentially, but do they hard clear? Do they want to fake it?
I think
Wineshine
they
is
do hard
thinking
clear.
about it.
Surely.
It's the time. It's the timing. The 5-7. You don't want to test it. It's 1 shot to the head that is required for Hype. He's already tagged him up, softened him up, and now there's no time to plant the bomb, ring around the rosy, but the 5-7 does not get scared.
Insane redemption arc for Hype. After losing the 1v1 previously, brings it right back into action on the second attempt, and it's going to be 6-1. GUN5 are shattered, their economy gone, and their confidence possibly shot to hell, because that was magnificent. All I can say is a full force bite that somehow works in the end is always nice to see in a light like this. And GUN5, they play themselves.
Back to winning ways, and Hype as well. He even gets a free AWP from that round. All the money issues from the last round suddenly look a lot better. Well, by no means out of it just yet, but hey, at least you're not playing with a 5-7, a couple of MP9s. Instead, you've got Tech 9s and a Hero AK on the other side. You've flipped the script here. GUN5, your third to perform in this situation. And hey, if nothing else, they have the utility, which is the bare minimum you need here on Ancient.
Yeah.
A or B take with very little will do. You add on top just 2 smokes, a Molotov and a flashbang, you've got yourself a decent enough to execute.
They know what's coming. Flashbang by Thompson's perfect. JDC might be blinded, but so are the T's as JDC goes in for 2. Sedane Refrags, but it's not enough. Topson holds with Crimbo in support. And they not only secure the round, but they also keep 4 players alive, get a little bit of money going. And it's going to be round 9 up next, looking like an 8-1 is possible. GUN5 collapsing under the pressure. I said that Blue-White is not the same as Texty, and without him, they're certainly going to be lacking a little bit in firepower.
Usual again.
Yeah.
This time, nade barely anything. You see though, he's been hurt here. Couple of ticks from the Molotov, and suddenly feeling a bit toasty. Tabson, I do not know what the idea is with this play. We talked about this as well. You mentioned it. When it comes to big making plays when they're in advantage situations, just walking out alone. That was mostly reserved for T-side. That's just a wacky-ass CT play to make in that situation. Hyped as well, he's lost his life somewhere else now in CT Sport, apparently.
Yeah, they've lost the round already.
B-side, under a lot of scrutiny and fire coming in from the T-side. Crimbo alone, dead.
I don't know why Topson has to chase ramp B. Why at least they don't go... At least if they go together, right? They have the buddy system, as we like to say always. It's an old expression that you don't get to hear very often, but back in the day it was very prominent to be consistently utilized. And the point is, you know, if Topson had friends with him, he possibly would have survived, if nothing else, refragged.
If one of his friends decided to spend a $200 flashbang out in into a ramp, that was it. He would have had that kill.
That still indicates that you have to have friends, and in this case, he had none.
He said, "I'm built different," and realized he's not.
Yeah, that he's just built. 7-2 and GUN5. Okay, I mean, 2 rounds. It's nothing yet. Perhaps a 4 to 5 kind of solution could be implemented here. JDC, no way. Okay, the molly burns just as he steps over it. And luckily, Sedame doesn't miss. Oh, come on. Why? 1 by 1. See, this is what I don't understand. And
yeah.
Why? Why
JDC
don't go
could
together?
have played that if they wanted to regress. He could have just swung together with him as that molly phase.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not, in this case, we're saying it looks like an isolated incident. It's not. It's happening consistently on the side of Big where they'd make these mistakes. In this round, sure, it's fine. It's a pistol round, but it's still indicative of a larger problem on their side as well, which is it happens in gun rounds as well. It's not just this. It's not just a pistol round. They're like, yeah, let's just go. We got nothing to lose. It's also in these other rounds that matter a lot more that they happen in, and that's the problem. All that saying, GUN5, they punish mistakes and they've got 3 rounds now.
Yeah. And respect
chance for 4,
to...
chance for 5. If you take even a 4 here, that's manageable. 5, you're good. The side of Ancient's not the preferred side by any means, but... I'm just wondering if Big, right, with this lead they're in right now, their one big problem is Dime. That's B ramp. If you manage to shut him down, so far there's been very little from the rest of them. That's where a lot of these moves for GUN5 have begun. If they can shut him down, I feel like that's where these rounds do crumble away. Hyped is continuing the aggression after the first one. It's Dime! Now a problem dealt with.
Yeah, good reaction. This is what we need to see out of Big. Proactive movements, proactive players, instead of just waiting for your turn. This is not a turn-based game. This is real-time first-person shooter, and you have to work together. Selter, 1v4. It's hard to see how he does much. Maybe gets a kill, sure, maybe 2. But beyond that, it's number 8. And we're looking at a potential 9-3 first half. All I'll say is finally Big are coming out with the big guns. And as quirky as it sounds, we have Hyped on 13, as you said. We have Topson on 9. We have JDC and Crimbo on 8. Everybody's playing today, and that is a nice change for a difference. Yesterday, remember, Topson and Crimbo together, I think, had less
before
than...
overtime.
Yeah,
they
before
had
overtime.
About
yeah.
15, 16 kills.
16 kills together, yeah. 9 and 7, that's what it was. Exactly, I remember still at this time. So, Beautiful, beautiful. Great, absolutely fantastic mid-take. It works perfectly. There was no flash from GUN5. I mean, what else do you expect? Obviously, Big is going to take that fight and win it.
Yeah, we didn't really even see it properly, but QB as well was run boosted across. The boost did not go off well. He did not get any sort of speed from it, but it still works out for 2 kills. Big had a good game plan headed into this round of challenge mid. And so far, it's worked out. All they've left is 1 man, and with 4 here, all they gotta do is get anybody on the defuse. They've got kits on all of them. That Molly sealed the deal. He's not even gonna try, he's just waiting. Saving for stats. Unfortunate. Not seeing a 4 no-scope collateral there. Maybe one day, but not this time. Instead, it's Big, 9-3. The opening is nothing short of fantastic for them. This as well. Top left, to those who don't know, right there, right above the minimap, and a little bit of a bar. Ancient, picked by GUN5. We're headed to map number 2. Let me just double check. Inferno, wow. Almost forgot about that one, but yeah, no, it is Inferno indeed, and that's been picked by Big here. Because when you look at the actual map pool as well, it's not like there's a lot of issues overall on any side for GUN5 that you have to worry about in terms of these maps. They're going to be fine on pretty much every one of them.
Yeah, they got this.
So it's on to Big to kind of figure out what are they feeling today. And interestingly enough, same as our last series, by the way, where we had TNL having played a game against Favbet, ended on Nuke, then they play their next game. It starts on Nuke against NIP. In this sort of similar situation, GUN5, they just played a game, finished it. They finished it on Inferno, and then they're headed back into Inferno after this first map again, so a little bit of a repeat in that regard. For Big, they also played Inferno again today as well. They're not the only... Big also joined the club of who has already played a best of 3, or at least one of them today. GUN5 just finished theirs. Big had their first game earlier in the day, around 12 o'clock. Central European summertime. Now they've had a little bit of a break. GUN5, they don't have that. We saw how that went in our previous series as well for TNL. 3 best of 3s, back to back to back. Not so well.
This time, GUN5's quick towards mid. Red room overtaken. They're looking to go towards A. I like the reach around. They're going to be trying to catch off Lackey, and they do.
Freaky.
Big is taking control of the A site soon. Potentially Sedame and Blue-White. What are they blocking each other? Big, what are you doing? Oh my god, they stop in the entrance of Temple and block each other from going wider. Mistakes made, and they cost them the round. That's pistol gone. GUN5 will find their 4th. Far from a comeback, but maybe that's exactly what we're waiting for. Let's see. GUN5. No force buy, maybe? Yeah, no force buy from Big, thankfully. They know they've got the advantage. Play on it. Instead of throwing away free rounds, just, you know, fast towards B, sure. See if you can get the bomb down. If you can get a lucky deagle shot, maybe. Ow!
Oh, well.
Okay, Crimbo, where's the team? Where's the team?
That's the problem again.
Come on. They're too late.
Why don't you just run and gun this if he wants to?
Oh, they still plant. Okay, never mind. I mean, at least they bomb plant. That's good. And they do get 2 kills, which is a very good eco overall. But if they had been here together... Ooh, I don't know, man. I could see this being a 5v3 after plant with 2 rifles. Imagine that.
None of that. Instead, we got 5 on GUN5, though. They matched. Too bad we're not playing Tetris or anything of the sort. Match 2, match 3. But they are building with these rounds some sort of comeback.
4 more. Big might not give them that space. Fast A. I like the idea. Chopson's making the calls here. fast and impactful. That's what they want to be. They get onto A. QB with the entry. Might it be enough? The smoke shots are through. Fine Shine is dead, and so is Selter. Round might be done. I think Lackey and Blue White need to save here. If you want to be smart about this, you save. What are you doing? Krimbo! Insane. 13 kills. He stepped up. And finally we see Krimbo, the man that I talked about, the man that I wanted to kind of bring to the spotlight today. Given that it's the quarterfinals, you know, Krimbo's been quiet for long enough. And yes, he's had a few ups and downs lately, but we need to see more out of him overall. And I'm happy to have him here.
Happy to see what he's really made of. Because like I said, we have been waiting long enough. He has had a very quiet 2025. If we can just get that consistently as well, right? That's the what if. That seems to be a permanent status almost on this big roster at the moment. It was as well, to this regard as well, right? While we are kind of saying there's issues or whatever, there was also a like an interview, I think, where one of the higher-ups at Big kind of did mention they're making some bigger changes to the structure around the team as well. Because they recognize the results are not great. But they are trying to change. Just to put it out there, we are still saying, at the moment, however, not great. In a couple of months, they might be. For now, QB. Oh. Fantastic. That is a clean sequence.
Leaves them in a 2v2. QB once again sets it up. The after plant here for Big, available to go above and beyond. Find the 11th as well. That was the idea beforehand. Before it turned ugly with Fine Shine. Selter though, from ramp. Too simple. He might have a free kill. Thompson doesn't turn in time. He does actually turn, but accuracy not on his side. Round is done. Unfortunate after plant, especially after they lose, who was it on mid? QB, right? But he gotten a hat trick. More than that, you can't expect him to pull off, and that is going to be GUN5. Number 6, 4 more to go. Tie it up. Let's see if it happens. Big, on the other hand, they've still got a buy. They've gotten the bomb down, so a bit of extra money never hurts. Though it's a little bit less than what we had in the past. And it's going to be a decent buy. Let's see if they manage to get a W out of it. No AWP to handle, though, so might be a bit easier, in fact, for Big.
Load start for the side of Big for the moment. The JDC does walk out to mid, actually. Not that slow, but GUN5, they are going to bring the fight to them. Lackey just walks in, and he's going to have support. It quickly goes down in flames for Big. You lose 1, you lose 2 and 3. And there goes number 4, and if you know how to count, what comes after that? Because I do not know. I forget my basic mathematics here. Come on.
I don't know what you're talking about,
What comes after number 4? Is it...
Oh, come on. We're not doing that again. Don't be a child. We have to grow up eventually.
A. Is it A?
Oh, so now you're saying after 4 comes A? Wow. Bro. Come on.
Man, don't just laugh at me. Come on.
At this point, I have no choice. I'd rather laugh at you than be laughed at. No, but obviously, all in all, Thompson, I mean, he's just... What do you hope to do here?
Nothing. Just save.
Yeah,
I mean, he's quickly resigned himself as well to this fate. As soon as everybody dies in mid, he does not move. When you're committing essentially 4 players to a mid push, and your result is whopping 1 kill, And the one you did manage to take down already had found a 2. That's already a little bit too much to handle. Some troubles there for sure, but round number 18 begins. Big in a little bit of trouble now, because if you lose this one, you probably will, let's be honest. Looking at 8, you lose that next gun round, it's probably going to be 9 as well. They had a great start, a great first half, 9-3. Make sure you wake up before it's too late.
Well, given how long that last map last night lasted against Zero Tenacity, Big seemed to have a bit of a tendency to fall off mid-game. But focusing on this one AK, the hero save, shall we say, maybe it gives them a way into either A or B, depending what their plan is. Does smell more like B, perhaps. Interesting choice to walk out through Red Room. Lackey will take this fight. I mean, he sees a bunch of players just crouch walking through mid, shift walking. Surely he's interested to take an engagement, and effectively Big have been read like an open book. Right now, GUN5 know exactly what's coming their way. Under lock and key. Still keep an eye out on A, obviously, always. With 2 Tech 9s, a P250 and an AK, Crimbo looking to sort things out once more. He'd already been pulling a few crazy stunts, like QB. It begins anew. Towards B we go. Time is ticking. Not a lot left. Ouch.
That's solid. A very solid defense for GUN5, which now, of course, does lead us toward the guns for Big. Weapons come out, you gotta make the most out of this now. Now, yesterday's result, probably somewhat fresh, is still in their mind. Barely getting it over the line. But what can you do now to make sure that it doesn't go that same way? They don't let a comeback happen. They don't choke a lead.
Good return
Step
fire.
was to find Snime. Yeah, that was the first half's goal. Find Snime, shut him down. In the end, they kind of just avoided him. Second half, he's fighting in mid, so there's going to be very few players who can actually avoid him. Also, adding on top of Big's troubles, they have found one, but... Hold on, what is happening here? How's Tabson walked out and through A, and at the same time, GUN5 don't recognize Big are already on the side. While they found this first one, yeah, Blue-White still is hearing quickly at that.
Oh, that nade just reveals his hand. I mean, sure, he deals a little bit of damage, but I'd say that's a bit of a mistake. You've just played your ace card right now. Feinshine's walking up ramp. Surely they'll anticipate this. They have to think that somebody could be in this position. Feinstein.
No way.
He's not
no
yet
way.
made noise, but it's going to be checked. Hype will check him big. Good intuition. Good recognition. Thompson getting close, throwing nades. It's an HG. It's enough. It concusses them. It's now a 1v1. Hype again for the third time in a 1v1 clutch. And he will take it for his own. And when it comes down to clutches, this is the second one he wins. Well done. An important
He
one
really
as well.
is. Yeah, he really is keeping it big alive in these rounds and in these games. An absolute godsend for his team at the moment. What else? What else for Big? That is a round they barely escaped by.
I mean,
Round
I'd
with
say
it
rather
separated,
what
right?
else for GUN5 than Big. I mean, Big clearly doing better. No denying there. It's more like what else is coming out for GUN5, isn't it?
I'm not convinced. There's so many things I feel like that Big just are trying at the same time, right? We've seen now, what, 2-3 rounds where Tabson's walked out A successfully, yet have we really seen any sort of plays around that? Not really. Last round, he was spotted at Red Room. He sees Lackey as well, rotating through mid to Cave. Yeah, that's about his impact. Like, it feels Like, there's so much trying to be done at the same time that they could just make it a lot more simple. Maybe I'm reaching a little bit there.
I think you are. I think you're in over your head. Dude, they are winning. I don't think they need to care about anything right now. They have to minimize their mistakes. We'd seen too many of them yesterday, and today there'd already been a few. And given we're going on Inferno next, that is a merciless map. Big certainly will have to tighten the leash, or rather the belt. And right now, 4v3, make it a 4v2. They're cleaning it up. And it should be enough. Fine. Doesn't miss, though. And talking about cleaning up, GUN5 returned fire, and all of a sudden a 1v2, 1 versus 2, excuse me. From a 4v
about this.
From a 4v2 to a 5 to a 1v2. I don't know. This is a bit of a mixed bag of potatoes, I'm feeling. Fine Shine gets a free kill. Yeah, absolutely.
So you were saying Big is winning. I'll counter you. They've won 2 rounds this half.
No, it's
barely
bad in that regard, absolutely, but some of these rounds they've done poorly, some of these rounds they've done well. It feels like I said, the small mistakes is what get them. We don't always see every single one of them, but you know, the fact that it goes from what, a 4v2 into a 1v2, that tells you enough in certain cases, and there's no denying that Big perhaps a bit too eager to take these, or to consider these rounds already won.
Timeout through as well. Coming back to it now. GUN5. We've seen a whole lot from Dime. We've seen Fine Shine wake up. Now we gotta see a bit more as well. And all of this, by the way, this entire game is still prefaced with the fact that Blue-White is standing in for Texi, who cannot play in this tournament, or at least in the GUN5, or in a GUN5 jersey. Started off in the close qualifiers with his old team, Rush B, so can't actually take part here just yet. Yet, GUN5 doing pretty good. Stime doing real okay. Yeah, not great. He was doing okay.
You were saying? I mean, that was
I don't know what the idea was
stretch.
there to push forward, but sure.
Yeah.
That's why he was not doing great, just okay.
Fine
Outside,
Shine.
Fine Shine. Good shot. Bomb goes down. Retake come through.
Doesn't make a mistake. Doesn't miss. Does not allow Big to have a 3v3 after plant, and a comfortable one at that. Hyped again. Going to be forced to play clutch after clutch after clutch. And apparently if he's not playing these clutches, they're not winning rounds. That's as much as we can say right now. QB, the big flank around CT. He's being expected. He's being checked. He still wins the duel, and it's a 2-on-2 all of a sudden. The head has been spotted of Hype, but he hides behind it just enough. Seltzer, surprise! And it's Hyped again! 4 kills, 20 in total. My man is popping off like no other. 12-9. And it's looking like we're going to be going to a 13, because there ain't no money left. GUN5 should have nothing in the bank after this one. Or actually, they have nothing in the bank after the previous one. After this one, it's over. It's Ancient going in the way for Big.
Let's get it. Big. Map number 1. It is waiting for you to be conquering it. 5 kills separate you, and it's all 5 on pistols. Open it up. It's a tag coming through. Onto the cell to a nade. Almost taking him down to the flames at his feet. Just flirting with him. The idea of death no longer a concept, a full-on meeting with it now. Lackey, the 5-7, have to stop poking holes in this offense, while Blue-White, a struggle. of his own right. You finally have one back here, yes, but big. They hold toward the side. Bomb now goes down. Lackey is wanting to go through. Separate these teams in the smoke. Confuse them. Do not let them get a clean shot. Now Swarm. That is Crimbo in a 1v2. Not unfamiliar. Same place. But now needs to perform better. Now the bomb. Nade goes out. Only softens him up. Doesn't get a kill. Can't find the lineup. I think this is done. 10 seconds. It doesn't matter.
More to the right, but he doesn't recognize it, and it's over. It's going to be number 10 here, and they killed Crimbo as well. So yeah, all of a sudden, we've got ourselves GUN5 searching the way back in. 2 more to go to overtime. It wouldn't be the first time that we see Big in a position like this. We got ourselves a relatively weak buy as well. I think Big go half buy at best. I mean, you got hyped on 8k, yes, but there's 3 players on $3,000, which means you either full invest here, Hype drops 1 rifle, buys himself an op, and even then he's going to be limited on utility. Or you half buy, you go MP9s, you maybe win, sure, maybe you don't, but you can buy the next then. You have something to work with for the round to come. And yeah, there's the hero buy. It's going to be a single AK. Second AK on Crimbo. They're still keeping money in the bank. Maybe another one? No, they won't go overboard. Fair enough. $12.10. A bit of a wonky investment.
Great opening. And guess what? Round 2. Yeah. Not perfect. Oh, ADC! Holy hell, what a shot. But now it's on to Tabson.
Big shots.
We talk about Big. It's hyped in the clutches on nothing. We've had another 1 versus 2 opportunity earlier for Tabson. But it's been one man consistently performing in them, and it's not this guy. Not him. He's waiting. CT side, they gotta start moving. Time is ticking. Tabs, and here's the steps. Here's the noise. That smoke gives him coverage. He can wait in it if he wants to. Go above it and fly away that
so
second
smart.
one. It is! First one, but the second is so quick for blue-white. Just barely sees where it's coming from, but knows the direction above the smoke. 1 shot, 1 kill, diffused through 11-12. We're not done here. OT is knocking.
You might scare some other people with that. You don't scare me. You know, I've been waiting for this OT for a long time to come.
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah.
Now I do.
Now you do.
Bill's been waiting for this
I
for
want
a long
world
time.
record OTs. Come on.
No. Calm down. Calm down. Alright. We don't gotta go that far. Hit a little bit short. Tabson will spot him. Alter just wants the information if they're pushing up or not. Here, Blackie. A few times we've already seen him do this. Just the information he'll get this time. He's been, by the way, very dynamic as well on his own approach in terms of just Lackey and where he's kind of played. We've seen earlier as well, they weren't afraid of having these heavy mid setups where he's facing from Donut to start things off. Fine shine at the window. Is kind of the big reason why Lackey moves which way he does. But it's nice to see that they are staying very much irregular in these setups as well. Able to patch up the defenses, but can these defenses continue? It's 1 round you need, 5 kills to overtime. And it's Big out towards A. Through Donut, there is nobody there to stop this play. Playing for the full retake, but looking at GUN5, just waiting for the bomb to be planted. It's now they're finally starting to make those rotations come through.
Super slow. Too slow in my eyes.
Afraid of a fake. Might be too much, like you say.
JDC getting himself up to
util.
that boost. Yeah, this is
Just
going to be
two
a
flashbangs.
difficult retake. As here we go, single utility of Incendiary, and the first refrag is here. Lackey finds JDC, it's still not enough. QB is there to be caught, but it's Crimbo. Crimbo! He goes big, it's a hat trick again. He's looking for 4, he's gonna get it. It's round, it's map 1, done. Big will take it for their own at 13. Well played, Big, well played. Better than, honestly, we anticipated.
Yeah, somewhere in that region, but JRT, there's a lot that we saw here. Where do you land? What's your biggest takeaway?
I mean, look, it's hard to say, honestly, although I still feel like the inconsistencies for Big are one of their biggest issues right now. It's really difficult. We'll go back and watch the rounds back so we can talk about them, honestly, is... One, right? The Tech-9s pierce through for Big. It looks like they have the site, and Hyped is the hero. He gets a 4K for himself, but then the follow-up round is more of the problem. Round 22. This is an exclamation point as to what's wrong with Big right now. It's pistols only on the side of GUN5, right? And they can't ask for a better situation on Big. Just the 5.7s to deal with and some other pistols mixed in there. But they can't hang on to the site, even though they got control of it. Everyone was there. GUN5 are slipping through the smokes, and they're doing the damage. It's really unbelievable how well they performed in that situation on the GUN5 side, but how poorly Big were performing. They should have been ready for that, and they weren't. It felt like they were getting caught with their backs turned repeatedly. So I think that's just one example of, I would say, many that Big really struggled to find the consistency with, and emphasizes the problems that they've had over the last little bit. And you're going to see the rounds coming through here. This is round number 16, where I believe this was where that little run started for GUN5, where they got 3 in a row. The crazy thing is, QB had a 3K there. It's another example, you know, where it felt like Big were going to get back into it. Then they lose that fight straight up on ramp. And then Lackey surrounds Tapson, who's the last player left. It's not really Tapson's fault because he's stuck and pincered in between 2 players. But yeah. And then that was a 3-round run that led into for GUN5. And, you know, it's just round number 20. I think we're seeing it right here. There was a nice opener from Tapson and trade from JDC. They're very patient, methodical on their approach for Big, but Sedame and Fineshine bring it from a 2v4 to a 2v none. 4 unanswered frags come through for GUN5, and another round where they have the man advantages. Things are going their way, and they're not getting across the finish line. I mean, yes, against GUN5, do they recover? Do they get the win in the end? Yeah, 13-11. It's fine for now, for this series, but they still, I would say, have a lot to think about on their Ancient. And overall, when they're facing up against a NaVi Junior or an NIP, no, there's no way. Those mistakes are not only going to be punished, they're going to be absolutely taken out of the server and picked apart. So I think that there's Big, you get a win here. I don't want to rail on them too much, but at the same time, I still see those flaws. I still see those issues that we've seen for quite some time. GUN5 deserve a lot of credit. They're playing with a sub right now with Blue-White in the mix. Blue-White was very serviceable. I thought Fineshine was incredible. It was really like the Oppers duel, right? Not necessarily with the Ops, but just Fineshine going up against Hyped and each one trading blows with each other. And Sedame was also in the mix very much. But at the end of it, Big finally get a big performance from Crimbo in round number 24 to close out the map and make it 13-11 in their favor. We go to map 2. It is still, in my mind, anyone's series. We'll see how it goes down after this break. All right, we're back here, getting ready for Inferno between GUN5 and Big, and quite honestly, I have trouble determining who's going to come out with the advantage here. If you look at the numbers, you know, it hasn't been that bad for Big over their last 5, let's say. The Paravision Astrum wins were the most impressive to me. I wasn't expecting Big to be that dominant, especially up against Astrum. 13-3 and 13-7, but then BC Gang comes through and takes it off them 10-13. So, and they also lost to NaVi, but that's, I mean, almost expected at this point that NaVi should be able to be beating Big. Still, I don't know. How do you feel about this, Over?
I mean, it's Inferno, right? It's a map where Big should have a massive advantage. It's one of the most tactical maps we have in the pool. The experience of Tapson alone should suffice to beat any team on it almost. And then you add on top of that the quality of hyped that we'd seen on Nuke, that we'd seen yesterday, that clearly right now he's warmed up. It feels like Inferno should be a straight ace here for Big and a quick 2-0.
Okay. And how about you, Nexus? Are you of the same camp there?
I don't follow the logic at all. First of all, I get a tactic here. You can take it. You're a big boy. Inferno, it has no tactic. It is boring. It is plain. It is nothing. It is insanely stale. That's me. And
that's just you.
That's me. And that's you on the other side of the spectrum. An Inferno lover, me a hater, you know? But it's boring. You have to wait like 40 seconds on Banana, then you take mid control at the same time. I mean, sure, it fits into what Big were doing yesterday as well, which is... Can we go yet? Like, it's that whole place. Like, it fits into their playstyle, but it's the fact that it's on every other map as well. It makes it boring for Big in these situations to watch their T-sides a little bit. But it fits into their playstyle, I'll say that much. They have a very potential chance to get a 2-0 here, I'll say that much. But the map itself is not great. It feels boring. Besides that, I follow it.
I can agree that Inferno can be a little bit slow at times, let's say, in terms of the rounds.
You can join me. You don't have to pretend to like it. You can join me in the hate camp. It's safe.
I'm not like the hugest fan of Inferno, but I do have to disagree in terms of strategy. I think that it is very much like a strategic playground for a lot of teams, just because of how many rotations can happen, fakes, all sorts of stuff. Like, there's so many interesting strategies that can be employed on this map. And I think that's why we see so many overtime, so many like really tightly contested affairs between a lot of the top teams on a map like this. I just don't know if the mistakes are going to go away for Big. That's going to be their biggest enemy. Sorry. Every time I say that, it always bothers me. But at the same time, you know, we saw those pushes down ramps sometimes. Like, why? With no one there, and multiple times, Big deciding to go for aggression without trades available, and that concerns me going onto a map of Inferno now.
You're right on the money. I said it myself. I'm not sure what the idea is behind those plays. It feels like it's more of a out-of-pocket decision of, you know, I feel a timing, I'm going to go for it. And I can respect those. It's difficult to hit timings. And when you feel with your gut telling you something, you know, sure, you try it. At the end of the day, it does feel like that they just do it a bit too much, or at least not really thinking about it in the long run, how it's going to affect them if they fail. And Inferno is a merciless map, so I agree with you there. There is a argument to be made that can lead to many issues once we get to it.
All right, guys. Well, looks like, speaking of issues, we have some on the server, so we will be taking a break. When we come back, we'll go right into the action on Inferno.
we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Inferno. It's our second map. Big versus GUN5. The choice of Big this time. And after winning our first, we're hoping that Big is going to show up in better colors here on the second even. With me is Nexus, which here's myself over, and you're watching CCT. It's the quarterfinals. We're currently in the last series of the quarterfinals, potentially the map even. If not, it's Mirage after, but we'll talk about that with JRT if we need to, and we'll see him anyway afterwards. Round 1, pistols live, and we're going for everything. Big, passive. Funny enough.
I mean, we did say, it fits the playstyle. Be slow, waited out the utility, but here the pistol utility is not even going to be a part of it, so that's going to be a bit different, but for now, got Tabson, a whole lot of utilities on him, QB as well. There's going to be an all-out play coming out for the T side, of which Schneim wants to get ahead of. In the apartments, he'll find his first. Bloodshed, JDC down next.
The Dame does not get much, but it's enough to stop them in their tracks. No bomb plant will be happening. Topson alone against 3. It's hard to imagine him clutching this one up, especially when he's got no positional advantage. And Fine Shine closes the deal. That is going to be our first round to GUN5. And we started very differently on our first map. It was 5-0, right? At one point for Big, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check just to not gaslight myself here, but I'm fairly certain they had a very solid first map start.
Yeah, 9-3.
Yeah, 5-0, and then 9-3 first half, yeah.
They had a really good start to it. And the first time GUN5 have led in the series as well. Yeah, JRT is absolutely right. Giving us a little bit of that. A little bit there.
I love it.
Yeah, bombs going down. That's already a bit of a victory.
3v3, retake, double set in dark. It depends on how QB plays this. If he dies too soon, they'll still check dark. If
They
not,
see it.
perhaps it could work. They know there's one there for sure. Oh, they both peek out, but Sedame and Fine Shine. Timings collide, so do the players, and in the end, low HP on the side of GUN5, but it doesn't matter. They still win the round and retake successfully. Cutting it awfully close in my eyes, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, not just your eyes, but absolutely cutting it close. That kill as well, the QB finds when it's mad at the boost actually shows himself. That's where I get a little bit too worried, but all is well and handled in the end. And we move to round of 3. Some sort of investment, a full investment still coming out for Big here. Of course, that bomb lets them have that, and down to 2 players, right? It's not unreasonable.
But it's going to be that much more difficult.
Oh, made easier.
Team kill. Ouch.
Second team kill from Blue-White.
Yeah. He seems to be having a bit of a troublesome time with his teammates here. Technically not his real teammates, but... Standing in for Texty, or Texi. I think it's Texi, right? Yeah.
Honestly, not sure. Texi, I think that's just...
Yeah.
That's what I've gone with. And until somebody tells us that otherwise, that's what we'll be going with. Well, we don't have to worry about that right now. We've instead got Blue 1 tie. Is that about right?
I think so. I think so.
What about Selton Fine Shine? 52nd of his name. First kill. Second goes to Selton. No 2 for K for him. Grimbo instead. It's good. An MP9 for Dime. It is in a fantastic position. Molly is great. JDC though only attacked by 1. He'll find Dime in the end, but Blue-White is there to cover. Again, it's expensive on GUN5 side, but it's not the round itself that goes their way on Big. And this time as well, no bomb plant.
No bomb plant
more
is
than
going to hurt.
half investment. Yeah, this is Big having to forfeit round number 4 here in most cases, or at least control of round number 4. And yeah, pistols only, Big 9, a couple of Desert Eagles, some armor in there as well. Hype saving up for the AWP, and from what we've seen, seems to be the right play. He has been absolutely a fundamental piece of this big lineup in these last few games we've seen.
Very slow start again. They still have a little bit of time to waste, but they're losing players left and right, so hopefully there's going to be some sort of a reaction soon enough. QB. He's got that rifle, but at 50 HP it's going to be hard. JDC, hello there. Great shot. And still doesn't die. This is getting a little bit tough here. Oh my, Thompson. Okay, Tech9 in the hands of Thompson, the IGL, and Lackey's gone. He rushes towards B, tries to take control, perhaps even takes this fight and wins it. He does! Thompson! Massive W for the squad. And it gives them a chance to actually stay alive and find the first round of Big on Inferno. What a tough round, but they still get it, though.
Lesser weaponry, it doesn't matter. They'll crack it open at the cost of almost every piece of HP they'll have remaining, yes. Big, they won't let him have 4. They rolled up to this one with that disadvantage, without the weaponry really available. And in the end, they'll look to survive with all 3 in the end. I'm a bit worried about JDC. 9 HP, Inferno Blast Radius might still catch up to him.
Yeah, down to 5 HP and he's in CT spawn. Fix the game already, Valve. I've had enough of your BS. And that's one of the minor problems, unfortunately. But 3-1, Big get their first round. JDC disconnects. Apparently some connectivity issues. Hopefully perhaps just the restart of the PC, the game, whatever it may be. Hyped already on the op. He'd been the hero of today's Ancient and certainly yesterday's series against Z10. And I'm expecting him to be the hero on Inferno too. Meanwhile, very calm GUN5, I gotta say, even without Texi. Blue-white stepping in and playing a good game on the first map, we cannot deny.
They did put up one hell of a fight as well. From down 9-3 to even get anywhere near double digits is quite the impressive scoreline or comeback. Whether or not it goes over the line at the end, it's still not easy to make.
I think we're ready.
Well, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Chatix, good idea. Everybody saying ready, and we are good to go indeed. Here, GUN5, of course, last round lost a bit of a tough situation with... Then as well, you keep in mind that the other last rounds we've seen... it's not been cheap for GUN5 to win these rounds. They have been made expensive. Here's immediately that result of those rounds showing. Big win 1 round with pistols they weren't supposed to. And money shaken up here.
Well, they could shake it up a little bit more. And we'll see if that's the case. JDC is flashed, but his teammate dies to it. Zelter blinded, but yet still gets a freebie. Surely they'll slowly start to poke back. No need to die here at the cusp of banana. You've gotten your entry for free. You are not looking to afford any further incursions into your territory. Double setup. And kind of liking the idea. Lucky with that pistol can be extremely dangerous if not checked. And if Zelter dies, even with just the 1 frag, Lucky could play the ultimate trap card as Crimbo sneaks in close, but the smoke intentionally deeper than usual, and Crimbo gets caught. Checked by the 5-7. As Big lose another in the smoke, it stops, and unfortunately for the German team, it seems like it's lights out. The coal power plants are no longer working. That's going to be a 4th round here for GUN5.
So, a little bit of give and take. You live by the sword, and then you die by it here. The force buys. This time, it's GUN5, and still, we're gonna see a little bit of force buy war, I say. With Grimbo,
Yeah,
JDC, and
absolutely.
QB, all that money, absolutely. Yeah, the answer is very easy. No way Big do not buy back into this one.
It'd be weird to see them not buy, actually, if I'm completely honest with you, given their current setup. I'm wondering what they're going to be running right now. Is it perhaps more focused towards A? They are going to have a few pistols. Apps are going to be easily accessible. The Tech 9s at close range excel, really, as well as if you can push them towards Boiler, you can top that off with a few AKs through middle.